two, test, 1, 2. let's go ahead and have table 5 come up and sign in, please. about 2 minutes. Just a couple of preliminary announcements. If everybody would go ahead and grab your cell phones and turn them off, or to not, maybe not off, but to at least silent mode, I would sure appreciate it. We don't want to take a chance of distracting one of the kiddos. Next thing is, for anybody that is not here with us today and can't be in the room with us, they can still watch TaylorFort.com. San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo has provided us live stream. TaylorFort.com. I'm assuming that there are several events being live streamed today, and they'll be able to just go in and select junior commercial steers and be able to watch just like they were in the room. We are going to take a few breaks today. I'll gauge that as I see fit. There will be a lunch break somewhere in the 11:30 time period where we're going to feed the kiddos. And once we've fed the kiddos, then we'll kind of open up it to the rest of y'all. And I guess that's about it before we get started. If anybody's got any questions, we'll start in about another minute or so.
Look it up at y'all, but he turned his head. Just
So excited about this day. This is our favorite part of the competition. It's speech day. And I want you to look around at these kids and how serious they are, and they come dressed up in their Sunday go-to-meeting clothes. Kiddos, thank you so much for being here today and doing this with us. This truly is our favorite part of the Commercial Steer Show. I like to believe that there's a common trait that runs through all successful people, and that's the ability to communicate, to effectively communicate, especially in front of a group this size, and especially in front of a group of your peers. It's hard to speak in front of a bunch of people that you know. It's a whole lot easier to speak in front of a bunch of people that you don't know. So we're going to give you those opportunities today. I want you to know that all the hard stuff's over with. All the hard work that you put into this contest is over with. Today is the day to relax and enjoy this. All right? Enjoy this opportunity. So we're going to get started in just a second. I want to introduce some of your judges to you. First, starting with your speech judges. We have Dr. Molly McAdams with us today. Let me tell you something about my friend Molly. Didn't start. Her career took her to HEB. Molly started what is now known today as HEB's own brand. You know all these fun commercials that we see and how HEB has its own brand of almost everything and the fully cooked meats department. We can thank Dr. McAdams for spearheading that. When she left HEB, she started her own consulting firm and helped those of us in this room, small to mid-sized beef producers, as a consultant for their business. Today, she is the Executive Vice President of the Texas Beef Council. Dr. McAdams, thank you so much. Would you share your thoughts with us, please, ma'am?
Thank you, Trace. I appreciate it. I'm pleased to be back here again. I've judged the public speaking portion of this contest for a couple of years now. And I do want to compliment you on your preparedness in advance. You're ready, is what I'm trying to tell you. Don't fret about whether you're in the middle of the pack or you're the first one or the last one. You're ready to go, and this is your opportunity to give it your best shot. The other thing that I want to reiterate to you is you think about the work that you're doing and how you've prepared, and all the parents that have helped you prepare for this contest, all the ag science teachers, 4-H leaders. What you're doing is you're advocating for our industry. I get paid to do that. So on behalf of beef producers in the state of Texas, my job is to talk to consumers on their behalf and communicate correct information about beef. What you all are doing right now is you're preparing yourself for a lifetime of advocating for agriculture. You're building skills and preparing for a test, which you took yesterday. You built practical skills in getting your steers ready for this contest. And today, you're going to demonstrate your ability to stand up in front of a group of people and advocate on your behalf and on behalf of the ag industry. There is no greater thing to do right now. 1% of our country is directly involved in production agriculture. So what you did to get here is production agriculture, right? 1%. So our voices have to be profound. They have to be loud. They have to be credible, and they have to be passionate. And I know that's what each one of you is going to bring to the table today. I'm proud of you. Good luck, and you're ready.
Thank you, Dr. She didn't tell you just now that she has sat in the gallery as a parent in this competition too. Her son was part of this. She raised her son in this program as well. All right, let's go to Colin Woodall. Mr. Woodall and I met lots of years ago. I am you ready for a fancy title? I'm the co-director for the State Bar Continuing Legal Education Program on Agricultural Law. How about that? Pretty neat, huh? So I invited Colin to come and speak to our group, all right? He was then in charge of government relations for the NCBA. I used to call him head of ranch security as in that role. And after he did that presentation, I said, I've got to have you part of our commercial steer program. And he came and judged for lots of years. and now he is back with us. He is no longer head of ranch security. He is now the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. And before I hand him the microphone, I want to remind you of something that happened lots of years ago. We have a family in here that is now a sponsor. The Stavanoa family raised kids in our program, and then they left. When their kids left us, having graduated, Robert having won it his last year, and Amelia, when she was in the 8th grade, grabbed this microphone, stood right here where you guys are going to stand today, and looked over at this very intimidating group of judges and gave a speech. She gave a speech about antibiotics and about how antibiotics go into cattle and what happens, you know, this concern that we have over humans eating beef that had received antibiotics. Colin, when he heard that speech, at the end of that speech said, and this is during his comments, he said, "I wish I could take you with me next week to this group of people that I'm going to speak to, because that is the exact message that I need to convey to them." Well, guess what? This last year, Colin did indeed take Amelia with him. She now works for the NCBA in Denver, Colorado. That's the kind of thing that can happen for you kids as well. That was her dream job. She said that on this microphone. "It is my dream to work for the NCBA," and today she does. Colin, thank you so much for being with us again.
Absolutely. I enjoy this opportunity. NCBA has been around since 1898, so we are the oldest and largest national trade association representing you as cattle producers. So why am I here? I'm here because my job is to make sure that you have a future in this industry. My job is to make sure that you and your children and your children's children can still raise cattle. Because as you all know, and I'm sure several of your speeches will convey, there's a lot of people that don't like what we do. There's a lot of people every day that are trying to attack us. I'm sure you've got some friends out there that want to have a Impossible Whopper. And they may tell you that they want to have that Impossible Whopper because cattle are killing the environment. And they feel better about eating that Impossible Whopper. You have to be prepared with the facts to tell them, that's just not right. And here's why that's not right. And that's why this contest is so important and why I love coming to be a part of it, to look at all of you and the skills that you have put together and achieved, and the information that you have researched, and these speeches that you're putting together. Because while it's my job to go out there and advocate on behalf of you every single day, I can't do it alone. You have to engage. You heard Dr. McAdams, only 1% of us are involved in agriculture. We have to tell our own story, because if we don't tell it, somebody else will, and I guarantee you, those that want to tell it for us are not going to tell it the way we want it to be told. So the skills that you are getting here, that you're developing, are so incredibly important to your future and the future of this industry. And that's why I'm really pleased to be a part of this great program, this great competition, and as Trey said, do a little recruiting as well. I want to see what the future looks like, whether you want to be an intern in Washington, D.C., or if you want to be a full-time employee of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Because when Amelia's resume came across my desk, I didn't have to hesitate. I said, hire. And in fact, we created a job for her. So that way, we could make sure she was a part of our association. Take a deep breath, okay? It's going to be okay. And one thing you need to keep in mind is everybody in here, even your fellow contestants, are rooting for you. Just take a moment. Look at all these eyes. Take that deep breath, and then go into that speech. Because as Dr. McAdams said, you're ready. Nothing more you can do. You're ready to go. So get up here, wow us, like I know you will. And again, congratulations for just having the fortitude to step up and be a part of this great competition. Trace, thank you, sir.
Okay, Trey Peters, would you introduce our cattle judges, please, sir?
Absolutely. Good morning. I want to also tell you guys what's happening up here. For a lot of you guys, I know there's 31 of you, it's the first time here. We're going to bring your steers in here while you're speaking to the crowd and giving your speech. We're going to be evaluating both of your steers for yield grade and quality grade. Same as it's done in the industry every day. We don't have the luxury of seeing underneath the hides, so we have to make a judgment as to what those animals are as they're lying and walking in the feed yard. And so to do that, we brought two of the industry's most extreme experts in the subject, both of which dedicated their lives to teaching young people about this very topic and beef science in general. They both asked me to be brief on introductions, but they both will be speaking to you after the competition here. And I want to remind you as well, don't miss this opportunity to meet both of them. They have more knowledge between the two of them than anybody in the industry about beef science. So I want you to please welcome to my immediate right, Dr. Ryan Rathman, and to my far right, Dr. Mark Miller, to the show.
Okay, just a couple of things before we get started. I got a pretty special way I try to come up with special ways to start the program. My girls have sang the national anthem, and I've got a good way to do that in just a second. I think that was all for me. I do want to show you something. Do you see how you might not be able to hear me if I'm talking softly and I have the microphone down here, or if I have the microphone over here? Unless you have that microphone in front of your mouth, we're not going to hear you, okay? Don't hold the microphone down here by your chest because you're talking over the top of it, all right? Hold it right here in front of your mouth. If you look over at me and I'm doing this, that means get the microphone up. I can't hear you, all right? No one's going to stop you in the middle of it. We're just not going to hear it. And if the speech judges don't hear your speech, guess what? They can't give you very many points for your speech. So hold the microphone right here in front of your mouth, okay? I'm going to put the microphone right here on the hay bale, all right? You've got an orange one right here. It's going to be on. Don't feel like you have to come up here and bang on it. Don't worry about it. It's going to be on. You pick it up, you go talking, okay? Everybody got that? If it runs out of batteries in a little bit, we'll get new batteries for it. But we're going to leave it on so that y'all don't have to worry about microphones. Okay. I would like to ask Luke Gola to come and help me get our great morning started. Luke, would you come up, please, bud? Many of you know Luke. He's been participating and he's been an exhibitor here for lots of years. He's from Comal County, and Luke's going to help us get started this morning.
Hi, my name is Luke Gola. Welcome to San Antonio, Roxo, and William. Today we celebrate beef. These two steers happen to give us meat, just as steak, hot dogs, and hamburgers. We are blessed to live in a country where we can raise our own food and eat it. Please stand with me, the best doctor in the world, I say religions. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, let's give thanks for just other. A for all full steers today, remove your hats. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And thy will come, or be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and give us trespasses, as we forgive those that accuse us, and lead us not into temptation, and only from evil. Amen. Good luck.
Okay, Jay Kressler's going to kick us off this morning. He's from Hallettsville. Go get him, bud.
Tough times never last, but tough people do. A line of trailers leading to the local sale barn. The line seems to be filled with hundreds of vehicles, all taking cattle to be sold. This phenomenon is increasingly common these days because of one driving force: the cattle cycle. Howdy, I'm Jake Ressler from the Hallsville FFA chapter, and today I'd like to tell you about the pattern that is causing changes in the beef industry and the forces behind it. So first of all, what is the cattle cycle? The cattle cycle is a pattern of peaks and valleys in cattle numbers that changes according to conditions in the world. The cattle cycle began in 1890 when cattle numbers peaked at 60 million head. When the herd liquidated in 1896 to 49.2 million head, the cycle had officially begun. We are currently in a liquidation phase of the cattle cycle. This means that total cattle numbers are decreasing. In 2020, total U.S. cattle numbered 94.4 million head, and in 2022, it numbered 91.9 million head. This decrease is being caused by two main factors: drought and economy. As we know, this past year, much of the western and central United States was struck by severe drought. This drought affected the ability to make hay, the ability to provide adequate grazing forage, and the ability to provide adequate water. This caused there to be more malnutrition cattle due to the difficulty meeting nutritional requirements. As a result, cow conception rates decreased, costing producers hundreds or sometimes even thousands of dollars. Therefore, many producers were forced to liquidate their herds in order to save valuable resources and money. The economy also greatly affected the cattle cycle. The two main economic factors affecting the cattle cycle were corn prices and fertilizer prices. When Russia invaded Ukraine, a global food crisis arose due to the lack of grain being exported from Ukraine. This meant that there was less corn in the world, but there was still a high demand. The low supply but high demand immediately caused a spike in corn prices. This spike in prices hurt the cattle industry tremendously because corn is the predominant energy for the cattle feeding industry. Corn is the most efficient energy source for the feedlot for cattle, but many feedlots were forced to find cheaper, less efficient options. Fertilizer prices also rose to record highs this year as well. This made it more expensive to produce quality hay. Coupled with the drought, these prices caused less quality hay to be produced. The hay that was produced was more expensive due to the increased production prices. So now that you know how the cattle cycle is affecting producers, how is it affecting consumers? Increased beef production prices have increased the price of beef at the grocery store. This means it is more expensive for a consumer to walk into their local H-E-B and buy beef. Now this could cause consumers to turn to alternative protein sources, but they aren't. Americans love beef. They realize that it is the premier protein source and that it is very healthy for them. Thanks in a large part to consumer education efforts by the Texas Beef Council and the Beef Checkoff, beef still has a stronghold on American dinner tables. In conclusion, the cattle cycle causes many changes throughout the beef industry, but we know that with time, it will turn back for the better and the cycle will continue. We also know that consumers want beef even through the hard times. Finally, we can see that the future eventually holds two things: bigger profits and shorter lines of trailers. Thank you.
Good job, Jake. Thanks for starting us off. I was looking at your record book while I was listening to your speech, and when I looked at how you fed your steers, I see this Ressler commercial steer ration. I want you to tell me what's in that ration and whether it changed through the course of your feeding program.
Yes, sir. So, Ressler Commercial Steer Ration is a ration that we get custom mixed from Livestock Nutrition Center, which is a place in Gonzales that mixes feed, and you can custom mix your rations. we got a custom mix designed specifically for this program and our steers to finish them to the fatness that they are. That ration consisted of cracked corn as the energy source, cottonseed hulls as their roughage and fiber, dry distillers grains as a big protein source. It had corn gluten feed as a little more protein and energy source, a vitamin and mineral package to make sure they had all their vitamins and minerals, and it also contained an ionophore called rumensin, which changes the bugs in the rumen and has them process the feeds differently and release different types of volatile fatty acids or VFAs to better suit that animal to help them put on more meat and fat so they can finish the way they are now.
Jake, awesome job. You're a well-studied economist and nutritionist. Hey, I want to go back to the cattle cycle talk because you seem to know a lot about it. So, to me, one of the great stories in our industry is that last year we had, I think, north of $800 of profit created in our system that's shared amongst cow-calf producers, stocker producers, feed yards, and packers. What I want you to tell the crowd, Jake, is how where we're at in the cattle cycle influences how much profit is in each one of those sectors. Like who has the most leverage, who's making the most money amongst those four segments relative to where we're at in the cycle.
Yes, sir. So, relative to where you're at in the cycle, you could be in a high or a peak of the cattle cycle or a valley or the lowest part of the cattle cycle. When, like we're in the lowest part of the cattle cycle we are now, and just last year in 2020, there's high profits for, like he said, $800 across the cattle industry, and a lot of people making those profits are, it's the producers are making profits from that because they're selling their cattle, but whenever this starts rising back up, they will start spending their money buying replacement heifers, but then they'll also be selling their calves to restock the feedlots, which means they'll make more money from that, from the calves that they're selling to restock these feedlots. Whenever these feedlots, they are right now not necessarily at lower capacity, but maybe they're going to be at higher capacity later. Once they get to higher capacity, their profits will rise because more cattle equals more money. And packers, the more beef that these packers can get, the more money that they can make. So the more beef that is coming into these packing plants, the more money they're making. And then now that beef prices are so high, these packers are selling these cattle and making a lot of money off the beef because consumers are having to pay a whole lot of money for this beef to get it in the grocery store. And so that's how the profits are working out.
Great way to start us off. Thank you, Jake. Next is Sydney Bickers from Pilot Point FFA.
Hang on, let me post this real quick. Social media, love it or hate it, it's here to stay. We use it for our personal lives and for our businesses. There are definitely good and bad sides of social media. One field that has been changed by the use of social media is veterinary medicine. Veterinarians in today's market should have some form of social media platform. An online presence can connect them to patients, reach new clients, let them know what services and products are being offered, and help educate on animal care. By creating interactive posts about veterinary topics or the daily happenings at the clinic, veterinarians can engage their clients and fellow vets in their business. Creating an open and transparent online atmosphere can allow clients to have a greater understanding of the care vets give and the struggles they go through. Posting about deals and specials online is a free way to reach a larger audience and can bring in potentially new clients. Posting about general health care of the animals they treat may help clients understand how to avoid common healthcare mistakes, therefore reducing their workload. Nevertheless, specific information about patients and giving advice without full understanding of the situation should be avoided. Another benefit to social media is the connections that can be made. Veterinarians have always consulted with others in their field, but with the emergence of social media, veterinarians can engage with many of their peers at once, even if they are across the world. Veterinarians can also consult with others about the stresses and pressures that plague their field. With veterinarians having such a high suicide rate, having a forum to communicate with other professionals who are experiencing the same feelings and issues as they are could be what saves a life. However, there is a dark side to an online presence. Constant posting and responding to your client on your platform can become overwhelming in a 24/7 job. Clients may see social media as a way to air their grievances when there's nothing that can be done for their animal. In an article by Dana Call, a certified veterinary technician, many veterinarians leave the field or consider suicide due to the stresses caused by clients posting on the internet. Mrs. Call compares seeing a client as going on a blind date. She states, "Imagine that someone you care about is going on a blind date with someone they know absolutely nothing about. Let's say things didn't go according to expectation of the blind date, and now your loved one is experiencing a barrage of hurtful, abusive, and harassing communications that has affected their ability to earn a living. That is what's happening to people I care about in the veterinary profession. Many of us have seen how brazen people can become when they're faceless voices on the internet. Hurtful things they may have never said in person somehow become okay when posting on Facebook or Instagram. So what should veterinarians do? An online presence is a must in these times, but a strict policy on what will be posted and how much time should be spent updating a site should be made. Veterinarians also have options when dealing with negative and harassing communications by posts through clients. Oftentimes, the client may just be confused or frustrated about a situation. A calm and thoughtful response may solve the problem. If the issue is more severe, then the veterinarian may need to consider retaining an attorney. The good and bad sides of social media are a part of our culture today. Whether you choose to enter the veterinary profession or not, we should all learn to respect one another and use this tool to benefit our industry. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Sydney. I want to stay with you on this social media thing. There's a thing about folks that are my age that watch folks like your age that's kind of predominant, and it drives us crazy to watch the kids your age on social media, okay? All of the things, all of the ways that you have now. I want you to look at your competitors and give them your thoughts on what a healthy social media policy is for your little lives at your ages.
Yes, sir. So, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of social media. I mean, I do communicate with my friends through it, and I do post a few things here and there, but I'm not into social media. I like to spend my life in the outdoors with agriculture, learning, experiencing the real life, instead of looking at other people's lives through screens. So, a good policy to me would be limiting our time online, and then just not comparing ourselves to others, because that has become a huge issue with my generation and a few of the older generations, is we compare ourselves to other people's lives when we're on social media. So restricting our time on social media may limit the amount we compare ourselves, and it'll help us get into the real world and experiencing the real connections with people instead of through the internet where we really don't get to know anyone. It's more of a, this is what you see, this is what you get, instead of this is who I am, this is what you need.
Sydney, I love your approach and I love your speech, and commend you for that. I think that that's probably one of the things, and I want to ask your question right there. So we have this awesome opportunity to be able to get our message out through social media. And so from your viewpoint and your age group, what would you recommend that the beef industry could do to use this platform to be able to address the major misperceptions about beef destroying the environment or anything in the beef industry? So would you give us a viewpoint of how we could use those tools? How could Colin, NCBA, and Molly, and Texas Beef Council use that to basically get the message out to your generation?
Yes, sir. So, as someone who does use social media, but not very often, I don't see many beef posts online. I see a few here and there, but they're about your common ones that you see on posters or flyers. So, to get beef out there with the correct information, just maybe putting it out there a little bit more, or using more of the trends, so to say, of like TikTok and the dances, maybe using some beef facts in that way, or making them into just little rhymes that everybody remembers because they're annoying. That may just help to get the information out there and have people memorize it.
Perfect answer. Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you, Sydney. Next, from Hooks FFA is Kaylee Ashbrook.
I could talk about the genetics or the science behind the Pentateuch steers, but I'm going to talk about what I learned as a 13-year-old as my first year at San Antonio. My name's Kaylee Ashbrook. I want to talk about responsibility. Responsibility, I had a lack of responsibility in preparing myself for this speech. I decided I wanted to do this late, and next year I will prepare, and I will do this, and I will prepare easier. I also want to talk about working hard. Working hard. I worked hard on these steers, and I fed 10.5 pounds of corn and 3.5 pounds of protein pellets. I also want to talk about how proud I am to be here with my steers, and I want to thank my parents for allowing me to be here. And I want to thank them for allowing me to be here. And I have my steers here. Thank you.
Hey, you know what happened to me a minute ago? I said Hooks FFA for the very first time. I've been holding this microphone a long time. I said Hooks FFA for the first time. Tell me where that is. Is that Texarkana?
It's about 30 minutes outside of Texarkana.
Yeah, I mean, that's so far. It's like 24 hours from here or something, right? It's like a different country. Kaylee, there's something that happens when you haul steers that far. Tell us what you know about shrink and what shrink means, and how it affected your steers on that long drive from way up in that other part of the world.
Well, they lost about 50 pounds each. They started out at 52, B started out at, well, from there he was at 1260, and A was at 1345. And once we got here, B was at 1216, and A was at 1276.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Kaylee, I got one more quick question. You're doing awesome. Hey, so you're out towards Texarkana. It can be a little tougher place to feed cattle to get them to gain to their maximum genetic potential. Where in Texas do you think is the best place to feed cattle in terms of how fast they'll grow and how fat they'll get?
Well, I think having flat ground or higher up out of all the mud, where you can get more sun, because in the mornings it gets cold, and in the afternoons it rises real quickly.
Awesome. You did a great job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Good job, Katie. Next, from Runnels County 4-H, Kenya Boone.
We're living in a time where today's tools can move you forward or push you back faster than ever before. Using the right tools to select and prepare cattle for better feedlot performance is crucial. Hello, my name is Kenya Boone, and I am a member of Reynolds County 4-H. I am here today to talk to you about some of the tools I use to select and prepare my cattle for better feedlot performance. Cattle selection is no longer just visual inspection or waiting 5 to 7 years for a bull to produce enough offspring to determine his genetic worth. Now, along with phenotype, we can use genotype. Using just a drop of blood or a strand of hair, EPD's expected progeny differences quickly tell us the animal's genetic worth as a parent. Studies have shown that EPDs are 7 to 9 times more effective than selecting animals based on actual phenotype. I use both methods with a goal to find the perfect intersection. I compared 2 of my family's Angus bulls. I compared weaning weights, yearling weights, carcass values, dollar values, and docility. Docility was important to me because cattle who are more docile tend to be easier to handle and less stressed under abnormal situations. Carcass values told me how well, or the estimated carcass weight over the average, marbling, and ribeye area. Dollar values told me how well the animal will convert feed and how much more money he will make in the feeding process. After the EPD selection, I moved on to visual selection. I selected 2 calves with larger frames and bigger bones. Cattle with larger frames and bigger bones tend to have heavier weight gains, but without good structure, the animal may not be able to support the gain. Heavy muscling was the last of the physical aspects I looked at. I looked for cattle with the heaviest muscling with a goal to produce 2 square inches of ribeye area per 100 pounds of carcass weight. Health management. Now let's turn to health management. There are numerous tools available. My family uses a preconditioning program that includes creep feeding, weaning, vaccinating, and castrating. Preconditioning may require more time, money, and expenses, but it also reduces stresses, adds values, and increases profit potential. For example, the average cost to treat bovine respiratory disease is $38 per head. The average cost to vaccinate for bovine respiratory disease is $1.28 per head. Bottom line, sick cattle cost more time, money, and labor. My family uses an electronic record book, and ear tags, and freeze brands to keep track of every calf, cow, and sire. I wish I could talk my dad into EID tags, or tags with QR codes. He said that would be great if we had several hundred head of cattle. Last but not least is housing. Having a clean, dry pen with cover and plenty of room to move around is essential for healthy, stress-free cattle. I kept my steers in a 3,000 square foot pen with cover. I have learned that it is not about one tool versus another, but it's about finding the right tool or tools that suit your operation. It's about using the right tools at the right time to keep you moving forward and giving your cattle the best advantages. Thank you.
Good job. Okay, so you talked about these various different character traits that you were selecting for. I want you to talk to us about the heritability of the different traits. I want you to tell us what traits are the most heritable or the most predictable using EPDs and the ones that are not so much.
I think weaning and yearling weights are some of the most predictable because we have several studies that have shown. And also, maybe carcass values are some of the harder ones because there's different feed types, or how you feed your steers will also help with carcass values.
Kenya, amazing speech and good job. I would like to ask you, you relate those EBVs to the carcass value, and of course we graded your steers. What would be the relationship to the EBV into marbling of those steers, and then what would be the value change that you would see if you were able to select your calves and go from a select to a choice to a prime? How much value would you think that would change those?
Well, there is a lot lot of difference between maybe choice graded cattle and prime graded cattle. Your cattle, if they were graded prime, would sell a lot more in the market and in the grocery store. And yeah.
No, that was great. Good job.
Good job, Kenya. Next, Caroline Dudley from Leon County 4-H.
Beef producers, we have a problem. We are having to fight harder than ever before for our rights to farm and ranch. Howdy, my name is Caroline Dudley and I'm from Leon County. Cities are passing ordinances to stop production agriculture within their city limits. Urban sprawl is real and a farmer or rancher can't help if the city has grown to them. One city in Texas says your hay cannot be taller than 12 inches. Another city says you must have a 4-wall enclosure, must have a 250-foot buffer zone around all crops. One of Texas Farm Bureau's district state directors had his own experience with these nuisance laws. His Sudan crop was destroyed by the city after complaints from neighboring homeowners. Texas Farm Bureau is making a legislative push to strengthen our right to farm laws, but that doesn't solve our problem. The right to farm can't save ranches that have already been divided or developed or put a stop to urban sprawl. It simply protects farmers in city limits, but what about those of us outside city limits? In the United States, 50 acres of farm and ranch land are lost each hour. According to AgWeb, 370 million acres of land in production ag has the potential to change ownership in the next 20 years. Sustainability is critical to the future of the beef industry. Since 1986, the U.S. cow herd has shrunk by 16 million head, but our red meat yields have increased by 6 billion pounds. Improved genetics, increased efficiency, and heavier carcass weights are what made that possible. Heavy carcass weights are the answer to a sustainable future for the beef industry.
Dr. Rathman, do you remember the question you asked me my first year here? You asked me why I brought cattle that weighed 1,600 pounds. Even though 14-year-old Caroline was just a rookie, I definitely think I was onto something. As land in production ag becomes more scarce, increased carcass weights are one solution to make the beef industry even more sustainable. Certified Angus beef raised their maximum carcass weight to 1,100 pounds last November. Utilizing technology like beta-agonist, growth-promoting implants, and ionophores are ways to increase live cattle weights and efficiency while increasing red meat yield without using any more resources like water, feed, or days in the yard. In 1986, the average steer carcass weight was 710 pounds. Rounding out 2022, the average steer carcass weight was 920 pounds. Today, our beef industry is more sustainable than ever before. Ionophores have reduced greenhouse gas emissions, implants promote faster growth in beef cattle, advanced genetics like in these cattle behind me, and quality nutrition have cattle's average daily gain steadily climbing while they're consuming less feed in less time. It is up to us young beef producers to step up to the call to continue to feed the world in a sustainable way. While we battle for our right to farm, sustainable management and heavier carcass weights are essential to the present and the future of our industry. Fellow exhibitors, we are the now. It is up to us to be change agents so we can secure our future so beef will always be what's for dinner. Thank you.
Good job. Hey, at the end of your speech, you hung that word sustainable in. In your study guide, there's lots of different things that talk about sustainable practices. Give us some ideas of what sustainable agriculture, sustainable beef production is, that's away from the main topic of your speech.
Okay, so in our study guide, there's a series, I think it's 6 or 7 articles written by the NCBA about sustainable beef. To me, sustainability sustainability is continuing to sustain our operation, essentially not depleting what resources we have. So examples of sustainable management practices would be ensuring that you use as little resources as possible to get your maximum output. So in my speech, I know you said stay away from this speech, but I mentioned implants, ionophores, and beta agonists. Those are all tools to help us increase sustainability. But another thing that I think is really important to sustainability is clean water. We have water troughs in our pens in the feed yard, and keeping clean water for our animals to be efficient and reduce disease is really important. Another thing that's really important, in my opinion, to sustainability is vaccines. You can have a sick calf in the yard and spend hundreds of dollars treating it, or you can give it one vaccination when you start your project for $10. I would call that economically sustainable because you're reducing your cost. So there's a multitude of ways we can go through the pillars of sustainability, which are economical, social, and environmentally. There's all sorts of different ways you can take that, but I would definitely say water and vaccines are two really important things you could do in the feed yard to maximize your sustainability.
All right. Well, to say the least, you're killing it, Caroline. All right, so I'm going to ask you a tough question here. So I loved your speech about producing more, bigger cattle, heavier carcass weight, so we can produce more total beef in our system with less cattle. The one caveat to that, or the elephant in the room, is what we're doing to cow size, mama cows. So I want you to speak about that. What do you think, how do we keep this in balance? How do we continue to produce bigger cattle that gain efficiently and produce more beef while we keep cow size in check? Or what are your thoughts about where we should be in regards to the mature weight of cows and their milk production level in our U.S. system?
Okay, so I'll speak from personal experience on this one. I live in East Texas, and as you know, in East Texas we have big Boss Indicus influenced cattle. We don't have little bitty old Herefords like y'all have up in the Panhandle that are small frame, that are gonna have to have light calving weights, right? We have huge big frame cattle that are allowing us to raise calves that are gonna have heavier weights because we can start with them heavier at birth. And so in relation to that, I think this is where European or exotic genetics are gonna become more and more prominent in the beef industry every single day. We have cattle like Charolais cattle that have hair on them that could live in the cold Panhandle, and they're going to be able to raise cattle that have heavier weights because they have a wider pelvic distance compared to Dr. Miller's Red Angus, and they're going to be able to have heavier calves at birth. And so piggybacking off of that, that's where we're going to want to have large frame scores. That's where we're going to want to have wide set pelvises to prevent dystocia at birth, and then that's where we're going to look at our EPDs and genetic selection to pick cattle that we think are going to perform well, starting with our birthing weight, working up through weaning, yearling weights, and on into the feed yard. Thank you.
Great job.
Mr. Blair, can I have a second before I step off the mic for the last time?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I don't know if you remember when we were sitting, I think it was in spot 26 first time, and you had all of the rookies stand up and look around the room. And you told us that the people in this room would be our friends and one day they'd be our family. And to be honest, I thought you were crazy. How could the people I was competing against be my family? Well, it turns out the person sitting next to me in spot 27 is quite literally my best friend today. And I look across the room and I see so many familiar faces that have helped me get to where I am. And they're people that are so much more than friends to me. They're family. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart for investing in us and help making this show work. Thank you, Mr. Mack and Mr. Peters and Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman for guiding me through everything from commercial steers to meats judging. And Mr. Woodall and Dr. McAdams, thank you so much for your time being here today. To my fellow competitors, thank you for all of your support, encouragement, and making me the best that I could be. And Mom, Dad, thank you for making all of this possible. I wouldn't be here without the two of you. For the final time, thank
you. If there's any question in anyone's mind why we do this, that is your answer. That is your answer. I'm going to take a minute and try to recover from that, if you would. Allow me, there's a couple of folks, there's a whole bunch of folks in here that would agree with me that that's why we do this. I'd like to make a few introductions now. I'm not going to go through all of our sponsors, but Charles Eckel has joined us this morning. When we started this, stand up with me, bud. When we started this in 1999, we went to his uncle, Gerald Eckel, and said, this is our idea. And Gerald said, we want to be a part. And Lissy and Eckel has been a part of this competition since then and have been our longest time supporter. And I just don't know how to thank you anymore for all of the support that you have given. But what I know Charles is thinking right now is that this is why we do this.
This has been an enjoyment for me each year to come and watch. My dad and I were speaking this morning. He's second generation, I'll be third generation in the company, and we were talking about what are we creating today? What's our plan today? And I said, well, I have the greatest think tank that I'll get to go to today. And so I look forward to this to take back home and take to our business and say, okay, this is what's on the forefront. This is what we need to be creating in the future for. So I look forward to this each year.
Charles, appreciate you. We've got other sponsors here too. Brooks, Bronson, are you still in the room? Did he, all right, he'll be back in a little bit. But Steve and Renee Bluta have joined us as well. Steve and Renee, where are you guys? Look at there. We'll talk more about Steve and Renee tonight. Thank you so much for being here. There's also, if you are a sponsor of this show because you have had a child or a family member that has competed, would you please stand up with me and show us? The Bickers, Manganellas, the Stavanoas are here. Everybody, anybody that has been a contributor of this program, they're all over the room. So thank you all very, very much. Okay. Caroline, nice job, young lady. Thank you very much. Let's go to Leland Sims from Bellevue FFA.
Have you ever sat on the pot for an hour, scrolling through the black hole known as social media? Well, so have I. I'm Leland Sims, and I come from the small town of Bellevue, Texas. I'm here with the local FFA chapter, spreading the word about how beef gets to your table and into your stomach. Now imagine, if you will, someone comes up and asks, hey, how did my beef get to the local grocery store? You could go into the long speech in detail about how the cow digests its high-protein feed, or how each mineral and protein is processed into meat. But as you can tell, that's boring, and they're going to be having the nap of their life. You'd most likely tell them that they're probably eating a steer and not a cow, because that's what we as a nation normally use for our beef. You could tell them that it could have started on a small ranch with maybe 5 cattle on it, or an international company's ranch with 1 to 200 cattle on it. You could tell them that these ranchers took proper care of these cows from the moment they hit the ground to the moment they got on the truck, explaining that they fed the little steer every day and made sure that the living area was just right for it to grow big and fat. Once the steers get on the trailer, they'd be hauled to the slaughterhouse, where the carcass will be inspected and chopped into primal cuts. In the form of primal cuts, they would be transported to the meat processing facility. At this facility, the retail cuts are formed, which is what we know as steaks. While the steaks are still there, they will be graded. And to those who don't know what it means to be graded, you could tell them that technically it's called yield grading, which means the more marbling, the better quality it gets. Now the fat that is spiderweb through the steak, or the red part of the meat, is called marbling. Marbling and the fat that makes it up is what gives the steak its flavor. That's why you should always eat a little bit of the fat. Now once the steaks are ready for the grocery store, they're going to be shipped all across the country, and even to the local store down the road. This is where the local Karen is going to go walking through the meat aisle looking for the fake beef, when you're going to be standing there looking at the real beef, standing tall and I'm proud knowing you are eating the good stuff. Now, most of us here know that these steers are going to be on somebody's plate someday. Hopefully, with the group of people we have here today, we can educate the public on the effort put forth to get these tasty steaks on our plates. Thank you.
Good job, Leland. I was looking at your record book while you were talking, and I want you to talk to me about your animal health expenses. They're relatively low. Tell us about what your expenses were and how you were able to keep them so low.
Well, on the facility that we use, we vaccinated them once we weaned them off their moms and everything. We put them into a pen that was relatively great size for them, made sure that their water was clean every day, and made sure that the feed had everything that was good for them, and made sure that it wasn't from somewhere that could have put diseases into it. We made the feed ourselves, so we made sure what was being put into it and how much was being put into it. Therefore, it would not get sick as easy, and we made sure that everything around them didn't get sick, and if it got sick, we would set them into a different pen and take care of them so they would get better.
Leland, I love your term. I think I'm going to start using it in our reasons, our meat judging team, where you said spiderweb of marbling. Can you tell us why that spiderweb of marbling is really important for the beef industry?
Well, that spiderweb of marbling is technically, you could say, what gives the steak its flavor. And that's what people want. People don't want to eat steak that's real bland. They want something that tastes good. When they take a bite of it, it's nice, mushy, and just, you just start, your mouth starts watering. You want that sucker to be as good as you can get it. So I believe that's what the biggest factor is.
Thank you, that's awesome.
Okay, let's go to Hallettsville. Landry Whitley.
I was walking to the barn and saw my grandpa standing at the gate, hands on top rope, staring out to the pasture. So I ran over there and jumped up onto the gate. Relax, Mr. Blair. It was on the hinge side of the gate. I said, Papa, what's the secret to the cattle business? He said, girl, that's easy. Price, price, and price. The price you pay for it, the price you put in it, and the price you get when you sell it. I said, Papa, that's a Colonial Penn life insurance commercial. He looked right at me and said, where do you think they got the idea from? Hi, I'm Landry Whitley. I'm 11 years old, in the 5th grade, and a member of the Household Junior FFA program. And this is my 2nd year participating in commercial steers. And boy, am I excited to be here. Now, let's talk price. I'm 11 years old. How do I know what's a good price? My daddy said ignorance was no excuse, and I was introduced to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. The price you pay. When it came to buying my steers, we looked at market reports from 3 different sale barns and the feeder cap board for near months to get an idea of fair market value. The price you put into it. We looked at different feed rations and settled on a whole corn ration because of price, and that put the wheels in motion for us to look at the corn commodity price to see whether we needed to purchase our corn in bulk or buy as needed. The price you get when you sell it. Before we even purchased our steers, we looked at the livestock report to see whether this project would be profitable. As we got closer to the sell date, we would check to see if there are any price lags. There are many tools to use in the cattle industry. I learned about and used the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. As a producer, we need to get informed because every dollar counts in the cattle industry. Don't get taken to the train station.
Good job. Speaking of price, I failed to announce this yesterday, but the grid price is $1.61. Do you think you're going to make a profit at that price for your steers?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about why are you so confident about that? How do you calculate it? Talk to me about what you know about that.
Well, Mr. Blair.
I'm gonna point you to the back of your record book back here. You got all these kind of calculations and figures. How do you talk to me about what you know about a break even? Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
All right, talk to me. Tell me what you know about break even.
Well, it's the money you get back for after you paid for all the stuff that you've got and the veterinarian stuff, and it's the money that you have left over.
All right, Landry, what I'm interested in is what is your dream job and why? I think you might have a profession in the comedian ranks, but what is your dream job and why?
I want to be an equine scientist / veterinarian because I really like horses and I want to do that.
Awesome. You're very entertaining. Good job today.
Thank you.
Good job, kiddo. Next is Tyler Martin from Young County 4-H.
What do synthetic leather and Beyond Meat have in common? They are both fake and they both affect our industry. Hello, my name is Tyler Martin and I'm from Young County 4-H. In 1931, Winston Churchill predicted the rise of animal-free foods. He even said that the artificial stuff would be practically indistinguishable from the natural product. He predicted that microbes would be fostered and made to work under controlled conditions just as yeast is now. Although Churchill couldn't exactly explain how his thought would come to fruition, his prediction was spot on. We now have the development of lab-grown meat and, more recently, animal-free dairy products. I introduce to you synthetic milk. What is synthetic milk, you ask? Well, synthetic milk is grown through a process known as cellular agriculture, which is an emerging field producing animal products from cellular culture. Real milk and synthetic milk share the same biochemical makeup, but one is produced without animal bodies. In short, it's grown in a petri dish. But will it catch on? Unlike synthetic meat, which faces difficulties of matching the complexity and texture of real meat products, makers of synthetic milk claim it is likely to be indistinguishable from the natural product due to its liquid form. There is a high potential for a relatively rapid change in the dairy industry brought on by cellular culture, if it can be made more cheaply than actual milk. Right now, the technology is still evolving, and the scalability of cellular milk is still a challenge. Most synthetic dairy companies are focusing on producing proteins through a process known as precision fermentation. It involves genetically modifying yeast and other microorganisms using synthetic DNA to produce a specific protein. But it may just be more difficult than anticipated to create a full fat milk that mimics the taste and texture of real cow's milk. Protein is just one component in fluid milk. Milk fat is another, which may be the most difficult to mimic using plant-based alternatives. The structure of milk fat provides a specific taste and mouthfeel when drinking, and this just may be a tougher formulation challenge than creating proteins to be used in cheese or yogurt. So the question arises, is there even need for such product? And unfortunately, there's been a downward trend in liquid dairy consumption for a number of years now. We have been experiencing a sales decline since 2014. And as a result, U.S. dairy farms have been closing in record numbers. In 1975, there were 650,000 dairy farms in the U.S., but only 40,219 remain by the end of 2017. Milk consumption is down 42% from what it was just half a century ago, from 247 pounds per person in 1975 to just 144 pounds per person today. And that has put a squeeze on the dairy industry. If synthetic milk can replace traditional dairy as an ingredient in the industrial food processing sector, it could just present huge challenges for large-scale producers. These disruptions in the dairy sector may steer humanity towards a radically different food system where synthetic milk actually competes with traditional dairy. They talk about seeing environmental benefits such as a smaller carbon footprint, saving natural resources, and the nutritional benefits that synthetic milk will bring. But do you think the trade-off will be worth it? I don't know about you, but I have my concerns on the thoughts regarding synthetic milk and how it could possibly change the cattle industry as we know it. Thank you.
That's an interesting topic, Tyler. You know, most of the questions that I ask from this microphone, I know the answers to. I don't know the answer to this one. I need you to help us. You're talking about the struggling dairy industry. What is the status of government subsidies that are available to dairy farmers that support the industry? Do you know?
That's a very good question. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Well, there are various different agricultural programs that support various different industries. I mean, I got some this year for the drought. For the drought, are there programs where the government provides money to the dairy industry to help prop it up in terms of price or in terms of producer? You know anything about those government programs?
Yes, sir. I know of one. It is through the USDA, which most of the things like that are. Unfortunately, that's the only one I know of at this moment. Tyler, I love your perspective, and I would like to ask you if you know the term bioavailability. So, I didn't expect you to know that, but let me explain it to you real quick. So bioavailability is what you can actually absorb as a human by eating something. So, for example, iron is the most micronutrient deficient in the United States population. Half our females are anemic and iron deficient. And so, if you take an iron supplement tablet, the amount of iron absorbed is virtually zero. However, if you eat 3 ounces of beef or red meat, the amount of iron that's absorbed is 75% of the iron in that particular consumption. And so my question comes back to you, when we can go out and synthetically make things, does that truly mean that we probably replaced everything in there with something that our bodies can utilize the same as the natural, the way God made it type of food? Yes, sir. So, as of right now, unfortunately, they haven't come out with synthetic milk yet. It hasn't been released onto the market. I do know a couple of the ingredients that have said are used in synthetic milk. The main ingredient is actually urea. So those of you that drive diesel trucks, you know what DEF fluid is. That's the main ingredient in DEF fluid. Super healthy. And then sodium hydroxide. Also another something I don't know that I want to eat. And then you have synthetic detergent, which is said to be used as maybe up to half of what the milk's made out of, about 50%. And then you have salt and water. Unfortunately, I don't know about any vitamins or minerals. Like I said in my speeches, that's said to have the same biochemical makeup as traditional dairy. Unfortunately, I don't know what that looks like yet. No, it's a great answer. Thank you very much, and I loved your speech. It's a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Let's go to Marley Kasurik from Burleson County 4A.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had a cow, E-I-E-I-O, with a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there, here and there, and old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. Hi, my name is Marley Kasurik with the Burleson County 4-H, and I am here today to talk to my fellow beef producers about today's consumer. Did you know only 27% of consumers are more familiar with the beef production process than the song Old MacDonald Had a Farm? This means that 3/4 of our consumers do not understand how we do our job. So what do the consumers need to know about beef producers? First, consumers need to know that cattle are raised in safe, clean, and appropriate conditions. According to the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, many consumers believe that cattle mass are produced on corporate farms. The truth is that most cattle are produced on farms and ranches that are using correct processes to raise a great product. The next point is that consumers need to know that beef producers do not use antibiotics and hormones incorrectly to raise cattle. Farmers and ranchers use tools such as medicines and growth hormones to help produce the best product. All of these drugs are regulated. As producers, we make sure to read the labels and follow directions for the medicine. Producers can also participate in beef quality assurance program. Third, producers want to eat beef that is high in quality. Beef producers have to work to get our best product to the grocery stores, online market, and social media. Producers need to strive to produce high-quality grade beef like choice and prime. We all need to use genetics and research to continue to improve our products. So to all the old McDonald's out there with the cow here and there, let's add a new verse to how consumers learn about beef production.
Real good, Marley. I was looking at your record book, and you've got something in here called Ralgro that you doctored your steers with. Would you tell me what that is and why you used it?
It's like an implant.
It is an implant. Good job.
Marley, you're doing great. All right, so one observation I had while we're on the implant, they put implants in the ears, and I was noticing in your calves that your B steer, he's got a couple of ear notches taken out of his right ear, and the other calf, he doesn't have any ear notches out of his ear. Can you tell me why that is? Hey, tell me what breed of cattle you got and why you selected that breed.
I'm pretty sure it is Brangus.
That's right. Why did you choose Brangus? That's right. You got a great set of quality steers. Good job, too. We're proud of you.
Good job. Thank you, Marley. All right, let's go to Zane Kelly, Comal County 4-H.
One, two, three strikes, you're out. Hello, my name is Zane Kelly, and this is my first year participating in the San Antonio Publishing Steer Contest. As a third grader at St. Kenner Boyle Catholic School in New Braunfels, Texas, my favorite hobby is playing baseball. While I love baseball, I got a little tired of sitting in the stands watching my big sister compete in this contest without me. Since we can't spend all day talking about the three strikes in baseball, I decided we could talk about the three key stages of beef cattle production. Better if let's go. The first stage is cow-calf operation, second is backgarding, and the third and final stage is the feeding. Cattle spend 6 to 8 months in each phase. The first stage is when my family and many of us in the room participate, the cow-calf operation. My family is a 4th generation producer, and while the breeds we raised have changed over the years, today we mostly run English cross cattle. After After birth, cows will live off their mother's milk and graze in the pasture for the next 6 to 8 months. Once this stage is complete, calves are weaned and ready for stage 2. The second stage in beef cattle production is background. Beef cattle typically weigh 500 pounds when they are weaned. At weaning, calves into the background phase, which is the time to mature in preparation for the third and final stage. The third and final stage is the feedlot. The feedlot is where cattle get fat and ready for consumption. Now we're talking. It's like the third strike and the batter is ready to run it home. Beef cattle typically spend 6 months in the feedlot eating. Seriously, these things eat non-stop. Beef cattle typically weigh, once finished, beef cattle typically weigh 1,200 to 1,400 pounds. Once finished, cows are sent for processing. The thing I've enjoyed most about the commercial steer contest is getting to witness firsthand all 3 phases. Like in baseball, the award comes when the job is finished. Standing here today, it's like I'm standing on the mound getting ready for the third and final strike. These steers behind me have completed all 3 phases, and it's time to close up the game. Thank you for your time, and I will see you next year.
Hey, Zane, good job. One of the things that I love to ask kiddos that do this for the first time, I mean, you're 8 years old, is that what you said? You're 9? All right, so Zane's 9 years old. By the time you have your own cattle herd, you will have had time to make all sorts of different mistakes. You'll probably have it all figured out by then. But this year, I bet there was something that happened that you hope doesn't happen again, or something that you might do differently next year. You're gonna come back next year, aren't you? Good. All right, so tell me about something that happened this year that wasn't maybe the best thing, or something that you might do differently next year.
The drought and not leaving the steers without corn.
Tell me about not leaving the steers without water. Is that what you said?
Without corn.
Got it. All right, explain to me a little bit more about that.
If the steers are left without corn, they typically drop in weight and they typically get skinnier.
Zane, I love baseball like you do, and I just got to ask you one question. What's the cover of baseball made out of?
Leather.
And where'd the leather come from?
Cattle.
Great job. Thanks a bunch.
Good job. All right, let's go to Jordan Whitley from Hallettsville.
On a hot September morning, I found myself walking through the dark and dusty alleys of an auction barn. I lived through what seemed like a million cattle, trying to find the right set of Angus cross steers. And then something caught my eye. This pen seemed more uniform than the rest. I noticed their frame size, their muscle expression, and even their disposition. This is probably an experience many of y'all have also had when purchasing cattle for your operations. After many sale barn trips, this was the pin to buy. You take a seat among other bidders as the auctioneer begins to sell. You pay attention to prices the cattle run for that sold before this pin. And then the pin you want comes in the ring. Everybody in the room sees what you did as you buy your set of Angus cross steers that you've wanted. This is how the beef cattle purchasing process works for many cattle feeders. After purchasing this bin of steers, I think my decision worked out. I am proud of how my Angus cross steers, they have good medium frame sizes, which I will think have desirable carcass for packing plants. They have maintained good structure and function and have gained throughout the growing process. They have good muscle expression and finish, and have been easy feeders with good disposition low-stress management that has increased average daily grain and decreased the process of dark cutters or low performance. My pen was fed for 158 days on a ration of whole-shell corn and ADM amino gain. Their average daily gain was 3.7, and my projected break-even is $1.08. I think that these two steers are a great example of what the industry is looking for. I know that they will provide a safe and nutritious eating experience for beef consumers. It is important that us as cattle producers keep in mind that it is our job to select and manage cattle to meet up to these expectations. We are not only raising cattle, but we are also feeding our family, friends, county, and even the world. Thank you.
You did it. Hey, Jordan, I got a couple of promises for you. The first one is you had about 1,000 arms hugging you through that speech. Every arm in here was rooting for you and hugging you around the neck while you were doing that, okay? And the second promise I have for you is that is the last time that's going to happen to you. You get up there again one more time, and I promise you that is not going to happen again, okay?
Okay.
You believe me?
No.
I promise you that's true. It is not going to happen again. You just got to do this one more time, okay? All right, next, let's have a question. I know this is your second year, right? Okay. Tell me something that happened differently this year than what happened last year. I don't care what it is, whether it's cattle performance, whether it's the way you fed, I don't care what it is. Tell me something that is different this year about this year than it was last year.
So last year, after we bought the cows, we put them into a pen, and we kind of used a smaller pen so that they didn't walk around as much and they stayed near the feed. And we had a couple problems with floundering. So this year we put them out in a bigger pasture where they could do a little grazing to get some forage. So, and we didn't have any problems with flounder.
Jordan, is Landry your sister? Do you ever get a word in? No? Okay. All right. Jordan, so you were talking about picking out your calves. And so here we don't have to defend to y'all what we graded your cattle. If you go across the street, there's a judge that's got to defend and describe the cattle. I'd just like to hear you kind of talk about your cattle. Are you pleased with how they fed? Which one of them you thought had more muscling? Do you think they're going to reach the choice grade?
I think my A steer probably had a little bit better muscling, and I think they will reach a good yield grade.
Awesome. Great job. I enjoyed you.
Woohoo! You did it! Yay! Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and I mean quick, folks. About 5 minutes.
She said right before Jordan. This kind of fucked up, right? Next
started in just a couple of minutes. Start making your way back, please. again. Let's go to Hayes County 4-H, Miss Penelope Soto.
Good morning. My name is Penelope Soto, and I am from the West San Marcos 4-H Club. This is my first year competing at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Talk Contest. Have you been to the grocery store lately? It looks like some of you sure have. Well, I went with my mom the other day, and we went by the meat case. We went by the pork section, and there was literally only one type of pork. But then we went by the chicken section, and it was just the same, only one type of chicken. But then we went by the beef section, and that was a whole new ballgame. There were so many beefs, such as select beef, choice beef, prime beef, grass-fed beef, corn-fed beef, Angus beef, Hereford beef, and even Nolan Ryan beef. I felt like I was in a Forrest Gump movie. My point is, with beef, you have options. And options are the best thing you can have, aren't they? It is important as a beef advocate to educate the consumer on what beef selection best fits them, according to their budget, health status, and even demand for high-quality eating experiences. For instance, if you are on a tighter budget, you could benefit off of a less expensive cut of steak, such as select. Or if you're celebrating a special occasion, you could go with a good prime steak. Or if you really want to show off, you could go with an A5 Wagyu steak that can cost up to $150 per steak. Now that's a lot of money. If you have health issues, you could benefit off of a lean cut of steak, such as a top ranch. Or if you're an athlete in training, like me, you could benefit off of a better quality, bigger quantity, and higher calorie cut of steak. Whichever cut or grade of steak the consumer chooses, they need to know that it has the highest quality protein available and the most necessary vitamins and minerals needed than any of our meat competitors out there. My family raises registered Angus seed stock cattle, so my favorite is certified Angus beef. Now that's the best. These are my Angus steers, and I hope one day that they can be classified under certified Angus beef and give many people a nutritious and healthy eating experience. Once again, my name is Penelope Soto, and thank you for this opportunity in being here.
Good job, Penelope. Way to go. Hey, your Angus steers are kicking dirt all over my sponsor banners back there. What the heck is going on in there?
My steers are a little scared and a little rumbled right now because they've never been in an auction ring.
Tell me how their behavior affected their performance. What do you think? They're a little bit high-strung. How did that affect their performance during your feeding program?
During my feeding program, I think that their performance affected that because it can cause them to lose more weight as they're running around the pen and exercising themselves more than they should. So yeah. Thank you.
Penelope, I love your tour of the meat case in the grocery store. And when you went by there, you probably also noticed that chicken was priced maybe about $2.50 a pound to $3 a pound, and maybe pork was in that same price range. But probably when you went over to the beef section where you fell in love and met Forrest Gump, you might have noticed some different prices. Why would people pay so much to buy and eat beef when they can buy pork and chicken at such a much cheaper price?
So I'm a Texan and I love beef, and so do many other Texans. So no matter the price, what we're gonna pay is what we're gonna eat. so I would pay any price to eat some beef over the chicken or pork.
Good job. Okay, next from Coleman County 4-H, Mr. Ethan Hemphill.
Greetings, my name is Ethan Hemphill. I'm from Coleman, Texas, and this is my 5th year at the Junior Commercial Steer Show in San Antonio. Today I'd like to talk to you about supplementing protein in beef cattle forages. Protein in beef cattle is often referred to as crude protein and can either be true protein, which is constituted by amino acids, or it could be non-protein, which is represented by nucleic acids and ammonia. Protein in beef cattle is very important because it helps with muscle growth, body maintenance, the immune system, the reproductive system, and even milking, which can be very crucial to a calf's health. A few protein supplements I'd like to name are alfalfa, protein blocks, protein cubes, and molasses tubs. Before you buy your cattle any protein supplements, there are 2 things you need to look at. One, if it has urea. Urea is normally fed to older, much more mature cows because the rumens are able to get the protein out of the protein supplement better, and the rumens are used to it. The second thing is that you also need to make sure that your protein supplements are getting at least 8% forage along with the protein supplement, because forage helps the protein supplement, or helps the cow get the protein out of the protein supplement. What we normally feed our cows are 37% protein blocks to our older, much more mature cows, 28% natural blocks to our less mature cows who are having their first baby at the moment, and 34% cubes to our replacement heifers who haven't had their first babies yet. Although this year, protein block prices have doubled, and our family had to find a way, we had to find a cheap way to make sure that our cattle were getting the protein they needed. So that's when we turned to alfalfa, because alfalfa is not only a protein supplement, but it's also a forage. So that helps our cattle get the protein they need and the forage they need to get the protein out of the protein blocks. This year, what I fed my steers was a whole corn diet after we started them off on a creek feed. Then we later added beef trait, which helped with their muscle growth and was helped by the corn because corn's a forage. Thank you for your time.
Good job, Ethan. You said something about the rumen earlier. I don't know what the heck a rumen is. Would you tell us what that is and a little bit more about the digestive tract in your steers, please, sir?
So, the rumen is basically, it's basically a form of, it's part of the digestive system in cattle, and the process of the food is, first it goes through the rumen, then it goes through the reticulum, then it later goes through the abomasum, the omasum, the small intestine, the large intestine, and out the end.
All right, Ethan, just to expand on that, on the nutrition subject, Most of the time when I'm teaching nutrition, I tell the kids, hey, we're trying to feed the bugs, not the cow. And so if we take care of the bugs will take care of the cow. Do you got any idea what I mean by the bugs?
Basically what you're talking about is the microorganisms that help digest the nutrients and the protein.
Awesome, and where do they live?
In the rumen.
That's awesome, great job.
Way to go, out the back. Okay, next is Lane Goss from Swisher County 4-H.
Good morning. I'm going to talk about my steers here. Oh, there they are. So, this is my first year here at San Antonio, and my second year actually doing commercial steers. My name is Lane Goss, and I bought these steers from Sure Cattle in Plainview, Texas. I bought steer A at 660 pounds for $957. I bought steer B at 640 pounds for $948. That has a total cost of $1,885. And an average cost of $942. I fed these steers 2 full bulk self-feeder trailers full of finisher ration from my local Tulia vet supply store. That made them gain, well, I also fed them 2 bales of red top cane that we actually baled out of our own field. This caused them to gain 3.9 pounds per day. With gaining that, steer A had gained a total amount of weight of 665 pounds in all, I believe. That made him weigh in eventually at 300 and golly, I keep on forgetting these numbers. In that range, $1,348, I believe, and steer B gained 553 pounds in 159 days, which caused him to weigh in. He's right here looking at me. Caused him to weigh in at 1,193 pounds. And we've bred 15 heifers with a Charolais and Red Angus cross, so I can have steers for next year, and I can hopefully get a better ending, so I can do better next year, I guess I could say, to have better steers. And I know this isn't much, but next year I'm going to be prepared.
I think you're pretty damn good prepared today. I never heard so many daggum numbers in my life. Hey, you did hurt my feelings though.
Sorry.
I mean, I think I heard you say that this is your first time here, but it's not your first commercial steer show?
No.
So you went somewhere else before you came here first?
I did my local county commercial steers.
All right, I guess I'll forgive you for that. All right, so
Thank you.
what I want you to do is tell me the difference between this competition and that one. And if there's something you like more or less about the two competitions that you've been in, compare them for me.
So this one is definitely a lot harder because I do have to take a test. But this one is a little more fun to me, to be honest with you. And I love being here with all these people. They're my friends. Well, I don't know them too well, but I know that in the future they will. Yeah, they're about to be. Yeah.
Lance, really glad to have you here this year, and just wanted to ask you, what's the breed makeup of those two steers?
So it is a limousine and a black English cross.
And is there a name for that? Do they have a combination name for that?
I believe they do, but I don't remember.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lane. Next, let's go with Allie Kelly from Comal County 4-H.
DOJ, Department of Justice. I don't know about you, but the DOJ is definitely somebody I don't want knocking on my door. Hi, my name is Allie Kelly, and I'm a sophomore at St. John Paul II Catholic High School in New Braunfels, Texas. The Department of Justice, also known as the DOJ, has been around since 1870. Their mission is to uphold the rule of law, keep our country safe, and protect civil rights. To understand how the DOJ relates to the cattle industry, you must understand antitrust laws. Let's start with the Sherman Antitrust Act. This act outlines all contracts, combinations, and conspiracies that unreasonably restrain interstate and foreign trade. This includes agreements amongst competitors to fix prices, rig bids, and allocate customers, which are punishable as a criminal felony. Felony! See, I told you the DOJ is definitely not somebody I want knocking on my door. Simply put, antitrust laws protect competition. Free and open competition benefits consumers by ensuring low prices and new and better products. Competition in America is about price, selection, and service. Competition keeps prices low and the quality and choice of goods and services high. Competition makes our economy work. Now, let's talk about how all this relates to the cattle industry. Cattle producers have long complained that the four big meat packers, Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef, have far too much power in the industry. Together, these four packers control about 85% of U.S. beef. The complaints over the lack of competition and antitrust violations have haunted the meatpacking industry for years. These four packers have been accused of working together to suppress the number of cattle slaughtered to drive up the price of retail beef. 50 years ago, producers received over 60 cents on every dollar that consumers spent on beef. Today, that number is about 39 cents on every dollar. While the producers' share in the profits have dwindled over the years, American consumers are paying more for beef than ever before. Since the packers have so much control over the supply chain, they can increase their profits at the expense of the producer, who makes less, and the consumer, who pays more. The system is broken, and the lack of transparency has gotten us to where we are today in the meatpacking industry. The complaints over the lack of competition has led to years of antitrust investigations, numerous lawsuits, and the Department of Justice Antitrust Division serving subpoenas on all four of the big beef packers. Lawsuits continue to come in from all over the country, from wholesalers, producers, retailers, and restaurants. The four packers continue to claim no wrongdoing. However, in 2022, JBS agreed to pay $52.5 million. You heard me correctly, $52.5 million. This settlement was to settle a class action lawsuit against wholesalers in exchange for JBS exiting the antitrust litigation over the alleged industry-wide scheme to fix beef prices. JBS has said it did not admit liability, though I think many of us would agree that a settlement with a price tag of this size speaks volumes to the wrongdoings in the meatpacking industry. While the investigations are ongoing, only time will tell if there will be additional settlements or consequences brought against the Big Four packers. Producers and consumers are depending on the DOJ to continue knocking on the doors of the packers until the industry is cleaned up, and those who have violated antitrust laws are held accountable. I think we can all agree that transparency in the beef industry is needed, and it's time to hold the packers accountable. Thank you.
Well, it's a big girl topic. $52.5 million to JBS. Dr. Miller, what do they make that, every 2 days or so? I mean, that's not a deterrent, Allie. It's not. So I'm thinking as you're talking, why aren't there more competitors in the meatpacking industry? What are the barriers to entry that are keeping people, I mean, why don't you go be a meat packer? You know, what is the barrier to entry that is keeping competition out so that there are just 4 big meat packers in the United States?
These packers have been around for so many years. And I mean, all of the steers, like I do market steers, and any steers that we don't sell, when I show, we take them to local processors. There are so many local processors, and I feel like if we relied on our local beef and not give these packers, these 4 packers, so much power, it would all evenly be split out, and everybody would be able to make a profit rather than producers not being able to make a profit or even break even.
Allie, one difference between the local packer, the mom and pop packer, and the big packers is the big packers are better able to capitalize on the value of the byproducts produced by that animal. And so I was looking at the USDA market news report this morning. They said that the byproduct value of these steers walking through this ring today is $13 for every 100 weight. So it's a lot. What is that? What is that byproduct value? Can you explain what a byproduct is?
So a byproduct, I actually did a speech on this a few years ago. Byproducts are is all the waste that we have from lungs or cow tongue. People eat cow tongue. A lot of the pancreas is used to make insulin for people with diabetes. There are lots of byproducts from organs or other parts of the cattle. I think hooves and horns are used to make shampoo. Lots of things that are taken from non-consumable parts of cattle are used to make other products that we use in everyday life that not a lot of people know about. And the value of that is pretty high, and it's because it's needed. A lot of these products that people are wanting the vegan-free, and a lot of those are vegan, and they're wanting animal-free, they're not tested or anything like that. These things are used in everyday products, and not a lot of people know about it.
Good job.
Nice job, Allie. Next is Brighton Brown from Navarro FFA.
Hi, my name is Brighton Brown. I live in Geronimo, Texas, and I'm a member of Navarro Junior FFA. My family has a ranch in Gonzales, Texas, where we have a cow-calf operation. Currently, that's where I keep my steers. This is my first year doing commercial steers, and I really enjoyed this. I would like to introduce you to my handsome and beautiful steers, Phoenix and Duke. My brother Baylor has been doing commercial steers for 3 years, technically 4, but last year his steers were wild, and my dad decided it would have been too dangerous to bring them to the San Antonio stock show. As a family, we decided it wouldn't be very cool if we had steers running down AT&T Parkway. So we decided to take a year off. Now we're back. I would like to share my story about how I had to have 3 different steers to shoot. So originally, I had Hollywood and Phoenix. Hollywood kept jumping the fence, so my dad traded him in for another steer, and I named him Hollywood number 2. Well, as luck had it, he was great at jumping the fence too. So last minute, Dad went to the sale barn and found me another steer that last day. much about steers or the commercial steer program, but Dad promised if I just got through this year, he would give me time to slowly ease into the program. I have learned a few things about my cattle. Duke is very curious, and I sometimes call him Curious George. And Phoenix is Mr. Independent. He likes to go hang out by himself a lot. Sometimes he hangs out with the other steer. I've loved the journey of getting to own a set of steers and finishing up for the next step. Learning how to make sure they have plenty of food and water, also making sure they are happy and healthy animals. Most of all, I'm going to miss them after the show, but it's okay, because I know that's how raising cattle works. I'm also trying to get my friends into this program so we can do this together. I've been telling them how fun and cool it can be to bond with a set of steers before you send them to the packer. You probably think that made me sad, but growing up raising cattle changes my perspective already. Finishing some steers to send to the packer gives me the opportunity to know what happens after our cattle go to the sale barn. This is a great program that I have already learned so much from, even though this is just my first year. I look forward to coming back next year and doing this all over again. I will see you all in 2024.
Thank you, Bratton. I was looking at your record book while you were talking, and I see that something different than what I typically see in terms of your initial weigh dates, okay? It looks to me like you weighed your 2 steers on 2 separate days, 2 days apart, September 5th and September 7th. Tell me why you did that, and what were the circumstances and the dynamics going on? Because most times when I see these weigh tickets, that they're always on the same day. Yours are on 2 different days. Can you talk to us about that?
Well, I'm not really sure why we weighed them on separate days. I mean, I think it was because, like, we had stuff to do and stuff, and we probably didn't have enough time, so I think we decided to weigh them on separate days, but I'm really not sure about that.
Okay.
Brighton, as the steers leave the ring, Phoenix and Duke, right?
Yes, sir.
Which one of those is larger? There was a little difference in the size of them.
I'm gonna say steer A, which is Phoenix, because Duke, which is steer B, he came in late because I had to switch out steers because they kept jumping in the fence, so it wouldn't be so crazy here. And like last minute said, like, he probably could have used more time to grow, and I mean, that's really why.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Kiddos, I want to stress one more time, the position of your microphone is real important. You need to hold it up right in front of your mouth, okay? All right, next let's go to Quanah Dudley from Leon County 4-H.
On Saturday mornings, my family loves to visit the local farmers market. Here you can find fresh produce, canned food goods, and even freshly packaged beef and pork chops. And as my family was shopping for the perfect addition to our supper table, I heard one voice shouting above all the rest. A young woman was telling a local beef producer that she read in a Facebook article that she could ingest antibiotics through her meat, resulting in antibiotic resistance. She said she would love to support local producers, but would continue shopping at a supermarket where she knew her beef was safe. Other shoppers placed their product back down and walked away. Only 1% of America's 325.7 million consumers are directly involved in production agriculture. This means the other 99% have to rely on outside sources such as CNN and PETA for their source of agriculture education. These media outlets only release the information they want consumers to believe because bad news sells better than good news. These media outlets cause mass confusion as to what actually happens from gate to plate. Howdy, I'm Quanah Dudley from Centerville, Texas. Cows began their lives on our East Texas cow-calf operation weighing between 60 and 80 pounds. Here, they would nurse, learn to eat grass, and are steadily weaned off their mothers. Upon leaving, they can be sent to either backgrounder or feedlot. A backgrounder is sort of the middleman between a cow-calf operation and a feedlot. Here, the weaning completes, the calves are put onto feed and administered proper vaccinations. Texas is primarily known for a large capacity of beef cattle production. In Texas, according to the 2017 Census of Agriculture, Texas was #1 in the United States with beef exports totaling $855 million. This is thanks to our large Texas feedlots. A cattle enters the feedlot weighing 700 to 800 pounds, where they're put on resource efficiency, gain, health, and nutrition. The feed-out process is overseen by veterinarians, nutritionists, and multiple other industry professionals to ensure that the food and beef entering our food supply is raised with integrity. Cattle leave the feedlot at around 1,200 pounds and go to a packer. In Texas alone, there are 350 packing houses. Each one has federal oversight from different agencies to ensure proper sanitation and cleanliness standards are met. The USDA quality grader grades carcasses prime, choice, or select before it is divided into individual retail cuts. U.S. retail stores account for 40% of all cubic beef sales. And while restaurants such as Whataburger and McDonald's might do their part whenever it comes to selling beef, they also help sustain agriculture and promote beef advocacy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Over a decade ago, McDonald's launched a beef sustainability plan that promoted farmer and community livelihoods and supported animal health. With the population growing to the expected 9.7 billion people by 2050, McDonald's is using its scale and many relationships to show the widespread acceptance of the best practices from gate to plate. So, what's the beef about our food supply? Our producers work long, tireless hours to raise wholesome products, yet our own public turns on our integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Quanah. Good job. You said something about various different industries being involved in the packing industry, but then you only talked about USDA. Tell me what the other industries are that are involved and what is their function?
Well, there's the United States Department of Agriculture, which is the USDA, which oversees multiple different functions. There's also the FDA, or Food and Drug Administration, which is the industry and sort of the people who set the industrial standard for medication, antibiotics, and ensure that the food that does enter our food supply is raised with integrity and has no sort of drug residues that can endanger people.
Quanah, what are you going to charge to do commercials?
It depends, what are you thinking?
I don't have anything to market right now, but I got to find something because I need to use your voice. Hey, I want to totally switch gears. I told Doc, and I'm sincere about this, in all the years that we've been doing this, we've seen some impressive cattle. I don't know that we've seen any cattle better than that pair right there, and particularly your beast here. He weighs 1532. I'll just tell you, I graded him a prime yield grade 1. Like, I thought he was impressive. So, Quanah, I want to know your thoughts. Like, I think that's like a prototype feedlot steer right there. And so I want to know, what is the relationship between quality and yield grade? Does when a calf yields well, does he also have a great quality grade? And then beyond that, because I know you're sharp, I want to know what you think about that calf in regards to how his grades relate to his cost of gain or feed conversion in the feedlot.
Well, yield grade and quality grade do have some things in common, but they aren't exactly tied together. For instance, you could have a very large steer who has a very high yield grade, but a horrible quality score because he didn't put a bunch of marbling in his meat, but it all went to back fat and cod fat. And what was your second question? Can you please repeat it?
Yep, I wanted to know if his quality grade and yield grade combination that I awarded him, how do you think that relates to his feed conversion?
Well, that cow in particular really liked to eat. And he ate pretty much anything we put out for him. So I think this enjoyment of eating that he had is what really paid off because he was able to convert a lot of his energy into that beef, which is then what you gave me the quality and yield grade you did for it.
Awesome. Great job today.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, next, Conatillo FFA, Emery Gill.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Paige Gill and I'm from the Conatillo Junior FFA. I'm very excited to be here today and hopefully I don't get too nervous during my speech. My speech is going to discuss twins and beef cattle. I decided to choose this topic because steers I brought today are twins. I thought twins and beef cattle were regular big cows since I've seen it in some goats areas. However, my dad told me it was pretty rare and not a good thing in cows, so I thought I would research that. First off, we didn't raise these steers off the cow. We bought them from a cattle trader who is a family friend who told us after we bought them that they were twins. Now, in most of the research I obtained, the percentage of beef cattle having twins is about 1 to 2%, or 1 to 2%, while dairy cattle is 1 to 7%, or 2 to 3 times more frequent. So if you're like me, when I first found that my steers were twins, I thought, aw, how cute. I wish all our cows could have twins. However, after my research, I realized my dad was correct. It's really not a good thing. If a cow does end up having a set of twins, more than likely one is weaker than the other, which in turn, either the producer ends up losing a calf, or the producer will have to take over a mother's role and begin bottle feeding the calf. Both of these scenarios cost the rancher time and money. Another factor to consider is that cows are not meant to carry 2 calves. Usually the cow will suffer from dystocia, which is a fancy word for calving trouble, which again costs the rancher time and money. Also, the nutrition requirements for calves would be cut in half, and the cow is generally milked for 2, which would require supplementation for the cow who is working overtime. As I stated earlier, it costs the rancher time and money. The Meat Animal Research Center conducted a long-term study in 1981 to see if there was any benefits in raising twins. Unfortunately, the research was abandoned in 2012 because the failures kept outweighing success. And finally, if you do end up having a cow having a set of twins, hopefully they will be the same sex, both male or both female. If not, more than likely the female will be sterile. These sterile females calves are known in the industry as free marlins. They can be a costly lesson for someone who's retaining a heifer for a breeding herd. As I stated earlier, 98% of all female calves born to a male partner are sterile. Now, I don't really know what adversities were incurred on the parts of these 2 steers. However, my research did tell me that these calves are not good doers, meaning they just won't do good later on in life. My dad says he wished he would have known these calves were twins before he bought them. Remember, we were told after we bought them. I'm happy to report I did not have any trouble with my calves during the feeding period. However, I did note some things about my steer's body types and general behavior. The short-tailed calf was born that way, and the long-tailed calf was a little bit wilder than his brother at weight time back in September. There was a difference of 24 pounds, favoring the short-tailed calf. And now at the end of the contest, there was a difference of 26 pounds. So overall, I think they got out as good as they could, being twins. So in the end, I learned all about feeding and managing feeder steers, and I can't wait to start again next year. Thank you.
Nice job, Emery. I didn't know all of that about twins. That's the coolest stuff. Learned a bunch today from you. You said that your feeding program went pretty good. I would like for you to tell me, is there anything about the whole competition, this whole deal that you would do differently next year?
I think I would buy on heavier.
Emmy, great job. I really enjoyed your speech, and I learned a lot about twins and how there's some things that happen in their growth patterns that might be impacted by the fact they're twins. So the question I would ask you is, both your steers weigh about 1,100 pounds. So what would the final endpoint weight, what would you desire to take them to? Like, what would be the weight you would like for them to be?
Like 1,200.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emery. Let's go to Burleson County 4-H, Balin Kasura.
Hey It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's a whole flock of grackles. Hi, my name is Balin Kasuri, and I'm here from Burleson County 4-H. And I'm here to tell you that bolt feed is not for the birds. When some people picture birds, they think of sweet little early birds who feed on worms and insects. Well, one day, when I was going to feed my steers, I saw a big black cloud of grackles. When I came back the next, and due to the noises and the weird behaviors of the grackles, my steers were going off feed, which could really affect my profit. And the next day I came back and there was bird feces all over my pen and in my feed trough. After further research, I learned that if cattle ate contaminated feed, they could get E. coli or salmonella. As a beef producer, I needed to figure out a way I could stop this, and fast. My first methods included trying to scare the birds away by banging buckets, running at the birds with my four-wheeler, and even my dad got into the act. He shot his shotgun in the air to try and scare the birds off. This did help, but only for a little while. After more research, I found out that a grackle's natural predator is an owl. And at my local feed store, I saw that they had simulated predators as an owl. I put one up on my fence and one on my feed trough. And if I needed to, I would include those other two methods of banging buckets and riding my four-wheeler. This helped getting the birds away. This decreased the number of birds by a big amount. And this also proved that bulk feed is not for the birds. Thank you.
Nice job. Hey, is there any kind of a medicine that you can put in water, into like your water trough, that will keep your cattle from getting diseases that are caused by bird poop in your water? Did y'all do any of that? You didn't?
No, sir.
All right, so of all of the, what are you gonna, did the owls work?
Yes, they did. They worked very well.
Be darn. Your dad doesn't sound like your dad's that good with a shotgun.
Well, he didn't want to hurt any of the birds. He just shot it in the air so that they wouldn't be scared.
Good job, Balin. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Balin, you're doing great, bud. I'm going to focus on your cattle again, just like we did there in that Red English calf just a second ago. There was one of them that was highly unusual in this pen a second ago. He had no neck. He was very low to the ground. He was a little fatter. I have good news and bad news. I graded him prime, but I also graded him yield grade 4. Do you know what is a yield grade 4? What is that, and are we trying to avoid it?
Yes, we are trying to avoid that. Yeah. It's not that good of a grade for cattle.
Can you tell me what a yield grade is? Like, what are we estimating when we call him a yield grade 4? Are we looking at his fat? Are we looking at his muscle? Are we looking at both?
Looking at muscle.
We are. Very good job. Nice job today.
Thank you, Balin. All right, kiddos, I'm going to tell you one more time, hold that microphone right up in front of your mouth like I'm doing now. We also are now competing with a bunch of noise from next door, and your judges are sitting right up against that wall, so we really need to hear you. Hold the microphone up right in front of your mouth. Let's go to Baden Beavers from Dallam County 4-H.
Have you ever fed your cattle baking soda? Hi, my name is Baden Beavers from Delhart, Today, I'm going to talk about acidosis and how to prevent it. First, what is acidosis? Acidosis in beef cattle occurs when microbes in the rumen produce more acid than what can be used, causing rumen pH to fall below 5.6 for an extended amount of time. Cattle are at greatest risk when consuming feed that is high in fermentable carbohydrates, such as high-starch grain. Acidosis is an animal health and welfare concern, causing production and economic issues for the beef industry. How does acidosis affect cattle? Acidosis affects cattle by decreasing nutrient absorption. Bacteria can invade the rumen wall, causing rumenitis, damaging the rumen papillae, affecting absorption. Bacteria can also enter the bloodstream, causing other problems, such as liver abscesses. So, what is a liver abscess? A liver abscess is a pus-filled cyst in the liver. These abscesses cost the industry over $15 million a year. How do you treat acidosis? Some simple ways to treat acidosis include long-stem dry hay, free choice, or force-fed sodium bicarbonate, or rumen probiotics to repopulate the rumen with good bacteria. How do you prevent acidosis? There are 7 things you should do to prevent acidosis. 1. Make diet changes gradually over a 2 to 3 week period. 2. Ensure there is adequate supply of roughage. 3. Consider adding a live yeast into the total mixed ration, or TMR. 4. Ensure there is adequate feed bunk space. 5. Make sure clean water is available at all times. 6. Ensure finishing diets are balanced properly. And 7. Free choice or force-fed sodium bicarbonate. I fed my cattle a ration, including free choice sodium bicarbonate, most commonly known as baking soda. This allowed them to eat higher starch level rations, thus improving performance. All in all, acidosis is a condition in which the body fluids produce an abundant amount of acid. Thank you.
Nice job, baby. Real good. Help me, is acidosis the same thing as bloat? And if it's not, tell us a little bit what you know about this other digestive system problem that we call bloat.
Yes, sir. Bloat is when the rumen gets expanded by gas, or there's just a whole bunch of feed to where it cannot finish digesting. And acidosis is just a condition, but acidosis can cause bloat.
Baden, really doing a great job. I was going to ask you something about your steers. If you were going to pick one of your 2 steers that you thought would quality grade or yield grade better, which one would it be?
I would choose steer A.
And why?
Because to me, from the outside, I do livestock judging contests, so I really know how to choose out different market cattle.
Yes.
And I think that they have more marbling throughout the meat on the inside.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, baby. Next is Caleb McMullen from Splendora.
Hello, I'm Caleb McMullen, and I'm in the Splendora FFA, and this is not only my first year showing cattle, this is not my first year showing at the San Antonio Livestock Show in Greenville, but my time spent caring for my 2 steers has been a big learning experience for me. My brothers and I went to a local into a ranch and helped ranch hands sort cattle from a pasture. I chose from that pasture and after that we loaded up on our trailer and we took them home, and after that we put them right on feed. One of them only gained 2 pounds back a day because they were very active and they liked to play and run around. After that we put in a hormone in them that helped them slow down and be better. This has been a big learning experience for me, and I hope to have more achievements in the future. Thank you.
Good job, bud. Hey, tell me something that you learned about. I bet yesterday was the first time you'd ever seen an ultrasound, didn't it? It was? Tell me something you learned about yesterday. What did you think was neat about that ultrasound?
Well, I've been to multiple shows before, and I've never seen them ever do an ultrasound before, so I thought that was really cool to watch and figure out how to do it.
Caleb, you're from Splendora?
Yes, sir.
Where in the world is Splendora? Is that East Texas, Central Texas? South?
It's Houston, just north of Houston.
Okay, so down there around Houston, most people say that you gotta run some cows that have some extra ear in them. Have you ever heard that term, some extra ear? Or Brahmin? So like your calves, what breed are they?
They're Angus.
Brangus?
Angus or Brahmin.
Yep, and so down there along the coast, why do we want to have Brahmin in the cattle?
Could you explain that more?
From a breed type standpoint, like the cows that we run around Houston or along the Gulf Coast, most of the time we want them to have a portion of their breed being Brahmin. What's good about Brahmin in that environment?
They're more active and more, like, kind of bigger, and kind of they're bigger and badder.
Awesome. You did a good job today. Proud of you.
Real good, Caleb. Okay, let's go to Jenna Stevenson, Spring Lake FFA.
Hello, my name is Jenna Stevenson, and I'm from Irving, Texas. Last year, I've had dairy cross cattle and did so again this year. These cattle are very similar except for one thing. Last year, my cattle came from a normal limousine bull. This year, they came from a new air bull. New air bulls are very good. They have about everything the producer and the consumer want. They are very food efficient, and they grade well. On average, Jersey cross cattle go 20% prime and the rest choice. So you wouldn't think there are very many things wrong with them, except dairy cross cattle are infamous for having liver abscesses. So I thought if I'm going to continue feeding this breed, I should look into this problem that has faced our industry for years. First, I learned the bacterial side of things. There are 3 main types of bacteria that go into making liver abscesses. There's the bacterium Nectiphorum, Trupella pyogenes, and Salmonella intrinsita. After that, I learned what might be the causes for liver abscesses. There are many theories about this, but since there's only a limited amount of time in this speech, I can only state a few. First, I would like to talk about diet. Some people believe a high-grade diet can wear holes into the room and cause acidosis to leak into the bloodstream that then introduces bacteria like the ones earlier mentioned into the liver, and that causes liver abscesses. The next thing I would like to talk to you about is from a study from the 70s that is about as old as my dad. It states that there is a high intent of liver abscesses in the months that cattle shed. This could be because that they're looking at each other and the hair that makes its way to the rumen wears holes into it and then and acidosis leaks into the bloodstream and introduces bacteria into the liver, like it would if the theory about diet is true. The third thing I would like to talk to you about is sickness. Sickness is definitely a factor in liver abscesses. At my dad's feed yard, they buy cattle as deals calves. One set of cattle did not do so well. This is because there was E. coli in the well at the calf ranch. The E. coli caused them to get sick, and 42% of them died before they even went to the feed yard. They were not very feed efficient, and when they went to get slaughtered, they had A+ adhesive abscesses. Next, I learned the scoring system for abscesses. A is 1 or 2 small abscesses. A+ is 2 to 4 small active abscesses, or 1 large one. A- is 2 to 4 active abscesses, or 1 large one. And A+ is anything worse than that. A+ adhesive is when it sticks to the diaphragm, most likely because the liver abscess has burst. This is probably the most problematic of all of the abscesses because there's more awful than there usually would be. And it slows down the chain because they can't throw away much at a time. This problem has faced our industry for years. Hopefully, we can find a solution to it soon. But until then, that is what I learned. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. I was looking at your record book, and you have, it looks like you fed the same feed ration the entire time, but I don't know what it is. It's called ration, do you know?
It's made up of steam-flake corn, steam-flake corn for energy, DDGs for protein, cottonseed, hay and silage for roughage, minton, and tylosin for liver abscesses.
Nice, thank you very much.
Jenna, your steers look really good. They both were well finished and quality grade really well, but I wanted to ask you, why do you think there are 300 plus pounds difference between the 2 steers that you have in your pen?
One had more of its mother in it, and Jersey cattle on very big.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Jasper Dew from Groveton FFA.
I don't recall what day it was, but I was riding down the road with a good friend of mine, Ethan. As we passed a herd of Brahman cattle, my friend said, "Look at those camels." I quickly corrected him. Those were not camels, but Brahman cattle. Ethan said, "They have humps like a camel." I explained, "Yes, they have humps like a camel, but they don't store water. It's mostly fat." Hello, my name is Jasper Dew, and today I want to talk to you about Brahman cattle and their influence on other breeds of cattle. Brahman cattle were first imported to the United States in 1849. They have greatly improved since that first one stepped off the ship. In India, they are worshipped by their people. Now they are somewhat worshipped here in the United States. Senator Trudas, Charbray, Simbra, and Brayford are some of the new breeds that were made up with Brahman. The most important Brahman bull in the history of the breed is Manso, and he influenced the breed more than any other bull. Brahman cattle have an unmatched hybrid vigor or heterosis. This means that the offspring or the F1 cross out of 2 pure breeds will outperform most pure breeds. The F1 or first cross female are highly sought after. Just go to the Tom Johnson sale or attend the annual commercial cow sale here in San Antonio, and you'll see the stripes ringing the bell. The steers that go into the feedlot can thrive in many feed environments. They are known for having a high cutability. Brahman cattle will fit into almost any climate conditions. They are well suited for the high humidity we have down here in the south. A cow's heat stress comes into play at about 70 degrees. This is where Brahman is beneficial because they have the ability to sweat freely, which keeps them cooler. Brahman cattle are almost immune to cancer eye because of their dark skin pigmentation. They can resist most insects better than most breeds and some external parasites. Brahman cattle are what I would call a cheap date. They can thrive on lower quality forage and can travel longer distances for feed and water. If you don't think a Brahman cow has much maternal ability, go get between her and her newborn calf. They have a long lifespan of production and are very fertile. They are known to produce calves year after year and can mean fast-growing calves with less input. You can usually get 3 to 5 additional calving years from a Brahman cow. So, in conclusion, if you're riding down the road with your friend and they don't know the difference between a Brahman and a camel, you can explain it to them. I bet the cow tastes better also. Thank you.
Good job. Hey, I bet you wish you'd have gotten that question a minute ago that Dr. Rathman asked, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Heck yeah. All right, so tell me, especially with Brahman cattle and as excitable as they are there any different kind of management practices, any ways that you have to handle them differently? What do you think about that?
Well, they're more suited for the south, so, and you're gonna have to feed them more.
You gotta be more careful with them when you're in the pens with them?
Yes, sir.
I bet you do. Okay, thanks.
Hey Jasper, you got a really interesting duo of calves here from a breed type standpoint. I was trying to guess what they are. Are they a Akiushi, like Brahman cross, or do they not have any Akiushi in them? Are they just a big Beefmaster, or what are they?
They're Charlotte cross.
Charolais Brahman cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so you were talking about these Tigers track females, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
the reason that they sell at the top of the market is because they have a lot of maternal heterosis. So when we combine two breeds, we get heterosis. Can you explain to the audience what that is?
Yes, sir. It's the offspring or the F1 cross out of 2 pure breeds, which you get better traits than one pure breed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. Next is Trevor Phillips from Hallettsville FFA.
Have you ever wondered how cows communicate, or in this case, communicate? Hi, I'm Trevor Phillips. I'm from Hallettsville, Texas, and I'm a proud member of Hallettsville Junior FFA. Like humans, cows can talk to each other about food, weather, even if they're happy or sad. A study done by the University of Sydney shows a cow will stretch a longer and wilder sound when in distress. When a cow communicates with her calf, she makes a low-pitched sound. Calves, on the other hand, make a high-pitched sound. Cows can also communicate using visual signs. One way is with their tails. Cows will switch their tails when they are irritated or in pain. They will raise their tails when they are greeting new or old friends. Similar to dogs, cows will hold their tail between their legs when they are scared or cold. You can tell if a cow is surprised or scared when the white portion of their eyes increase in size. Cows are very social creatures, and in a small herd they will easily be able to communicate with each other. Paying attention to these signs and signals, do you think you're going to be able to understand the cattle better? Well, personally, I think go through one ear and out the other.
Nice job. Hey, I was looking at your study packet trying to get ready for all this, and I read the article about vaccines, and it got me to thinking, is there a place on cattle where you should try to give a shot if you have an opportunity? Where's the best place to give a shot to your steers?
In their shoulder.
Okay, thanks, bud.
Trevor, if you were going to tell everyone where or what type of beef to purchase so they would have the best eating experience, what would you recommend?
Can you repeat that?
if you were going to tell your friends or family what beef they should go purchase so they could have the best eating experience, what would you tell them to go purchase?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, let me give you some options. So if you went to HEB and you went over to the meat to case and you had a choice to buy a prime or a CAB top choice or a choice or select, which one would you tell them to purchase?
The prime?
Great job. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to take a 5-minute break. We got a bunch of kids that are needing to get up, and I don't want to distract the next speaker, so we'll take another quick break.
Go wash behind his ear.
next from Graham FFA, we'll get started again with Raise Your Joy.
When the West was wild, the laws were few, and the lawmen were even fewer. An unwritten code amongst the cowboys was more than just a code. It was a way of life. The 4 Sixes, the King Ranch, XIT, and Pitchfork are just a few of the great Texas brands. These brands don't just identify the ownership of the cattle, but the character of the owners and those who have worked for their ranches. Their legacy of strength, integrity, and superior stock has invoked a spirit of pride, loyalty, and respect for the brand. I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I know enough that character is more valuable than anything money can buy. Howdy, my name is Raise Your Joy. I'm 16 years old and from Graham FFA, and I would like to define the true meaning of riding for the brand. Riding for the brand is more than being a cowboy and following the simple rules of giving a hard, honest day's work in exchange for a fair day's pay. But it's about the character of those who work for and represent a company and a brand. Agriculture is more than growing food and raising livestock. It's everything about you and what you do. It's who you are. As an industry, we need to advocate for the values we possess and how those values reflect upon the products we produce. Effective branding attached to strong brand values can result in higher sales of not only one product, but of all the other products associated. Now you may be asking yourselves, why do I need to advocate for agriculture? Why can't I just mind my own business and do my ranch chores? Well, let's look at some statistics regarding the American public's relation to agriculture. According to Texas Farm Bureau, less than 2% of all Americans are directly involved in production ag. However, 1 in 7 Texans are employed in an agriculture-related field, and additionally, 100% of people are affected by agriculture. Even though everyone is affected by ag, there still seems to be a great disconnect from the farm to the plate. As an industry, we can do better. So as agriculturists, it is our duty to educate and inform the American consumer about our good practices and good stewardship of the land and animals. Social media platforms are an excellent way to accomplish this goal. YouTubers such as the Millennial Farmer, War Farms, Young Red Angus, and many others are promoting ag by just doing what they do on a daily basis, educating and informing why we as producers do what we do and how we are preserving the land and caring for our stock. I think Red Siegel sums up riding for the brand with his famous quote, "Son, a man's brand is his own special mark that says, 'This is mine, leave it alone.' You hire out to a man, ride for his brand, and protect it like it was your own." So as a community, we need to speak up for agriculture because it's not just an individual's brand, it is everybody's. By promoting good techniques and practices, we're strengthening agriculture and our national security. A country's strength is rooted at the strength of a steady and safe food supply. As a producer, the way I tend the land and handle my stock reflects upon the industry as a whole. And as a Joy, I'm riding for the Joy brand. Everything I do reflects upon my family name. And as a Christian, I'm called to spread the good news about Jesus Christ and Christianity. I think the greatest honor would be have it said, that old boy always rode for the brand, riding for the brand, a life worth living, a life of dedication to something bigger, a code unwritten but understood. In a few short words, it tells the whole story. Thank you.
Nice job. Love that. So, last third of your speech or so, you talked about educating consumer and getting our message out, and the only idea that we keep hearing is social media. Social media, you said it, is a great way, but there have to be other ways. I'm not on social media. I don't ever look. And there are still people like me that don't go to social media. Are there any other ways, Brazier, you think we can reach the public? What other avenues do we have besides social media to reach the consumer, to tell them about our life, to tell them about our product? to tell them about our lifestyle?
Yes, sir. Well, I'm not on social media either, so I had to find another way to share about agriculture. I was given the opportunity to speak at several clubs in our town, such as Lions Club, Kiwanis Club, and our county fair. And that led to some very interesting conversations about how I was able to educate them and my fellow competitors about how their beef comes from our pasture into their plate. So even though social media, everyone's on it, there's still other ways that we can communicate that message, such as the newspaper, public events, and many others.
Well, I was really impressed with your speech. I respect somebody greatly that can get in front of an audience and speak with a sincere heart about their true core values and why you operate the way that you do. That was really impressive. I want to ask you a tough question. So in your walk with Christ, we're all constantly striving to get better and to grow deeper. I want you to critically evaluate our production practices in the beef industry and tell me where you think there's an area where we can do better from a production standpoint. So not an advocacy standpoint, but do you see anywhere in our industry where producers can do a better job in delivering the product that we deliver?
Yes, sir. There are many ways. Just paying attention to what you're doing. Just being a good steward, like I said, paying attention to the vaccine dates, not trying to push it, even when it may cost you a little bit extra. Just making sure that you are doing everything possible that the beef industry has a good name, and through that you can promote agriculture and everything else by doing that.
Thank you so much.
Nice job, Rager. Real good. All right, from Groveton FFA, Mr. Jet Arbuckle.
There once was a man walking down the road. He stopped by a cemetery to walk faster to his family, so he cut through the cemetery. On his way through the cemetery, he fell into a grave. He tried in vain to get out, but could not pull himself out. He then decided, well, I'll stay here until morning, and surely someone will come by and help me out. And he went to sleep. It just so happens another man was walking down the road and cut through the cemetery. Well, this feller fell into the same grave. But unlike the first man, this man just whined and complained that he would never get out of the grave. He was unaware that the other man was in the grave with him. And when the other man said, "Oh yes, we will," the second guy flat-footed himself out of the grave. Hi, my name is Jed Arbuckle, and I'm here to tell you about the joys and discomforts of being in the beef industry. There's a lot you can learn from raising steers. The first is responsibility. They don't have a baby monitor in the pen, so that means you have to check on them twice daily to feed and evaluate them. This is where the parents come in play. At the dinner table they ask, "Did you feed your steers today?" I'll skip the in-between conversation, but let's just say your plate was put up when you got back in. You learn to put your business in your steers before you think about yourself. Another thing you can learn is that you're actually helping to feed the population. In your little feed yard where you produce 2 steers and sell them to be consumed. It's not a 50,000 head feed yard, but still you're contributing to help feed the population. The United States is the 3rd leading exporter of beef in 2023 with 11% of the world beef exports. The drought. This was a tough year to be in the cattle business. The drought was bad in our part of country. It caused producers to wean calves at smaller weights that hurt the bottom line. It caused them to cull harder than ever, which sent many cows to the market. It also caused hay prices to be higher than people have ever seen in our country. It also caused fuel and fertilizer prices to be higher also. But farmers and ranchers are resilient. Now remember that guy who fell into the grave and just whined and complained. Ranchers won't be like that guy. They will have the attitude that they will succeed because they are willing to work hard and they love what they do. Thank you for your time.
I'm looking at your health expense, your summary of your animal health products that you used. Would you tell us about some of them, please, sir? What is this UltraVac 8 stuff?
Yes, sir. UltraVac 8 is it's for the clostridial diseases, and there's an UltraVac 7, but the 8 contains tetanus, which the UltraVac 7 doesn't.
Jed, I like the truth about the cattle rancher. They definitely work hard and spend a lot of hours doing what they love to do. And I wanted to, you did mention in your speech about the value that's added to the price of cattle, and we had a tough year last year from a producer standpoint. Do you have an idea of how many dollars, like, and I'll give you some choices, so make this multiple choice, that would add, that export adds to the value of a calf or a steer that's from the ranch? And so if we didn't have export, like in 2004 and 5, whenever we ended up being shut off because of mad cow, how much value is export worth to us? How important is it that we trade? Is it worth $0, somewhere around $300 to $400, or is it closer to like $800 to $1,000?
I'd say closer to $800 to $1,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You did a great job.
Thank you, Jed. All right, let's go to Conatillo FFAs and Mr. Reed Gill.
If any of you have been to a grocery store recently, you have seen a steady increase in beef prices. For those of you that are fortunate enough to have somebody that can process and package your animal, I'm sure you are eagerly awaiting your harvest date, which if you call this week, you should be getting ready around July. Hi, my name is Reed Gill, and I'm here representing the Conatillo Junior FFA chapter. This is how I opened last year's speech, where I talked about the need for small packing plants to help alleviate the enormous pressure on the big four packing plants, and to help build and diversify smaller packing plants in small communities. I'm happy to say that the USDA has started its program of $223 million of grants and loans going towards building and diversifying small packing plants. They have started the first round of $73 million for 21 different projects across 19 different states. Although the money did not come for free, they had to go through numerous interviews and inspections, and the USDA had their own conditions, and they needed to be alerted whenever partial or whole ownership changed. The idea for these grants came from numerous hardships that we have faced throughout the years, such as fires, cyber attacks, and a pandemic. This project will help ranchers and help small communities where there are not as many jobs, and will offer jobs with better wages. In conclusion, I think that, or I know that this program will help small packing plants and ranchers. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Hey, I was looking at your summary at the end of your record book. Would you tell me about your average daily gain? Tell me about, first of all, what is average daily gain? How did you calculate it, and were you pleased with the results of the average daily gain that your steers accomplished?
Average daily gain is the amount of weight that they gain per day, and I was pretty pleased with my result. 3 pounds.
Hey Reed, a lot of the potential funding that you spoke about for diversification of the packing sector was motivated by the challenges that that sector endured during the COVID pandemic. Can you tell me what happened with, or describe for me the challenges that occurred during the pandemic in the packing sector?
It was hard because they had to social distancing and stuff, so they couldn't have many people working together.
Yep. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Good job, Reed. Next is Baylor Brown from Navarro FFA.
Good afternoon. My name is Baylor Brown. I'm from Geronimo, Texas, and I attend Navarro Junior High School. My family has a cow-calf operation in Gonzales County, and through the years of participation in the commercial steer program, I'm beginning to see that there's a much bigger picture for the purpose of this program. I believe that bigger picture, or I believe that purpose to be in changing my perspective of what needs to happen at the ground level with the cow-calf operation. And seeing that bigger picture, I think it is very important to prepare these animals to go to the feedlot. Generally, when we raise a calf crop at the Rancho Gonzales, we are focused on raising our calves to the ideal weight based upon where the market is at the right time. Many factors go into how we market our calves. Weight, Mother Nature, market, and resources, just to name a few. But we use all these factors to try and determine when the best time is to sell all of our calves so we can optimize the profits. I have learned that there is another way to earn the premium. I have learned for producers there is another way to earn the premium. Preconditioning their own cattle. Of course, it is a lot easier to talk about preconditioning than it is to actually do the preconditioning. I believe producers possess a home field advantage when it comes to preconditioning their own cattle. An advantage would include weaning using gentler methods such as keeping the mama cow in a neighboring pasture and so the calves can separate slowly, which would minimize stress. Another advantage would be not exposing these calves to the stress of transport or livestock auctions, which would make for a smoother weaning process and better the calves' chances of success in the preconditioning program. It is also worth pointing out that if you have a successful cow-calf operation, you are probably already doing the things that set the stage for a good preconditioning program. Such things would include vaccination or castration at an early age. At our ranch in Gonzales County, all of our bull calves are castrated during the first week of birth. And we began this process in 2015 and haven't had a fatality or an infection since we began. Just like raising and marketing a calf crop, there are many factors that go into how you market. Many factors you need to take into consideration before you start a preconditioning program. I believe the very first thing to be considered is market. If I can precondition this set of cattle, where will I sell these cattle? It would obviously be a shame to put all that hard work and effort into preconditioning these cattle and have no one to sell them to. Once your market is determined, the hard part really begins. Taking your balling calves and getting them through the stress. Teaching your calves to eat and teaching your calves to eat and be more independent can be very hard, especially with the smaller the calves that you are working with. You have to monitor these calves on a regular basis, checking for sickness, checking for sickness, and
this preconditioning topic has been one that I have struggled with for a long time. Dr. Miller, I don't know what the count is now, but I bet it's less than it used to be. But at one time, I heard the average size of the cow herd in Texas was somewhere between 20 and 30. Maybe it was between 30 and 40. Do you know what it is now?
I think that it's still that same range, around 25.
Okay, so let's just say it's 25. A guy that's got 25, let's just say he's got 100% calf crop. He's great at having calves. He's got a 100% calf crop and 25 calves. Does it make economical sense to him to if he's not going to keep them, he's got to sell them every year just to pay his taxes, right? Because that's why most people that have 25 cows, that's one of the main reasons that they have them. They love the lifestyle, but they also need to pay their taxes, okay? So they got to sell them all. Does it make sense for that guy to precondition and to take the time and spend the effort and spend the money to precondition? Because it's real difficult for that guy to market his cattle as having been preconditioned. What do you think about that?
I think it kind of just depends on the person and like what they can do, because like I said, it's very hard. I think preconditioning is probably a very risky part of the thing. It's very risky, but if you are successful, it can be the profits are very rewarding, and it can probably help. It'll help you if you are good at it.
Hey, good job. I want to change directions with you for just a second and really compliment you on the way you fed your steers. I think that they look really good. And if you were able to do one thing differently in your project or what you did with your steers, what would you do differently for them here in the ring today? Was there anything you'd change, or do you think you hit the target, so to speak?
I think my steers did pretty well, but something I would is checking on them a little bit more than I did, because I got really busy this year, and I think just checking on them, make sure that they have what they need is very important. So I think I do that a little bit better.
I think we could all do that. Thank you very much. Good job.
Nice job, Baylor. All right, next let's go to Mason Wolf, Randall County 4-H.
Imagine after this contest is over, we might all go out to a fancy restaurant. We'll sit down and the waiter will tell us that the special this evening is a 12-ounce prime rib. We order it and finish our meal. A little while later, he comes back with the check. The waiter tells us that the price of this prime rib is $64.99. Talk about price shock. Sounds to me like half my college tuition spent on dinner. Hello, my name is Mason Wolf. I'm a freshman at Canyon High School, and this is my 4th year competing in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. Today, I'm here to talk to you about supply and demand and how it affects today's cattle industry. Most of us have been affected by supply and demand. Have you gone out and bought a carton of eggs recently? If not, prepare to be shell-shocked. Supply and demand affects us in many ways, including cattle prices and inventory. According to the American Farm Bureau, cattle inventory is projected to see a 5% decrease. This means the number of live cattle will be down to 88 million head. This is projected to be the lowest they have been since 1951, when cattle inventory approached 82 million head. With this decrease comes heightened cattle prices for producers and feedlots. With cattle prices over $156 a hundredweight, this is the highest they have been since May of 2015. Cattle prices are usually higher as it is peak grilling season, and most producers sell way back in October. However, what will these prices look like with low inventory numbers? The American Farm Bureau also states that 2023 will see a drop in beef production to a little over 26 billion pounds. Supply chain issues in October of 2021 due to COVID-19 raised retail prices. This rise in the market not only affects producers but also consumers. cattle prices going up costs a feed yard more money to feed that animal, which causes them to raise the prices to sell their cattle to the packing plant, who have already raised the cost of their beef. This sudden spike in prices may cause some Americans to find alternative protein sources, such as chicken, pork, turkey, or dare I mention plant-based. Today, the outlook for producers across the country is positive. With cattle prices the way they are, we can expect these producers to sell their cattle for a premium price. However, the outlook for consumers is not looking as well as we would have hoped. Seeing as these producers may be selling their cattle with higher cattle prices, this means consumers will have to be paying extra for the beef that many of us enjoy. This may cause their budgets to become stretched, not allowing many consumers to enjoy the luxuries of life. In conclusion, not only has supply and demand affected the production of cattle, but also the consumption and sale of cattle. Cattle prices will continue to rise due to inflation. However, the cattle inventory is continuously fluctuating. So the next time you want to buy a steak, you'll understand why cattle prices are the way they are. I know my family and I won't be enjoying grilled tofu anytime in the future, especially here in San Antonio. Thank you.
With cattle prices being as high as they've ever been, and just like you said $1.56. I said earlier the floor price is $1.61.
Sir?
I want you to tell us, I want you to talk to us about break even and what is the appropriate time to determine a break even. And then I want you to talk about whether or not you feel like with this higher than it's ever been price, will you make a profit this year?
So like I said, with cattle prices being the way they are, we can expect break-evens to be relatively high. With feed and corn prices skyrocketing, break-evens are going to be higher, $1.60, as you were saying the floor price is. Me personally, I would think that my break-even would be $1.50, $1.60.
Mason, you're doing great, bud. So you're talking about where the fat cattle market is right now. Tell me what you know about where the feeder cattle market is, and then the wean calf market, and what is a feeder calf? Where is the markets on those? Are they lower or higher than fats on a per pound or per hundredweight basis?
So feeder cattle, I would believe that they were higher than the fat cattle market, and then I'm not too sure where the weaning cattle market is.
What's a feeder calf? Can you define that?
A feeder calf is a calf weighing around 800 pounds going into the feedlot to be fed for slaughter.
Awesome. You nailed it. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. Let's go to Darby Phillips from Hallettsville.
We have all seen the news where people's cars and valuables have been stolen, but cattle, not so much. Imagine if your cattle were stolen. What would you do? How would you manage? Hi, I'm Darby Phillips and I'm from Hallettsville, Texas. I am in the 9th grade and a proud member of Hallettsville FFA. To understand present cattle theft, one must understand the past and how it originated. Some of the first cattle theft in Texas was done by Native Americans. Native Americans targeted settlers by driving off cattle and creating stampedes. Native Americans were doing this to keep settlers out of their hunting lands and when food supplies were low. During the Civil War and Reconstruction time period, Mexican rustlers were also an issue. It is estimated that between 1859 through 1872, Mexican bandits stole over 145,298 head of cattle from various South Texas ranches. However, Native American and Mexican bandits were much less of a problem than Texas bandits were. Texas ranches in Mexico were often targeted by Texas bandits who swam large herds of cattle across the Rio Grande by night and sold them in Kansas markets. Texas bandits also often targeted northward trails or western plains. Now, you may be thinking, sure, this may have been a problem in the 1800s, but how much is it really affecting our world today? A study in 2020 showed that there are over 1,000 cases of cattle theft investigated per year, as well as an average of $1 million recovered in cattle for ranchers. In Texas, the cases are being investigated by the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association. Once a perpetrator is investigated and found guilty, they can serve up to 10 years in prison. Versus, in the 1800s, the perpetrator could have been hanged for such crime. It is important to take cattle theft seriously. The best way to stop it is to prevent it. If you don't take the proper precautions, your cattle could be the next case. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Tell us some of the statistics. I mean, is there a lot of cattle theft that still goes on?
Yes, sir. So, like I said, there are over 1,000 cases of cattle theft investigated per year, and that's just in Texas. So, like in other places where we have cattle, there is much more of this cattle theft that is still going on.
1,000 cases investigated. Do they catch the bandits most of the time? Some of the time, never.
It just depends, I would say. Like with the TSCRA, it's like a membership program. So if you're a member of that, you're probably going to be more likely to catch the cases because if you're paying them, they're probably going to put in more effort to catch your cattle.
Darby, great job again. What are some of the ways that you could identify your cattle so that if they were stolen, that hopefully the TSCRA could recover them?
Yes, sir. So you want to make sure that you're branding your cattle, and you can use things like ear notches and ear tags. And also now there's like the cool ear tags that you can track your cattle with. So those are some of the ways that you can do that. And also you can make sure to take pictures of your cattle because this could be a helpful tool to use when locating your cattle. Thank you.
Great answer.
Thank you, Darby. Good job. Okay, let's go to Newcastle FFA, Miss True Creel.
Despite Rooster's famous line, looking back is a bad habit. We can venture back to 1880 when in John Wayne's movie, True Grit, a young and feisty, stubborn but determined, Maddie Ross was avenging her father's death, and she found the right man for the job. Rooster Carr. When questioned why she pursued the scrappy U.S. Marshal, Maddie mentioned, "They say he has grit. I wanted a man with grit." My name is True Creel. I am 10 years old from Newcastle, Texas. We are each born with varying degrees of grit, which will be further developed by experience, which is the refinement of life. The Bible's terms for grit, steadfastness, and endurance are found throughout Scripture. We face challenging circumstances every day because we live in a fallen world. Christians of godly grit don't grow weary or lose heart, as instructed in Galatians, Corinthians, and Thessalonians. We keep our eyes fixed on Jesus for the long haul, no matter what challenges come our way. Moses, a man of godly character, is a biblical example of grit. Even Paul Harvey's 1978 poem about God's design of farmers is gushing with grit. Grit has become an increasingly popular term in recent years. American author Angela Duckworth is trending on social platforms because she shared this. "I started studying kids and adults in all sorts of super challenging settings, and in every study, my question was, who is successful here and why? One characteristic emerged as a significant predictor of success, and it wasn't social intelligence, wasn't good looks, physical health, and it wasn't IQ. It was grit. Grit is passion and perseverance for long-term goals. Grit is having stamina. Grit is sticking with your future day in, day out. Not just for the week, not just for the month, but for years, and working really hard to make that future a reality. Grit is living life like it's a marathon, not a sprint." Did you catch that? Passion and perseverance for long-term goals. That is the most accurate description of cattle ranchers and dryland wheat farmers. Not only in my home of Young County, Texas, but from across our great state. And it applies to all ventures in agriculture. Why do people in ag do what they do? With what feels like the odds continually stacked against them, presidents and politics, markets and monopolies, and droughts and disease. And because of these and so many more reasons, no 2 years of an agriculturalist are the same. Those committed to this way of life get up every morning and in a selfless and noble effort, put one foot in front of the other to make things better. Markets make drastic swings nowadays. I heard there once was a time when you could buy a calf, grow them fat, and sell them. All the while, your markets moved 50 cents in our growing period. Versus today, when markets swing $3 to $4 on any given day. And what about the weather? I think of the multi-generational family that spent the last 160 years putting together their herd, only to be faced with 6 months, no rain, 0 grazing, or the threat of selling out. Or the wheat farmer that's on the brink of losing his crop for the same reasons, but ag buzz. But where would this conversation be without faith? Because then, those same sowers of seeds, producers of protein and produce, they would catch a timely rain. As Dad says, $1 million rain. That roads creek beds full, washes life into crops, saves harvest, and restores herds. Good Lord willing, those days happen too. 1 Corinthians 15:58 wraps up my understanding of grit in a profound way. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, stand firm. Let nothing move you. Always give yourself fully to the work of the Lord, because you know that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. I am grateful for my developing passions and the little glimmers of grit because of my life in agriculture, and specifically due to my commercial steers and other animals. Maybe one day, like farmers and ranchers, I too can have true grit. Thank you.
There are some things about you that kind of remind me of the young lady on that True Grit show. I'll just go ahead and tell you. True, we don't have a problem in this competition with sponsorships, because we bring people into this room that get to watch kiddos like you stand up and do this, and they want to be a part. But I want you to pretend with me for a minute that we did have a problem getting sponsors, and that I was going to take you with me to introduce you to a business that I was trying to get help from. I was trying to get money from to support you kids. All right? And their question was to you, well, True, why would I support your competition, this commercial steer competition, when I already support the market steer, the market competitions, market goats, market pigs, market lambs? We already play those games down there. We already support them. Why should we support the commercial steer program?
Well, to support the commercial steer contest, I think it's a really great contest. I enjoy the whole process and watching the cattle grow. And yes, people do sponsor the other little things like the pigs and goats, but sponsoring the commercial steers is another whole different part and a new ball game. But it means just the same amount of sponsorship as it means to me as it does for the pigs or the goats.
Sister can preach. That was awesome, True.
Thank you.
What's your favorite Bible story, and how do you relate that to how you treat your cattle or how you've managed them through the course of the year?
Probably Galatians 1:26, because God made these creatures and He put them on this planet for a specific reason, and that's to make me.
That's awesome. Way to go.
Good job, True. Way to go. Okay, next we've got Grant Kabbalah from Schulenburg.
Good morning. My name is Grant Kabbalah. I'm a member of the Schulenburg FFA chapter in Schulenburg, Texas. Today marks the 6th and final time that I will be competing in this contest. Today I would like to talk about a topic that I feel is important to the cattle industry. This topic is sustainability, a word that has been heard around the industry for many years. But what exactly does sustainability mean? Sustainability is defined as the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. Sustainability encompasses 3 major pillars: environmental responsibility, social progress, and economic growth. Now let's define this in regards to the cattle industry. Beef producers represent these 3 pillars very well. Sustainability to beef producers is about being the caretakers of the land, animals, and water resources. It means being an advocate and a promoter of a safe, wholesome product, and being able to support profitability throughout the entire industry while keeping the end product of beef affordable to all consumers. In order to keep my project more sustainable, I fed a ration that consisted of numerous ingredients that are inedible to humans. One of these products is corn distillers grains. Dry distillers grains, or DDG as it is commonly known, is a byproduct of ethanol production. DDG is a great source of protein in feedlot rations, and while improving cattle performance, it also helps to reduce feedlot costs. The other product that I used was corn gluten pellets. Corn gluten is a co-product of wet corn milling that manufactures starches, sweeteners, syrups, and oils. These pellets serve as a great source of both protein and energy. By using these byproducts, I have converted byproducts that were destined to the landfill into a safe and wholesome flavor of beef product. This is just one example of what I did to contribute to the sustainability of beef. And practices like this occur at every stage of the industry. But the most sustainable product in producing beef is you and me. By definition, we are the natural resources necessary to maintain an ecological balance. We learn more about beef every day from our parents, teachers, and peers. As I look out in the room, I'm confident that beef will continue to be a sustainable product for many years to come. In this room, we have people from every aspect of the industry. Our fellow contestants and I are all considered producers. And in the stands and sitting around, we have producers, teachers, researchers, professors, industry leaders, and marketing professionals. We all strive to support sustainability and security of beef to ensure that it will be around for many years to come. I'd like to thank the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo, Mr. Trace Blair, John Mack, and Jay Peters for everything they do, and all the volunteers and committeemen for hosting this contest. It's been a great educational opportunity for me. I've learned so many skills that I will take home with me for the rest of my life. Thanks to you, I feel that the cattle industry is in great hands. Thank you.
Good job, Grant. Thanks. Hey, expand the sustainable topic with me from just the cattle themselves. Let's go to the land where we raise these cattle. What are some sustainable practices that you would suggest we incorporate in order to increase our overall sustainability as opposed to just focusing on the cattle themselves?
One big thing that all the cattle producers do to be sustainable is not overgraze. They understock their land to make sure the grass is staying growing and contributing to the ecosystem. They also fertilize and keep their grasses green and growing at all times of the year. They also don't overuse the water resources.
Grant, amazing job, and it's going to be sad to see you leave. And you've been here and done a great job for a lot of years. Your two steers, you fed them out. You did an amazing job. Those are two really, really outstanding steers. And so hats off to you in that. I want to ask you a really tough question that you probably know the answer to. But when we look at, cattle industry is just getting beat up by a lot of different folks, and they find that they just try to find something new every day. One of the things they really worked on us the past few years on is the contribution of producing steers like yours to large, really well-finished steers, and the contribution that methane that they produce contributes to global warming and ruining the environment. When you really get down and look at the numbers, how much does agriculture and you can do either ag or the beef industry, how much do they really contribute to methane and greenhouse gas from the total percentage of 100%? So you can choose a number anywhere from 0 to 100.
They contribute 1.9% of the total.
Yeah, I know you know the answer. Great job.
Good job, Grant. Not 1% or 2%, 1.9% is what his answer was. That's awesome. Okay, let's go to Kate Busby, Hill County 4-H.
Get your homework done. Hurry up. We're running late for school, or church, or the 4-H meeting, or at the faith meeting. It never seems to stop. These many demands from my mother stress me out. Now, while these demands don't seem to have a negative gain effect on me, the demands of stress on the cattle can and will have a negative effect on their gain. Hello, San Antonio. My name is Kate Busby, coming to you today from Hill County 4-H. And today, I want to share with you about a couple of different cattle stresses and the effects from them. Every year, millions of head of cattle are transported from point A to point B all across the world. As producers, it is our job to follow best management practices in a calm and consistent manner. As producers, it is also our job to be mindful of the trailer and handling facilities we are using, and to remember that a bad trip getting to or on the trailer can turn the most flavorful, tender filet mignon to the toughest piece of shoe leather. Nutritional stress can be equally or more damaging than transportation and handling stress. Studies have shown that cattle coming off the truck are under additional stress and need 25% more nutrition. Nutritional stress isn't always apparent to the naked eye, but it affects the tenderness and flavor of the meat. Nutritional stress doesn't mean lack of food, but rather the ingredient quality and quantity, palatability, inconsistent feeding schedules, and water quality or shortage. Environmental stress is also a big stressor in cattle. Heat stress is the big stressor throughout Texas. How Texans can't stop the heat, we can help by becoming properly prepared. Water stress can be equally or more. Water is essential for life, especially since 75% of muscle tissue is made of water. Have you ever seen how much your steers drink when you refill the trough after letting it go empty? This is why I found how wonderful automatic waters are. They always stay full and stay clean. For the most part. Optimal bunk space and consistent feeding times is also necessary. If we humans get 3 meals a day, those meals are not consistent in timing, we get hangry. The same goes for cattle. Cattle feeding times should be as close to the same time each day for metabolic and digestive functions of the body to perform optimally. How us humans don't like to compete for a seat at the dinner table, cattle shouldn't have to compete for space at the feed bunk. This is why optimal bunk space is needed. In preparing for this contest, preventing stress in my cattle proved to be hard at times. Thanks to the extreme drought and lack of rain across Texas, options for feeder cattle were slim at purchase time. Just days before the weigh-in deadline, we located some steers, although they weren't the ideal weight or body condition we were looking for. However, it was my opportunity to be here today. We loaded the best ones for myself and my brother, loaded the wild banshees, and headed home. After several days of letting the cattle become accustomed to their new surroundings, we got to work. We vaccinated, dewormed, implanted, and provided the cattle with adequate feed and water. And after several days of letting the cattle get used to us, their average daily gain was over 4 pounds per head per day. That, my friends, equals pretty much a stress-free life. In closing, remember that as humans, it is our job to prevent stress in cattle. If we leave livestock stress unchecked, it can haunt our cattle all the way from the pasture to the consumer's plate. Thank you.
Good job, Kate. Hey, you talked about bunk space. I don't know what the heck a bunk is. And I also saw that there's a whole section in the study guide about bunk management. Would you talk, I mean, you gave us one little thought about, bunk space, but tell us what bunk management is and why it's important.
Yes, sir. So, having optimal bunk space and managing your bunk. So, while I was feeding my steers, they would constantly, for the first 2.5 to 3
the guy who had them, they were always spilling out feed inside of the buck troughs, which is basically pretty much a J trough, and they would always spill it out until we made homemade end caps, which prevented them a bunch from spilling feed.
Kate, I was highly entertained by your speech. Did your mother approve the front end of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, she already knew you were going to get up here and say this. Hey, do you know what a bud box is?
Yes, sir.
Tell everybody what a bud box is and what the mindset is behind working cattle in it.
Yes, sir. So basically, the mind of a bud box is basically run the cattle into a big 3x2 panel square, and then you run them in and you shut the gate immediately behind them, and then they'll turn around because cattle always want to go back to where they came from, and they'll notice that it's shut. But then the alleyway gate is open, so that's the only way to get out of the bud box. So they have to flow up into the alley to go to the chute.
Very well done. Okay, let's go to Truett Burton, Shackelford County, 4 acres.
That was heavy. This dolly is what I used to deliver feed to my steers every day for the last 6 months. Hi, I'm Truett Burton. I'm from Shackelford County, and this is my first year doing commercial steers. One day after coming in from feeding, I came in to discover a gift box sent to us full of grass-fed beef. And it made me wonder, what's the difference between grass-fed and what I'm doing? It was a great conversation started for my dad and I, and it also led me to wanting to learn more about the differences. So I called up some of the best ranchers cattlemen I've ever gotten to know. So come along with me now as I introduce you to them and the cool things I've learned. Our first stop is at the R.A. Brown Ranch with Mr. Donald Brown. I've grown up going to the R.A. Brown Ranch bull sales since I could barely walk. And he is someone I have grown up to look up to when it comes to anything related to beef cows. He offered me 2 very interesting points, and the first point is the term upcycling. And it made me wonder, what in the world is upcycling? Upcycling is a magic superpower that cows have to be able to convert low-quality grass into high-quality protein for me and you. He also reminded me that even though my steers spent the majority of their time as grass-fed, thanks to our modern-day systems of moving feed and nutrients around, we can speed up that finishing process and develop that savory grain-fed marbling that Americans have grown to love. In fact, that brings us up to our second point, efficiency. Did you know in America we produce twice as much beef with the same amount of beef cows as we did in 1950? That kind of makes pushing this thing full of feed worth it. Our next stop is we find ourselves at the road of the McCartney Ranch with Mr. Tom McCartney. He told me our industry is able to give consumers exactly what they want, and yet it is guaranteed to be safe and nutritious thanks to the beef quality assurance, or the BQA. He also reminded me that he wished that we could work together better as one big beef cattle family, because there's no need to put down a different product than yours to promote your side. They're both good beef. They're just different. As my brother and I learned with our chores, it's better to work together. There's no need to put down a different product than yours to promote your side. I love being outdoors, and one of the favorite things to do is build a fire and cook outside with my family, and I love to eat beef, even though my parents are always telling me to eat more vegetables. So the moral of the story is finished on grain or finished on grass. It doesn't matter to me. Just make sure mine is cooked medium rare. Thank you.
Good job, Truett. All right, you used an acronym a while ago called BQA. I don't have a clue what BQA is or what agency or what organization sponsors the BQA. Can you tell us what you know about that, please,
So
sir?
the BQA is an organization that helps educate producers on how to treat cattle and how to treat cattle properly and the different sources of feed, etc. And not just the producers, but the people who buy the beef, the consumers.
Truett, great job, and you're hanging out with some high-quality people that you're getting advice from, so know you're going to do really, really well in the beef production segment. I was going to ask you, in grass versus grain-fed beef, if you look at the three things that consumers tell us they really like beef for, it's either juiciness or the tenderness or the flavor. Which of those three would be the reason why there would be a really dramatic difference between grass-fed and grain-fed beef?
I would say the flavor, most likely, in my opinion.
Well, you're right. You're exactly right. So your opinion's right on. Thank you very much.
Good job, Truett. Okay, let's go to Byron Nelson, FFA, Cindy Guerrero.
How many people are affected by drought? There are millions of people affected by drought every single day, with not being able to give their animals water to not being able to give them food. The drought can give major problems to a lot of people. Hi, my name is Cindy Guerrero. I'm a part of the Byron Nelson FFA chapter, and today I'm going to be talking about the 3 specific ways we're facing drought. Now, what are the 3 specific ways we're facing drought? There are many ways we're facing drought, but the 3 most important are feed supplies, water supplies, and forage supplies. Forage supply is probably one of the most affected products in the beef cattle industry. Farmers in Texas create around 9,216 tons of hay each year. Drought often changes the composition of forage. The conditions further hamper pasture productivity. The lack of moisture suppresses plant growth and delays root developments. Without adequate root structure, plants are unable to extract moisture and nutrients from the soil, which further limits plant growth. There are other additional issues, such as nitrate accumulation and nutritive value, that often causes farmers problems that use drought-damaged forage. In addition, dry pasture leads to lower quality of hay and increases fire danger. Feed supplies are similar to forage supplies. The depletion of water availability in soils causes significant declines in plants and whatnot. Just know that I'm very nervous and I will be stuttering and shaking throughout the whole speech, but that's okay. But basically, if we don't have feed supplies and whatnot, we can't feed our cattle. And if we can't feed our cattle, then they lack adequate feed intake, which can create digestive challenges that make cattle more prone to infections and diseases. Now you understand how water supply is a big part of the beef cattle industry. Without adequate water supply, our harvest suffers. like growing our crops to create feed and growing our hay so our cattle can have high energy. And again, if we can't grow our crops, then we can't feed our cattle. And if we can't feed our cattle, then they lack adequate feed intake, which can create digestive challenges and make cattle more prone to infections and diseases. So, how can we fix these problems? We can fix these problems by providing a water system for our crops. Farmers can install an underground hose where water can go through. There will be a timer, so when the timer goes off, the crops can get water thoroughly. And with this, we can have crops grow all throughout the season. This can help us adapt and make it through the drought periods while still harvesting adequate grain and hay to ensure high quality cattle. Thank you.
Good job, Sandy. Let's stick with it. I keep hearing that this drought is the reason for all the high prices, the high cost of the inputs, the high price of cattle. Can you walk me through, I don't understand how drought causes high prices. Can you walk me through what your thoughts are about that?
Well, what I think with drought, it causes a lot of problems for cattle because without drought, we can't have a lot of hay. And most cattle, well, mostly all cattle, eat a lot of hay. And the drought affects a lot of growing. So if we can't grow crops and we can't get grain and hay and all that beautiful things that make cattle very thick and nice that we want them to receive.
Cindy, you're doing it. You're doing a great job. Hey, one of the most important decisions that a rancher has to make is what the stocking rate needs to be for his cow herd on that ranch. Can you tell us what stocking rate is?
If I'm being honest,
Okay, so stocking rate is just how many acres you allocate per cow on your ranch, right? Like how much ground to give them. Do you think that a rancher, in your opinion, in Texas, should stock his ranch at a rate for dry years or for an average year, or should he stock his ranch and be optimistic and stock it at a rate appropriate for wet years?
I think for technically dry years, so whenever the chance does come with drought, they're prepared with all that.
Yeah, I agree. Good job.
Good job. Let's go to slide LFFA, Cy Weber.
Big Four meat packers are robbing us blind. We need price discovery and transparency. We must pass legislation to make sure we get a fair price for our cattle. Can the Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act help us? Hi, my name is Cy Weber, and I am from the Slidell Junior FFA chapter. Texas and Oklahoma feeders have come under scrutiny over recent years for their use of forward pricing using the grid. Some believe that this method of selling does not create price discovery, since no negotiated prices exist. Negotiated grid and auction sales are limited to less than 8% of all sales in our region, which is well below the 25% national average. The Cattle Price Discovery and Transparency Act forces a percentage of producers to sell on a negotiated basis. Commission, companies, auctioneers, and order buyers will have a chance to profit on those sales. That is $12 million in lost commissions alone. Ranchers who have worked hard to market quality cattle on the grid will be forced to sell cattle on the open market. The passage of this act will disrupt what is an effective method of delivering high-quality cattle to the market. Last year, my steers were visually graded by these two cattle. Their evaluations are supported by years of education and experience. The result of last year's live evaluation was low choice yield grade 2. While this grade is respectable, one of my steers on the rail received a prime 3 grade. Order buyers use the same information as our industry experts to conduct a live evaluation. If cattle are forced through the sales, bids will be placed by order buyers who are making an educated guess. Will buyers consider that they have buying for proven herds with proven genetics? Will breeds that have been making genetic proven to morally be discounted due to buyer bias? It is an educated guess until the carcass is graded on the rail. A prime grade can give the producer up to an extra $400 per animal in our current market. That's a big bonus for ranchers who do the work to produce premium beef under a cash market system. The producer will not see the premiums the grid would have provided. I don't want to lose my premiums and spend more money to sell my cattle. I want to be paid by a contract based on good genetic selection. If I fail, I'll accept a lower price. If I do a good job, I want to be rewarded for my efforts. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Good job. All right, you obviously know all about the grid. Tell me about the other ways that there are to market cattle besides selling them on the grid.
You could find other. You could pick up the phone and call other. You could find buyers from calling other buyers instead of doing.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure you. My question was bad, so I'm going to do it again. Okay? Let's just say somebody from off the street came in and heard you talking about a grid, and they didn't understand a thing about what you were talking about. All right? I want you to have not a speech. Don't give them a speech. I want you to have a conversation with that person and talk to them about what selling cattle on the grid is. Can you do that with me?
I can't really think of anything.
Well, your speech was completely full of it. You did a great job. Thank you, bud.
Si, I would agree with that. I think your speech was outstanding, and you did a great job on that. And one of the things I wanted to ask you was, all those mean, terrible packers that have been robbing the cattle producers blind. What would you think if you were let's just say you were a packer and you were running the whole industry? What would you do, or what do you think would be good for the packer to do to maybe be a little more fair?
I'm not thinking of anything. Dang it.
Hold on, let me help you out real quick. So if you were making $800 per head on every steer that you were buying and running through your facility, what could you do to make it a little more fair for the people you're buying them from?
Maybe lower the prices a little bit?
Yeah, maybe give a little bit of a better price. So thanks a lot. That's a great answer.
Good job, Si. Okay, let's go to Coleman County, Hadley Hemphill.
Expected progeny differences, otherwise known as EPDs. What are they, and how can producers use them to get a better product out of their cattle? Hi, I'm Hadley Hemphill from Coleman, Texas, and today I'll be talking about what EPDs are, some rules that we need to remember when using them, and how they can help ranchers make better selection decisions. EPDs are the predictions of the traits that will be passed down from a parent to its offspring. It can be used to enhance important traits such as ribeye area, weaning weight, and yearling weight. Oftentimes, it's better to have a higher EPD, but it depends on what you want in your cattle. For example, say that you want low birth weight calves for your first calf heifers. You'd want to select a bull based off a lower or negative EPD, or better yet, a higher calving EPD. That way, your first calf heifers can calve easier. Now, there are some rules to remember when using EPDs. The first being that there is an EPD number, and then there's the actual accuracy of the EPD. Both are important. For example, say that you've got a bull that you're looking at with a really great ribeye area EPD, but it has limited progeny information. and you're looking at another bull that's got a pretty good ribeye area EPD, but it has substantial progeny information. The bull with more progeny information is going to have a more dependable EPD than the bull with limited progeny information. Another rule to consider is that you can't go across breeds, which means you can't compare an Angus EPD to a Hereford EPD because different breeds have different standards. Similarly, you have to consider the animal's different environments as well, because that plays a role. The last rule I will mention today is that there is a thing called a genotype and a phenotype. The genotype is the animal's genetic traits, and the phenotypes are the animal's physical traits. Genotype is important because it's pretty much what the EPD is and plays a big role in what that animal's offspring is going to be. But it's important to consider a phenotype as well, which is if you were to look at the animal. For example, say that you go to a bull sale with about 30 or so bulls that you're interested in based off of the catalog EPDs. But once you've got there, you've looked at the bulls, you've watched them be worked and traveled, you may have narrowed your list down to about 10 or 15 based on docility issues, bad feet, or other problems that make the animal less desirable. In summary, EPDs are really helpful, but it's also important to look at the animal as well. There are many ways that EPDs help ranchers make selection decisions. For example, say that you're looking for a bull with the best weaning weight. Bull A has a weaning weight EPD of 54, and Bull B has a weaning weight EPD of 50. But say that you want a good calving needs EPD as well. If Bull B's calving needs EPD is better than Bull A's, then a 50 and a 54 are too close to matter, especially if you'd rather not have to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go calve heifers. In addition, producers who are looking to improve their meat quality and product will look for better EPDs and traits such as marbling, yield grade, shear force, and ribeye area, while producers who maintain replacement heifers will look for better EPDs and traits such as milk production, stayability, and calving ease. Throughout the past couple decades, EPDs have been used by ranchers and they have been constantly improving. So, next time you're looking for a bull or heifer to improve your herd, try using EPDs for more effective predictions. Thank you.
Hadley, go back to your comparison of the two bulls with me, and you talk about one, they're pretty equal on ribeye area, but one's got progeny information, the other one doesn't have progeny information. You remember that example that you gave?
Yes, sir.
I don't have a clue what progeny information is. And I also don't understand why one bull would have it and the other one doesn't. Can you explain to me can you answer those questions for me?
So progeny information, it's pretty much, it's the bull's stats, kind of, the information. And I would say it's the calves from that bull's parent. It has to do with that bull's parent, and its calves, it has to do with that bull's parent's genetics. And that's what progeny information is. And why some bulls would have different progeny information amounts is how well its parent did in that. Does that make sense, maybe? It's kind of hard to explain.
Hadley, you're doing great. Have you ever heard of the acronym GEEPDs?
I think I have. Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay, so it stands for genomically enhanced EPDs. Can you explain how they differ from just a regular EPD?
I don't know about those as much. Maybe I could take a guess.
Take a guess. Tell me about genomic tests. It has to do with genomic tests. What are they doing?
Are they testing the bulls' genetics and EPDs stuff?
Yep. What kind of sample do they use?
A blood sample?
Yeah, that's right. They're trying to get a DNA sample, and they do generally a blood test to find it. So,
yes, sir.
You did a great job.
Thank
I
you.
enjoyed listening to you.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break and let these kiddos eat. If y'all will give us just a second, we're going to get tables set up and get the food out, and I'll give some more instructions later. I would love for us to have an hour and a half to eat and visit, but we don't. So I'm going to ask you to help me move along pretty quickly once we get it set up.
You going out of town? Yeah, I'm going to see where I'm
He's over there getting the wall. Shirt. For real? So good. I remember. Oh. I got their smile at it. It's like black hair up here. Right. No. You didn't cry, dude. You didn't cry? Oh, I mean, you didn't cry? Hey, $10.
Because when your mom's gonna find out how much the doors and she's gonna tell my mom and I'm gonna get in trouble.
Really? No. No, no. You had a girlfriend? Like the one I was at here for hours.
I feel like you don't have as much. As he's over here, like scrolling Facebook. Come on, something.
Sorry.
Get in front of the camera. I want to see what it looks like. Good. Good. It's like pancake. I'll go with y'all. Thank you.
stand outside for a little bit. You can stand outside for a little bit.
I need to breathe.
Actually, he brought it for me. He brought me 100 Capital Farm Credit sorting sticks. And I don't need 100, so I'm going to share some with y'all. How about that? Okay, so we've got enough sorting sticks for everybody to take one home, thanks to David and Capital Farm Credit. And when David and I met earlier this week, he was telling me about a new product, a new program that Capital Farm Credit is doing. And he said that Laura Martinez is the lady that knows all about this cool program that you all are going to want to hear about. Let me introduce you to Laura Martinez. Laura began as an intern, all right, so for you that are graduating soon and looking for jobs, kind of like Amelia did that we talked about with Colin earlier, Laura started as an intern with Capital Farm Credit in 2009 and has been with them ever since. And now I'm going to ask her to tell you about this cool program that they have. Thank you for being with us, Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much for letting me take just a minute of y'all's time this morning. I guess this afternoon now, because you've been hard at it all day. We're already halfway there, almost close, maybe so. Like he said, my name is Laura Martinez. I am the Senior Relationship Manager for Capital Farm Credit here in the greater San Antonio area. And I'm here to talk to you today about our Ag Start Loan Program. So our Ag Start Loan Program is specifically designed for competitors who are in commercial stock programs as well as market stock show programs. We can actually help funding and finance your project, okay? So when you're starting to think about your 2024 stock show season, you want to reach out to your local farm credit office and talk about our Ag Start program so that way we can partner with you to help provide financing for your project and walk with you through the course of that term. At Capital Farm Credit, we are the largest agricultural lender in the state of Texas. We've got over 70 offices across the state for you. So please, I've got some flyers that include maps of our territory so y'all can see where our offices are and find which office is going to be closest for you. And I've also got some of my business cards. You are always welcome. I don't care where you live, where you're based out of, which FFA or 4-H chapter you participate in. You are welcome to call or email me at any time. I am happy to answer questions, help get you in touch with the right person. Our offices and our loan officers are here to help you to provide additional information and resources to help you be successful. Okay? The biggest thing about participating in our Ag Start program is it can help you add an additional layer to either your commercial steel project or your market project for when you're putting together that resume for college and beyond, that you weren't just raising an animal, but you were also managing the financial side of this. So you actually get to walk through the entire loan process. We'll help you with the application process, what kind of documents need to be required, the funding documents, and the tracking for payments and final repayment of that loan when your project is complete. Now, I will take one other minute of y'all's time to let y'all know that Capital Farm Credit is also a huge, huge supporter of our agricultural students as they move into their collegiate career. So for anybody in the room who is a high school senior and will be graduating in May, look at you. Please fill out our scholarship application. We give away $1,000 one-time scholarships to high school seniors to be able to apply towards junior or senior college expenses. Application deadline for those scholarships is April 11th. So that's something that you want to get on. Again, reach out to your local Capital Farm Credit office. They'll be who you turn in your application to. If I have that document as well in a PDF that I can email to you if anybody wants to get a hold of that and needs some help in identifying where to get those to. Okay. Also, I know you guys are still a couple years away from this. I was an intern with Capital Farm Credit. I was actually Capital Farm Credit's first intern in 2009 when we started our internship program. We now have, I want to say it's well over 100 students who have gone through our internship program in the last 14 years. And it is a tremendous opportunity. You do have to be at least a college junior to apply for our internship program, so it's a couple years away. But I'm promising you, from what I have heard out of this group today, we want you on our team, okay? So please, please keep on the lookout for that. We host interns all across the state. So we typically have one here in San Antonio, we have them at our corporate office in the Bryan College Station area, but again, we'll have interns in the Panhandle, down south, and all across. So let us be your local resource. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity for us to be here, for us to be able to support y'all, because y'all are our future, and I am very sure that I will be reporting to one of you sooner or later. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks for all y'all do. At the end of the day, we'll have sorting sticks piled up in a corner over here somewhere. Okay. We're going to get started again. I was fixing to say something different, but let's get started. Okay, let's go to Hallettsville. We're going to start back with Miss Abby Ressler. I'm going to say this one more time. Kids, get the microphone in front of your face. Not like this, okay? You're talking over the top of it and we can't hear you. Microphone in front of your face. Do you hear the difference? Can you hear the difference? Test, 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 test. We want the judges to hear you, all right? I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but y'all keep forgetting. Okay, Abby, you ready? Woohoo! Get it.
What's for dinner? It seems like a simple question with a simple answer for anyone in this room. Beef. But this question causes anxiety for many. Howdy, my name is Abby Ressler, and I'm in the 7th grade at Hallettsville Junior High School. And this is my first year competing in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. Which beef item to purchase and how to prepare it is what makes beef intimidating to consumers. Of course, there's the reliable ground beef product. But when a consumer is in the grocery store, there are many more retail cut options available to them. So, how does beef get marketed to consumers to help them decide to purchase it? Today I'm going to outline a few ways that beef is marketed to consumers and why. First, consumers in a grocery store are presented with a meat case display that helps them identify their priorities. My family mostly shops at H-E-B, and they do a great job of offering many options of qualities of beef, either choice or prime, as well as top choice programs like certified Angus beef, all natural options, or grass-fed options as well. Next, the consumer may want to know how to cook the item. This dilemma can be solved by including cooking instructions directly on the packaging. It gives the consumer specific basic directions on whether the cut of beef should be pan-fried, grilled, oven-roasted, at what temperature, and for how long. This creates a sense of what is possible for a consumer who may have been hesitant to purchase a particular cut. Finally, easy-to-follow recipes are a great way to market beef to consumers. Grocery stores may have signs or use live cooking stations to showcase different recipes. And websites like Beef Loving Texans and Beef is What's for Dinner are great resources to find information on how to cook different items. Encouraging consumers to choose beef for dinner is an important aspect of our industry. Helping people feel confident in the benefits of beef is even more important. So, what's for dinner, you ask? If we do our job, the answer will always and continue to be beef. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right, folks. She said this is her first year to do this. How about that? Good job. All right, you just talked about a lot of the marketing and the promotional and all the stuff that the Beef Council does, the NCBA does. All that stuff's real expensive. Do you have any idea how we all know about who paid for all of these marketing things like Beef It's What's for Dinner? Do you know how the Texas Beef Council is funded through what's called a checkoff program? You know about anything about that?
Yes, so it's funded through the beef checkoff, and every time we sell a head of steer, we pay $2. One goes to the state, and one goes to the national.
Abby, I really enjoy coaching livestock judging teams, so I enjoy classes and placing them. I'm going to give you a class. I want you to place it and tell me why. All right, this is just your opinion on your eating preference. You got a sirloin steak, a round steak, a ribeye, or ground beef. How do you place the class and why do you do it?
I'd probably place the sirloin first because it's the most tender. And what's the other ones again?
A ribeye steak or a round steak, like a chicken fried steak, and then ground beef.
So then I'd do the ribeye, and then the round steak, and then the ground beef.
Thank you.
Good job, good job. Okay. Next is Reed Hawkins from Groveton FFA.
Good afternoon. I am Reed Hawkins from Groveton FFA, and today I will be telling you about flies, friend or foe. Flies are not a cattle producer's friend, nor the cattle's. Therefore, they are classified as foe. As stated by Arnold Nagley, DVM, co-founder of Valley Vet Supply, individual producers, excessive fly numbers have many different effects on the cattle industry, none of them profitable. According to Stephen Blesinger, individual producers lose $30 to $50 per head a year due to flies. Recent economic data estimates that losses associated with the cattle industry are exceeding $4.19 billion annually. Cattle rely on the nutrients from grazing and feed to provide protein, minerals, energy, and vitamins to reduce weight gain. Steers do not gain weight for production purposes. Not only do they not gain weight, numerous diseases are also transmitted. This contributes to multiple industry and economic losses. The fly population peaks in the summer when it is warm and dry, when it can thrive the most. Stable flies, face flies, and horn flies are the three most detrimental types of flies that affect cattle. Stable flies cause a 0.44 pound per head reduction of average daily gain if not treated. Face flies are the cause of reduced prices due to pink eye problems and reduced weight gain. The losses associated with horn flies are estimated to be exceeding $1 billion annually in the United States. This means that horn flies are the most damaging. There are 4 basic ways to control the fly population: ear tags, dust bags or cattle rubs, oral larvicides, sprays, and/or pour-ons. Ear tags are the most convenient, but can only be used on mature cattle and weaned calves, and must be removed at the beginning of every fall season. Dust bags or cattle rubs are affordable, but are only practical to use when cattle can rub against them. This means that they cannot be used in open pastures. Oral larvicides require consistent consumption due to the migration of flies from neighboring herds that are not being consistently treated. Sprays and/or pour-ons can reduce the fly population for 7 to 21 days, but must be reapplied multiple times throughout the year, making them less cost-effective. Stephen Blesinger sums up the topic of flies being a cattle producer's greatest foe. One of the most common and most expensive challenges the animal and the producers that raise them face are flies. Flies are a constant performance drain and irritant to cattle. They take the nutrients from the constant blood they suck, producing high levels of stress, constant irritation, and multiple diseases are also transmitted. This contributes to additional industry, economic, and health losses. As one can see, it is no question whether flies are friend or foe of cattle. Flies are one of the top foes that affect cattle and the producers that raise them. It is a battle that can never be won, but can be slowed down. Thank you.
Okay. Reed, talk to me about the various stages of a fly's life and how long the life cycle is, and whether or not we can use that information to inform ourselves or to make decisions upon how and when we're going to treat cattle for flies.
So the fly life cycle starts off with the flies laying eggs in manure. Then those eggs develop into larvae. And then those larvae continue to develop into the flies that are the greatest pests. We can use this to determine when we need to apply our dewormers, our oral larvicides, and usually you want to apply them when they would be developing from grub to fly, because that's when they cause the most damage.
Reed, great job. It's obviously you're really sharp and you've studied this subject very well. Could you tell us what is one of the major eye problems that occur in cattle as a result of flies, and what are we going to need to do to try to prevent that?
So one of the greatest eye problems that are caused by flies is pink eye. Due to them flying in many different types of things like manure and water that's been infected by numerous germs and pathogens, they then fly into the cattle's eyes and then cause an infection. You can prevent this by giving them some sort of treatment for pink eye recommended by your vet.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Good job, Reed. Okay, Morgan County, Mr. Cash Cribbs.
Hello, my name is Cash Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I'll be talking about how eating beef is good for you. The debate on whether this source of protein is good for you or not has been ongoing for years now. However, there are some undeniable health benefits that come from eating beef. Beef is packed with health-promoting amino acids, and it's one of the single biggest sources of protein in the human diet. Secondly, it is an excellent source of vitamins and minerals. Here are a few examples. Vitamin B12. Animal-derived foods such as meat are the only ongoing sources of vitamin B12. Vitamin B12 is an essential nutrient that is important for blood formation, your brain, and the nervous system. Zinc. Beef is very rich in zinc, a mineral that is important for body growth and maintenance. Iron. Found in high amounts of beef, meat iron is usually in the heme form, which is absorbed very efficiently. Vitamin B6. A family of B vitamins, vitamin B6 is important for blood formation and energy metabolism. Selenium. Selenium is found in beef and helps to make DNA and protect against cell damages or infections. Finally, like plants, meat contains a number of bioactive substances and antioxidants, which may affect health when consumed in adequate amounts. Here are a few examples. Creatine! Abundant in meat, creatine serves as an energy source for muscles. Creatine supplements are commonly taken by bodybuilders and are used to inherit in muscle growth and maintenance. Taurine, found in fish and meat. Taurine is an antioxidant amino acid and a common ingredient in energy. Glutathione, an antioxidant found in most whole foods. Glutathione is particularly abundant in meat and is found in higher amounts of grass-fed than in grain-fed beef. Cholesterol. This compound serves as many functions in your body. In most people, dietary cholesterol has little effect on blood cholesterol and is generally not considered a health concern. There are numerous reasons why we should strive to ensure a sufficient protein intake, and these include: protein is the building block our body uses to make bone, skin, and cartilage. Sufficient protein helps us to build and maintain lean muscle mass. Out of all macronutrients, protein is the most satiating, and it discourages food cravings. As you can see, beef is a great source of protein, vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. With all this good in a piece of meat, how could you possibly say no to a beautiful steak? Thank you.
Thank you, Cash. That was great. talked a lot about what our bodies need, but I want you to tell me something you know about what cattle's bodies needs in terms of minerals. All right, what are some of the most important minerals that cattle need that we need to provide to them?
We need to provide our cows with protein, which would really help them out with their beef and all that.
Cash, that was a great talk there you gave on nutrition. Sound like you're already a grad student in that area. You're doing great. Tell me, I want to switch gears totally. So we give cattle growth implants. Do you know what hormones are found in those growth implants?
No, sir.
Okay. What's the most essential nutrient? You described a lot of them. What do you think the most essential nutrient is to provide livestock?
Probably protein.
Okay. You did a great job, Cash. Good job, bud.
Thank you, Cash. Let's go to Caleb Walker from McGregor FFA.
July 27th, 2022. My dad proposed to me that we should buy 2 steers for the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. And for this being my first year, I thought I was way out of my head. Now, good afternoon. My name is Caleb Walker with McGregor FFA. Today, I will talk to you a little about what I learned from this experience. This opportunity taught me many life lessons that I will hopefully carry on in my future career. The first lesson I learned was how important the feeding portion was. Now, when I was recording all the feeding records, I learned that the measurements that I needed to feed to each steer in order to get the amount of gain that I wanted. Now, if you made the same mistake that I did by calculating the gain of silage, the amount of silage fed, without putting into consideration the moisture content in the silage, I fed silage to my steers, and the feed analysis said that there was 65% of water in the silage, which is a lot of water. Now, from this incident, I learned that whenever feeding any type of feed, you need to weigh in the amount of dry matter into the amount of gain. I also learned that you need to know the amount of protein and energy that is needed to be fed to each steer in order to get an effective growth rate. The Hereford Angus cross is one of my favorites because it is combining 2 extremely powerful breeds and crossing them to improve carcass traits through heterosis. The Hereford breed holds great growth potential within itself, while the Angus are known to produce great carcasses. I feel that these crosses will produce the best carcasses in quality and cutability. Now, an opportunity like this is what is going to help me in my future career within the beef cattle industry. My goal is to be a beef cattle reproductive specialist and to assist producers in producing feed-efficient cattle to help feed the world. This is one of my favorite hybrid crosses because it brings out the best of 2 very extremely well-managed breeds of cattle. Now, my meat judging side of me wants to see these animals on the rail to further evaluate them and to see their true outcome. But ultimately, I would love to see them on my plate. Thank you.
Caleb, talk to me about your cost of gain and how you figured it and whether or not you're pleased with it.
So, our cost of gain was 10.02. Cost of gain was $1.33. Now, since we had the silage in there and all the water content, we had to figure all the dry matter intake that they had. And we found and I was pleased with it, because we still got around, they gained, it was 5.86 pounds per feed per gain.
Caleb, that's really good, and they gain very efficiently. Let's go back to your breed composition. You have Angus and Hereford, and you said you like those two breeds a lot, and the combination that they give you, and a lot of people agree with you in the industry. Let me ask you a couple questions. So if we go from a tenderness standpoint, would you expect Angus and Hereford to be different or the same?
So I would expect Angus to be a little more tender, just because of what they produce and have produced. And I feel like they would have more of a better carcass quality and tenderness, marbling, and that type of stuff. But Herefords are still known to produce good carcasses.
Thank you very much. Great answer.
Thank you.
Next is Landon Cohn from Hallettsville.
$4,500. This is how much yearly revenue can be increased in a 50-cow herd operation by incorporating artificial insemination. Over the summer, while working for Hagen Cattle Company, I learned about artificial insemination and the ways it can be used to improve herd genetics, synchronize a calf crop, and allow a small operation owner like myself to increase weaning weights and yearling weights in my cattle herd. Howdy, my name is Landon Caney with Hallettsville FFA, and this is my second year competing in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Competition. I will be talking about artificial insemination and the ways it can be used in a commercial beef operation to increase profitability and improve a cattle herd. After spending much of my summer with Hagen Cattle Company, I was able to see firsthand the benefits of artificial insemination and the ways AI can be used to benefit a livestock operation. Originally utilized many years ago in the dairy industry, artificial insemination was introduced to improve health traits and increase dairy production in dairy cows. Now, over 80% of dairy cows are artificially inseminated. However, I'm not here to talk about dairy cows. I am here to talk about beef producers, like myself, and the ways artificial insemination is growing in popularity outside of the dairy industry. AI has been used more and more in the beef industry, mainly in purebred operations, but is becoming more popular in small cow-calf operations as well. There are many benefits which AI can provide for a small cattle producer's herd. When compared to natural breeding bulls, there's the cost of bulls, plus additional maintenance costs like feed inputs and veterinarian bills to vaccinate the bulls annually and possibly treat any diseases which may arise. Artificial insemination costs can vary greatly depending on the quality of semen which the producer chooses. But on average, there is a $15 to $20 per head technician fee and $20 to $25 per good quality straw of semen. Artificial insemination still may be much more economical for some producers because it eliminates the added head on pasture as well as any veterinarian bills which could arise. Producers also have better control over their herd genetics, which can result in increased calf crop weights. I took a look at 2 pens of bull calves and compared them. One was a natural bred pen, the other was an artificially inseminated pen of bull calves. The AI pen recorded an average of 30 pounds per head heavier at weaning and 50 pounds per head heavier yearling bull calves. In total, the pen of 50 AI calves weighed out 2,500 pounds heavier than the natural bred pen. In the cattle feeding industry, weight is one of the biggest factors that impact the profitability which producers make. When selling cattle live and getting paid by the pound, just like I am doing here today, the more my steers weigh, the more money I can potentially make. Knowing which genetics are best and will result in the best calf crop ultimately could make the difference in whether a producer will lose money, break even, or make profit on the cattle which they sell. By using AI, producers can keep better records on breeding, they can synchronize their calf crop,
improve carcass traits, weaning weights, and yearling weights, as well as better control disease transmission throughout the herd. There are many benefits and ways to increase profitability through artificial insemination. And who here doesn't like money? So what is holding you back? After my presentation, I hope as beef producers and cattle feeders, you can all now understand the benefits of artificial insemination, and maybe you too can use it in your herd to increase productivity and profitability. Thank you.
Landon, what's the explanation for the outcome of that comparison of the AI pen versus the natural bred pen? Why did the AI pen turn out 2,500 pounds heavier than the natural bred pen? How do you explain that?
Well, the AI pen of bull calves, whenever we were selecting the semen to artificially inseminate those cows with, we looked at which bulls would have the highest, we looked at the EPDs and determined which bulls would produce the calves with the highest weaning weights and yearling weights. You can look at that on the EPDs and select which bulls would be most desired for that situation. The comparison of those two pens, we had bulls, this was a Cimbra operation, so the natural bred Cimbra calves were just bred to natural bulls out in the pasture, and then when we got those AI calves, we selected that semen, artificially inseminated, took a starting weight, and then weaning weight and yearling weight, and we compared all that, and it was just much more efficient for those AI calves versus the natural bred ones.
Landon, I got two questions. Number one, do you think the U.S. beef industry is the most efficient in the world compared to all of our other countries?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, hold up. I didn't mean to cut you off, Landon. That's where I wanted to go. So you agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the U.S., I think we only breed about 10% of the beef cows via AI. In Brazil, I'd say it's probably 70 or 80%. If we're the most efficient producers of beef in the world, why are we not adopting this technology like Brazil is?
Okay, well, in the United States, we have much better genetics just in general. So many cow-calf operations, they're going to go and prefer the natural method of breeding because it's easier for them to go purchase a bull. And the bulls in America are more high quality versus in Brazil, a lot of the cattle there, lower quality, and there's a limited number of bulls that you can find in Brazil that would produce good enough quality calves for those Brazilian ranchers. So they decide to purchase semen from American producers and use that American bull semen to AI their calves over in Brazil because we just naturally have better genetics.
Good job, Landon. Thank you very much. Next is Casey Connor from Bellevue FFA.
Everyone has some type of fear. Individuals can be afraid of heights, snakes, spiders, and maybe even speak in front of people. I like the feedership program. I enjoy feeding cattle and studying about feed, meat, and land for a CDE, career development events. To me, this is the hardest thing to do, is to stand up here and talk to you about my feeder steers. I'm Casey Connor. I'm from the Bellevue FFA chapter. I've been feeding steers for the San Antonio contest for 3 years now. The purpose of this speech is for you to hear about what I've learned while preparing for the contest. In the past years, I could try to tell you about how to mix feed, the genetics of my steers, or the break-even price. But I would probably only get 1 or 2 sentences out and then just stop and look around the room. When I was introducing myself, I talked about fears, my fear. So what did I learn during the challenge of feeding my steers? I've learned that you cannot be afraid to get up early, even after a late night because of a basketball game. That animal is counting on me. I can't be afraid when the feed costs are high and the cattle prices are low. That's just the business we are in. I must keep going. I must keep feeding. I can't just stop. That animal is counting on me. When everything is going on around me and it feels like the world is falling apart, I can't tiers have opened many doors for me in several ways. I'm an FFA officer in my local chapter. I show heifers and I've started my own feed business. In all the things that I've learned, I can't be afraid of what could happen. It hasn't happened. Feeding steers has also taught me that each day I gotta get up, get dressed, gear up, and get the job done. That animal is counting on me. Thank you.
Casey, I want to know all about this feed business you're starting. Why are you doing that, and what have you done so far to get started doing that?
So we started, I could say, about 2 years ago. Whenever I first started doing all these, I do a local one at around my house, and then I do this one, I do Houston, I do TCFA. Why we started is because we started out at this feed at the local feed store, and they kept giving us all different kinds of feed, the feed we were supposed to be, and then it went to horse feed. And then it came back to that, and my dad does not. We do not like putting that, and it was not letting them gain as good as we wanted them to.
Casey, that was a great speech, and I'm going to change over a little bit on you and test some different knowledge. I know you know everything you talked about so well. So we have all kinds of different cuts that come from those beef animals that are in there. You're familiar with a beef brisket? You ever had any brisket for lunch or dinner?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. So we have these different quality grades: prime, CAB, which is up 2/3 of choice, low choice, select, standard, and then there's some things over there that's not graded. It's called Wagyu and other breeds. So I was going to ask you the question we've talked about, and I've asked the question, when you go to buy a ribeye steak, you're going to buy prime, right? Because that's going to be the best. Are there the same tenderness and juiciness and flavor differences in brisket as there are in, say, steaks like the T-bone New York strip and the ribeye?
I would say no.
That's exactly what I thought, and we're both wrong. And so your answer is correct, because that's the right answer. That's what I thought. So we ended up listening to these barbecue guys, and they said, oh no, there's a big difference. And we had to do a research study to prove that they were right and we were wrong. So you always learn something every day, and great job.
Thank you.
All right, next from Fayette County 4-H, Crockett Gunter.
I would be willing to bet that you, yes, you, have all heard of certified Angus beef. But did you know that these two red-hided steers that are going to be behind me are also recognized as certified Angus beef because of the red Angus genetics? Hi, my name is Crockett Ginther, and I'm a proud member of the Schulenburg 4-H Club. And today I will be talking about one of the programs Red Angus has to offer to the commercial producer. That program is the FCCP, or Feeder Calf Certification Program. And as of recently, all cattle enrolled can be recognized by the USDA as certified Angus beef. According to the Red Angus Association of America, the FCCP, also known as the Yellow Tab Program, was started in 1995 and has over 150,000 head enrolled each year. What makes this program special is that it requires the calves to be aged, sourced, and genetically verified to at least 50% Red Angus genetics. Once the producer has registered their Red Angus bulls or cows, it's simple. They just call the association and order the 99-cent tags and take a quick survey. And can now market, they then place these individually ID tags into the ears of the calves at the range of origin, and can now market these calves as FCCP cattle. Having these calves aged, sourced, and genetically verified to at least 50% Red Angus genetics opens up the doors for the producer to receive a premium at sale or off ranch. My family has been backgrounding Red Angus sired calves for quite a while now, and we have seen the premium that they can bring. per pound premium. The Reddings Association of America can come out to the ranch to guarantee that these calves meet the requirements. They can come out to the ranch and do a spot check on any enrolled cattle. Along with a feeder fax that goes out to the feed yards on a weekly basis. More feed yards are starting to recognize the advantages that these yellow tag calves have to offer. And the Reddings Association has been working with the USDA to verify these yellow tag calves as certified Angus beef. The Reddings Association is working closely with the packers to make the necessary changes to the packaging, labeling, and HACCP systems that the USDA requires for these calves be called certified Angus beef. Not all have jumped on board yet, but I think within a short period of time, the packers will see the advantage that these yellow tag calves has to offer, and they will be highly sought after at a premium price. Now all that's left to do is go out and get those Red Angus genetics. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
That was super. Thank you. I want you to tell me, how does a consumer know when they go to buy beef? How does a consumer know that they're buying certified Angus beef? And then what is this premium thing you're talking about? And tell me what a premium is.
So the consumer can tell if it's certified Angus beef by whenever they get the meat, they can look and the labeling should say certified Angus beef. And the premium would be if you have your calves registered as FCCP cattle, the premium can bring a little bit extra money per pound that you can get.
Crockett, I gave Abby a class of steaks. I'm going to give you a class of breed types and let you rank it and give us a little short set of reasons on why you prefer the breeds the way you do. Were your cattle Red Angus Beefmaster Cross, or what were they?
My calves are a Brayford cross with a Red Angus.
Brayford Red Angus, okay. All right, here are your breeds. You ready for your class?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Brahman, Red Angus, Hereford, and Charolais. What's your preference for those 4 breeds on your ranch?
I'd say I'm going to put Red Angus first.
Attaboy.
Brahman second, because they're pretty good for down here with their cooling mechanisms that they have.
Cooling mechanisms, I like that term. Continue. What do we got left?
Charolais and then Hereford.
Yeah. Charolais over Herefords?
Yes, sir.
You're out on pink eye. You did good. I'm proud of you. Good job today, Crockett.
Okay, let's go to Groveton FFA, Riley Dude.
There was once a snake walking through the woods on a very cold day. He came across a snake, frozen solid and as straight as a stick. The man felt sorry for the snake and took him home. He laid the snake in front of the fireplace to warm him up. Eventually, the snake warmed up, and the man asked the snake if he was hungry. The snake said yes, so the man brought the snake some food. As the man handed the snake the food, the snake bit him on the hand. The man asked the snake, "Why did you bite me?" The snake said, "You knew I was a snake when you brought me in here." Good afternoon. I am Riley Duke, representing the Groveton FFA. This is my 3rd year showing here at San Antonio, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here. I learned so much last year from my experience raising steers and hope to build on that this year. I'm sure you've heard the plant-based alternative to meat, but today I'd like to speak to you about cell-cultured meats, or as some refer to them, clean meats. With ever-changing advancements in meat production, I find myself wondering, what is cell-cultured meat, and how does it impact the beef industry? This led me to start researching an agricultural field I've been around all my life.
Given the amount of time I spend around cattle, I question why anyone would choose cell-culture meat over traditionally raised beef. But before we dive deeper into those questions, let me share a bit of my research with you. As I do, I ask you to contemplate the answers and ask yourself which version of the meat you'd prefer to consume. Cell-culture meats, or CCM, are created by taking a biopsy of the muscle cells from a living cow. The cells are fed, multiplied, shaped, and structured using bioreactors to become a muscle tissue, which is the main component of the meat we eat. All this long scientific process to make up what we might recognize as a burger or meat product. This process is referred to as in vitro. The FDA and USDA came to an agreement in 2019 over the regulations regarding cell culture meat. It is yet to be determined if CCM even qualifies as a meat food product. What's that? Did you say greenhouse gas? Up until now, we've been led to believe that cell culture meat is friendlier to the environment than meat raised locally by beef. But a more recent study by Dr. John Lynch has raised some serious doubts. We're still waiting to see the results of a mass production compared to one lab. Maybe this meat isn't so clean after all. Yes, cell culture meat does provide an additional food source solution, but at what cost? Let's discuss the economic benefits of purchasing and consuming cattle raised locally by experienced farmers and ranchers. If livestock are moved and replaced by cell culture meat, a number of livestock services will be lost. Livestock provides an income for a large part of the world's rural communities. Livestock also does not provide meat, but did you know some of its byproducts include toothpaste, gelatin, soap, leather, and insulin? Just like that man who let the snake into his home, the consumers that spend their money on alternative or cell culture meat are surprised when they learn the facts about it. Maybe let's not pick up a snake.
That's the question that I had the entire time that you were speaking is, what is the consumer's response when they hear about how the stuff is, how this mess is grown? Talk to us about that. And have there been studies about consumers? And tell us what you know about consumer response to finding out.
I feel like most of the consumers that eat cell culture meat do not know the background about it and are really just, like I said, surprised whenever they learn about it. And then I feel like some people even stop eating it once they find out how it is made and stuff.
Riley, you gave a detailed college-level speech that I admire you for all the hard work you did to be able to put that together, so congratulations. The details and the accuracy of what you talked about was amazing. But let's move over to why cell-based meat probably misses the target. Why do people like to eat beef?
Well, I know I like to eat beef because it tastes amazing, but...
You got it right there, and we had that answer earlier. And so when you talk about cell-based meat, are we going to be able to have that flavor component that we see that stratifies our prices across all of our beef that we sell in the U.S., like prime, choice, top choice, CAB, and select? Or is it going to be pretty much cell-based flavor?
It's probably just going to be cell-based flavor. It's not going to have the same flavor as real beef would, more tenderness and the palatability of it. So.
Yeah, those are the questions that are yet to really be answered. So you did a great job answering that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to Ashlyn Puska from Hallettsville.
Grazing here, grazing there, cattle grazing everywhere. But any good rancher knows that those green pastures could disappear quickly without the proper management. So, what is the best way to graze cattle in order to get the most out of your pasture land? Howdy, I'm Ashlyn Puska from the Hallettsville FFA, and this is my second year showing commercial steers at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
My family runs a cow-calf operation back home, and we are always trying to improve our pasture grasses in order to run the most amount of cattle and maximize our profits. The continuous grazing method has been used for years by people who raise cattle, including my family. This method allows cattle to graze for extended periods of time with no rest to the plants. Several years ago, though, my family began using a more effective method called rotational grazing. What is rotational grazing? Well, rotational grazing is a system where a large pasture is divided into smaller pastures or paddocks, allowing cattle to be moved from one paddock to another safely and easily. Using this method, cattle are concentrated on a smaller area of the pasture for a short period of time, then moved to another section of the pasture. This is also known as pasture rotation. Rotational grazing offers many benefits over continuous grazing. Moving cattle from one pasture to another allows the grazed plots a resting period in which they can initiate optimal regrowth and can prevent overgrazing. This resting period is crucial for high forage production. Rotational grazing also allows cattle to graze more efficiently, leading to better usage of forage resources. Rotational grazing has also shown to reduce hay requirements by 20% in the winter. Because cattle graze the grass more evenly, allowing more desirable forages to regrow faster, less desirable forages, such as weeds, are suppressed. Studies show that grazing efficiency increased to 65% compared to 35% on the continuous grazing method. This could possibly lead to doubled stocking rates. Cattle on a pasture rotation system also distribute manure more evenly, increasing fertilization throughout the pasture. Lastly, research has shown that pasture rotation is a more sustainable method that is better for the environment because it reduces soil erosion and greenhouse gas emissions. Before implementing a pasture rotation system, there are a few things to keep in mind. There may be some added upfront costs, such as fencing and ensuring water resources are available in each pasture. Additional gates and pens may also be needed, and extra time is required to move cattle more frequently. The bottom line is that pasture rotation, if implemented correctly, can lead to increased production without the reliance on more land. This in turn leads to higher profits on fewer inputs, and that is a system we can all agree on. Thank you.
Good job. Okay. In the last 30 seconds or so, you said that pasture rotation reduces soil erosion and greenhouse gas emissions. How in the world does it do that?
Yes, so pasture rotation can reduce soil erosion and greenhouse gas emissions because when cattle graze the grass more evenly, instead of grazing the grass down to the soil, when they do this, graze the grass down to the soil, they mess with the roots and they can pull up the roots and cause the soil to loosen up and be eroded more easily. And also when they get down into that soil, there's little pockets of carbon, and when they mess with that carbon, it releases into the atmosphere and causes greenhouse gas emissions.
Good job, Ashlyn. You're on a great topic here in terms of grazing strategies that I think we've got to do a better job of in the industry. One of the big challenges to that is just land fragmentation. Our ranches keep getting cut up, so it's difficult for them to implement some of these grazing strategies. But what are some of the so you described rotational grazing. Some other folks are taking it to the level of talking about high-intensity cell grazing. And there's guys that'll talk about like putting 500,000 pounds of beef, so like hundreds of cows on an acre, and grazing it down in an 8 to 24-hour period, and then moving them to the next plot of land. As you see it, Ashlyn, what are some of the constraints you think for ranchers to implement that? Because I agree with everything you said about the benefits. What do you think some of the challenges are associated with trying to implement something like that, practically speaking?
Implementing a pasture rotation system probably will have some upfront costs, such as fencing, and you'll need enough land to separate them into little pastures, and you want enough land to where each cow gets about 3 acres per pasture.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, kiddo. Next is Lexi Gola from the Braunfels FFA.
Us girls, we like to shop. And if we can find all we are looking for in one location, even better. But these stop-shop locations that satisfy all of our shopping needs are almost impossible to find. Where can I find all the brands I love in one location? Who has Lululemon, Athleta, Seven of Mankind, Sephora, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Lucchese, all in one source? I haven't found it yet. The same can be said of vitamins and minerals. Depending on your age, there are a variety of requirements for daily vitamin and mineral intake. There is not a vitamin and mineral tablet that satisfies all of our nutritional requirements for all ages, sexes, and nutritional needs. But isn't there? Actually, there is one vitamin and mineral source, which if taken daily provides all the essential vitamins and minerals for all ages. Let me introduce you to vitamin B. The Center for Disease Control states that iron and zinc are essential for baby development. Growing children require vitamins A, B, C, D, E, and K, and minerals, calcium, iron, iodine, and zinc. As we age, we must consume of all the B vitamins daily, including cobalamin, niacin, riboflavin, pantothenic acid, and thiamine. The essential minerals for cattle are essential for us, and we need to consume daily the macro minerals: calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, and sodium, and the micro minerals: copper, zinc, iron, selenium, and manganese. Adults, too, have daily requirements for vitamins, minerals, and deficiencies, according to the medical news today, can lead to weaken the immune system and poor bone and muscle health. And for us ladies, iron is something we all need to consume. Beef is the best natural source of iron. The iron we lose in our bodies must be replaced, and eating beef daily provides the iron we need. I don't know about you, but I'd rather get my iron from some consuming natural meat than some artificially created source. Whoever came up with the idea of taking chalky, hard-to-swallow tablets for daily vitamin and mineral pills must have just been trying to make money. Who really enjoys getting up every morning and swallowing those large horse pills? I know I don't. I bet most all of us in this room has experienced, as children, being forced to swallow and chew those nasty pills. Getting vitamins and minerals is much more enjoyable by eating a juicy steak or roast beef versus taking those nasty pills. We have been duped our whole lives. If I would have known back then that instead of having to swallow those nasty pills and all I had to do was eat a juicy hamburger, my scars from those days could have been prevented. However, vitamin B is more than just vitamins and minerals. It is an excellent source of protein. The Food and Drug Administration says that most people should consume 50 grams of protein a day. Beef is unique as it is the only protein source that provides the essential amino acids needed for sustained health. So, if you're looking for one source that provides all the essential vitamins, minerals, and amino acids, then look no further than eating vitamin B daily and enjoy with one-stop shopping experience. Thank you.
Good job, Leslie. I don't think I will take another pill for a year until I see you again and you do another speech that I'm not going to think about you saying nasty pills. I was going to ask you about the difference between macro minerals and micro minerals, and then you answered that question. So now I want to ask you, how did you provide the macro minerals and the micro minerals that your steers needed? How did you provide it to them?
Yes, so I provided the macro minerals and the micro minerals in my feed ration by using a protein pellet and crushed corn, cracked corn.
Lexi, fantastic speech. I hope you can come teach my class on Wednesday or next week. That would be great. The information you had in there was so good. And so we always ask questions. I have a class where it's all non-majors. There's nobody from ag in the class. And we ask this question, are there good foods and bad foods? And, you know, most of the answers are yes, there are, no, they're not. And that's a whole subject in the class. But based on your talk, your research, and everything you did, what would your answer be to that? And how would you describe beef? Would you say it's a good food or a bad food?
would describe beef as a very, very, very good food, but some of the beef foods now, as like the Impossible Burger, are really nasty and they are not needed.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Okay, next, Cooper Busby from Hill County 4-H.
My parents have always told me to always be honest with people. So let me be honest with you. Being a cattleman and raising cattle can be hard at times. However, through this project, I've learned that cattle are very important in our world and contribute to more than just the food. Good morning. My name is Cooper Busby from the Hill County 4-H, and this is my first year to compete in the commercial cattle contest here at San Antonio. Have you ever realized all the things that we use that come from cattle? Things like footballs, lipstick, paint, cake mix, medicine, and even gummy bears? All of these things are known to contain a cattle byproduct. A cattle byproduct is the non-meat part of the cow that is left over after the animal has been slaughtered. Since only about 60% of the cows made it to meat, we just can't trash everything that is left over. So this is where the byproducts come from. The most common byproduct from cattle is leather. Did you know one cowhide can produce 12 basketballs, 144 baseballs, 20 footballs? How many of you have washed your hair this week? Did you know if you use shampoo, you use the cattle byproduct? The sticky part. Shampoo contains keratin that comes from the horns and hoofs of cattle. It helps to keep them strong. Horns are also used to make buttons on our shirts, pants, and fire extinguishers. How many of you have ever cut yourself and used a Band-Aid to cover the wound? If so, you used a cattle byproduct. The sticky part of the Band-Aid is made from cattle fatty acids. What about the vehicle you drove in? The rubber tires contain fat from cows. That helps to keep the rubber sticking together. Have you ever taken pictures from a camera to be developed after you took pictures? If so, photograph film contains gelatin that comes from cattle bones. Gelatin is used to make jello, gummy bears, chewing gum, and marshmallows. So after spending the last 5 months raising these 2 steers behind me, I've learned that if raising cattle can be hard at times, cattle are probably one of the most greenest animals on earth and are so important into our being. Every person relies on cattle, one way or another, even if they don't eat beef. Thank you.
Good job, Cooper. Of all those byproducts, I didn't know about some of those. I knew some, but what are the 3 things, the 3 cattle byproducts that you and that crazy brother of yours use the most?
We probably use Band-Aids because, I don't know if y'all know this, but my mom has 5 kids, so we might get hurt a lot. And then also taking showers for everybody. Using shampoo is most common, so that too. And then I would probably say we wear shirts every day, so buttons on our shirts, pants, and like fire extinguishers.
You're killing it up there, buddy. You're covering it all. I'm with Trace. I got educated on that talk right there. Hey, I want to know, you seem like a fine young man. I want to know what you're going to do when you grow up and why. Are you going to work in the beef industry, and what are you going to do specifically?
I am going to go to college and study beef so I can learn more about. I want to study beef so that I can learn more
Julie Johnson's going to be next. She's from Bellevue FFA.
Hi, my name is Julie Johnson. I am in 5th grade from Bellevue, Texas, and this is my second year to do the show. Last year was just as much fun as nerve-wracking to get up here and speak in front of everyone. But I had so many people give me words of encouragement. It meant a lot to me, just like these two Beefmaster steers mean to me. I'm a huge animal lover, and I cannot help it but fall in love with all my feeder steers. The everyday bonding when I'm out there feeding, making sure they have fresh water and clean pens. Along with feeding, making sure they have fresh water and a clean pen is important. Clean pens helps them from getting foot rot. Did you know they can get foot rot from super dry conditions? Yeah, I didn't know that either. While getting my show heifers hooves trimmed, we were told that super dry conditions are just as bad as super wet conditions. So making sure around their water trough is wet during dry conditions and dry during day. Cleanliness is close to godliness, and on our farm that goes for our cattle pens as well. Thank you.
Good job. Okay, I want to know something that you learned yesterday. Was yesterday the first time you seen ultrasound?
No.
You knew something about it, huh? Okay, I want you to tell me what you think is the most important thing that you have learned about the ultrasound procedure that we saw yesterday and that you've seen before. What's the neatest thing about that to you?
Seeing the inside of it, seeing the size of its rib cage, and all that other stuff.
Carson, you like to eat beef? Julie, do you like to eat beef?
Yes.
How is your favorite way to eat it? As a hamburger, a steak?
Steak.
Steak. I think most people would say that. But how is most of the beef consumed in the United States? How do most people eat it? 65% of all of our beef is eaten as
steak, probably?
Unfortunately, it's as ground beef. So great job on answering your questions and an awesome presentation. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Kason Cribbs from Borden County 4-H.
Hello, my name is Casey Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I'm going to talk to you about a widespread disease that changed the cattle industry forever. This disease is none other than mad cow disease. Let's talk about what mad cow disease is. Mad cow disease is a progressive neurological disease that can be found in cattle. This means it damages the cow's central nervous system, the brain, and spinal cord, and as time goes on, gets progressively worse and worse. So we know what mad cow disease is, but what causes it? Well, most scientists believe it's caused by a protein called prion that can be found in contaminated feed. This is a dangerous cycle because once the infected cow dies, the parts of the cow that are not eaten by people are cooked, dried, and ground into a meal, which is full of prion. This meal is then used for a variety of purposes, including animal feed. Next, a healthy cow eats the contaminated feed and gets mad cow disease. This starts the cycle all over again. But how do you know your cow has mad cow disease? There are signs that show if your cow might have it, one of the most common ones being a lack of coordination. An infected cow has trouble walking and getting up. It may also act very nervous or violent. This is how it got its common name, mad cow disease. However, you will not know right away that your cow has been infected, since it usually takes 4 to 6 years for the cow to start showing symptoms. This period of time is called the incubation period. During this period of time, there is absolutely no way to tell if your cow has been infected just by looking at it. Once your cow has been infected, its state will worsen until it inevitably dies. This typically occurs after 2 weeks to 6 months of the cow showing symptoms. There is currently no reliable way to test if a live cow has been infected. In addition, there is no treatment for infected cattle and no vaccine to prevent the disease from infecting cattle. Due to this, you may be wondering, how did we prevent mad cow disease from spreading further? Since August 1997, the FDA has not allowed certain material from cows and a couple of other animals to be used in food that is fed to cattle. Also, in 2009, the FDA took additional steps to make sure the food in the U.S. stays safe. Certain high-risk material from cows are not allowed to be used in any food, including pet food. This is because many other animals have their own form of mad cow disease. But so far, cats are the only household pets known to contract it. Other animals that have their own form include goats, sheep, mink, elk, and deer. And if you're wondering when all this happened, the first cow that was diagnosed was in 1986, and the most recent cow that was diagnosed was in 2018. Thank you.
Is there a vaccine for mad cow disease? And if not, how come? Why don't we just get a vaccine for mad cow disease? Then we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Well, there's no vaccine, as I stated in my speech, and I would think because it mainly eats at the brain, and there's nothing to really stop the disease from eating at the brain.
Kason, is it dangerous for you to consume meat from a cow that's had mad cow disease?
I don't believe so, but there is a form that we can get of mad cow disease. I just don't remember the name of it. But I don't think it's dangerous to eat from an infected cow.
Okay.
Because it's only from the meal that was ground from the parts that we don't eat.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Miles Wolf from Randall County 4-H.
Look at those cattle behind me. Fat calves ready for slaughter. They have black eyes and have a bad habit of licking everything inside. Gates, locks, my hands, everything. They might look like Angus cattle, but they're actually dairy Angus crosses. We decided to raise dairy Angus crosses because of their superior marbling and growth rates. Hello, my name is Miles Wolf. I'm 12 years old, currently in the 6th grade, and this is my 3rd year in the commercial steer contest. In general, we look for crossbred cattle to exaggerate the best qualities of 2 different types of cattle. Hybrid vigor is our goal to develop superior cattle. These 2 steers behind me are Holstein Angus crosses. Holsteins generally produce vigorous calves that are distinguished by rapid growth, early maturity, and easy care. They're good-natured, early maturing, and have high carcass yields. And can be stabled without any problem. Holstein calves are hardy, grow quickly, and are easy to care for. Angus cattle are resistant to harsh weather, good-natured, early maturing, and have high carcass yields. The Angus breed enhances marbling, which improves flavor, tenderness, and keeps meat moist while cooking. The market for this type of crossbred cattle are increasing due to dairy cows need to have a calf before they can start producing milk. Approximately 50% of the cows will be bulls, which have little use in the dairy industry. An Ohio State University study investigated that crossbreeding dairy cows to beef breeds will increase the value of male dairy calves. This will allow the production of a higher quality beef product. The crossbred offspring is preferred by cattle feeders due to their increased average weight gain, feed efficiency, and higher quality grades, carcass quality compared to purebred dairy steers. The downside to this crossbred cattle is the time on feed is increased, as it may take them longer to finish. This year, our feed conversion was higher than in previous years when we raised purebred cattle. But we believe they'll have a higher carcass quality in return. By crossbreeding Holsteins and Angus, we are looking for early maturing calves that will develop intense marbling and high quality goods. In a feedlot magazine this month, WT Meat Science Lab, Professor of Meat Science Tyler Lawrence is quoted as saying, the benefits of this breed is black hides, smaller frame, less frame size compared to traditional dairy steers, and a better rib eye area, all while maintaining marbling. That was our goal this year with this pen of cattle behind me. Thank you.
Would you talk to me about, first of all, explain to the audience what feed conversion is and why it's important to understand what feed conversion is, and then tell us how your steers did. What was how'd your steers do on feed conversion?
Feed conversion is how much feed to how many pounds gained, and ours was, our feed conversion was 7 pounds to 1 pounds gained.
Miles, thanks for bringing a really current topic to the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. It's really cool to see dairy beef in the ring and how big an impact that's having in our industry, especially with the drought and the shortage of cattle that are coming. So in the U.S., we have about 9 million dairy cows, and we were trying to go towards a beef on dairy type calf like the two that you just brought in here. What is the way that a dairy, when we start talking about AI, because they AI everything, what is the technology we can use in semen to be able to produce a large number of steers for beef on dairy and not get a lot of heifer beef on dairy for people to be able to feed?
We can get better steers by artificial insemination.
Hey Miles, let me make it a little more clear. So we have the ability to sex semen now, and so if we're going to mate a bunch of dairy cows, we would want to be able to determine that we want mostly males whenever we AI that female. And so that would be the way to get there. And so you did a really good job. That was a tough question, but I thought that I would ask you anyway because I know you did such a great job on your speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job, Miles. Let's go to Gage Burton from Shackelford County 4A.
Howdy, caught any rain yet? I'm Gage Burton, and I'm from Shackelford County, which is up north of Abilene. I don't know about you, but we could sure use a good rain. Our average rainfall is about 25 inches per year, but this past year we have only seen about 14 to 16 inches, which is just a touch more than half of our average rainfall. See, we don't have underground water or plumbing, or no, water we can depend on for watering stock, so you won't see too many windmills around our place. I knew we were struggling for rain because of all the ranchers talking, but it became real to me when my favorite fishing hole dried up. Now, there are two things I love to do, and that's ranch and fish. So when I couldn't fish, I started wondering how a rancher gets through these droughts. So I called up one of the best ranchers I know and asked him. With his slow and kind southern drawl, he said, if you're gonna ranch in Texas, it's 100% guaranteed you're gonna face a drought. Just depends on how bad and when. In fact, he joked it can be thought of as desert-prone rainfall. The key, however, is to be prepared. So that's what I'm here to talk about, drought. You might be wondering, how does drought affect beef quality? One thing he pointed out was that when my steers got bigger, they had a lower daily gain. See, as cattle get bigger, they get less efficient. And during droughts, feed inventory and the feed yards get bigger. So it's just not worth it for feed yards to feed those cattle the extra few weeks it takes for them to put on that great marbling that us Americans love. The next point he talked about was don't sell your cows. See, when the drought breaks, the cattle prices get really good for the ranchers. And so they sell all their cows during the drought to have enough money to buy feed. But if they have to buy more cows, that really cuts into profit. And so there are several ways that you can do to stay prepared. That leads me to my third and final point. Be prepared for when droughts come. As I've learned this past year that pinning up those mama cows and feeding them when we run out of grass or water just isn't very profitable. Isn't very profitable. So he shared with me several things that he likes to do on his ranch to prepare for droughts. A, they have brush management that helps them grow more grass. B, grazing management helps them stockpile grass. C, water management helps them store more water. And D, inventory management with stalker cattle means he can sell them and not the mama cattle when their grass runs out. So even though I may not be able to go fishing for a while, I now know that droughts are just a part of ranching in Texas. We will get through them, but will we be successful when the rains come again? If we go into them prepared, we can continue to deliver that high-quality beef to your dinner table. Thank you.
Good job, Gage. You know, wouldn't it be nice if we could just have kind of normal, consistent weather here in Texas to raise cattle in? Because it always seems like when we come to this commercial steer show, y'all are either talking about all the problems associated with drought, or you're talking about all the problems associated with all that dadgum rain we got. So which would you rather have? I mean, if we can't just have normal years, and it seems like we can't, tell us about some of the problems you know about from really wet weather, and which do you think you'd rather have?
Well, personally, I don't really know. I mean, I have heard of some problems that wet weather can cause, but right now we've been in a drought for a while, and so I kind of am just hoping we can get all the rain we get. But if we get too much rain, we need to be careful because it can flood, and it's just, I don't really know much about that because we haven't been getting too much rain lately, but problems of drought, there's so many problems that drought has, but said most of them in my speech, but yeah.
Hey, Gage, you talk Spanish? Do you know Spanish?
A little bit.
Translate El Nino and La Nina. You ever heard of those terms?
I have heard those terms, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. They're associated with our weather patterns.
Yes, sir. I've heard that.
Yep, look that up after you get done today. All right, I got a different question. How many gallons of water do you think your steers each individually drink a day?
Well,
just approximately.
I don't really know. They do drink a lot of water, though.
How many gallons you think?
I'm gonna guess probably 11 gallons.
Hey, that's pretty good. That's a good answer. Good job today. I enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you.
problem is I'm not sure poor Gage's been alive long enough to see a really, really wet year. Okay, thank you, Gage. Let's go to Emma Stevenson from Spring Lake FFA.
Hi, I'm Emma Stevenson from the small town of Earth, Texas, where I've had the opportunity to grow up in and around production agriculture. Throughout my life, when I've sat down to eat supper, I've looked out my kitchen window and I've seen the process of production agriculture from start to finish. And I'm sure many of you in this room have similar experiences. Let's consider this. The only concern we have about our food is what we're going to eat, not where it's from or whether it's safe. We do not have this concern because when we look out our windows, we see the process of production agriculture. And as far as it being safe, we're also in and around the good people that make the process work. But let's consider the other 98.2% of the population that have not gotten the opportunity to truly witness the process of production agriculture or really know anything about how people are involved in making food for the masses. What I want to do today is ask everyone in this room to encourage a program that creates a classroom curriculum in junior high or high school that teaches everyone about the basics of production agriculture. We could do this through many lobbyist associations that we are a part of: cattle, corn, cotton, anything that has to do with production agriculture. Why? Because the young folks in this room understand that the information fed to us through the internet and social media is not always accurate, but it's where we look to for information. We have learned from those who are supposed to be responsible online that most people are willing to feed us the bias that benefits them, whether it's true or false. This creates major distrust. Because of the avalanche of information available on every topic, the only way to determine what is the truth is to have a base knowledge of that topic, and then let common sense go to work. If agricultural associations lobbied for this base knowledge to be taught, then common sense would be able to do its work. Think of the erroneous social media trends that would fall flat. Think about how producers would be able to understand why prices are higher in the aftermath of a drought. Think about how floating headlines that are really just adversities within our industry would be viewed. The common man would be able to use deductive reasoning to determine what is truth and what is trending. Currently, trends are based on what is interesting, popular, funny, or whatever else the masses may be into that day, which is fine, as long as they allow us to do what we do. The biggest issue producer-consumer disconnect brings our industry is when the masses want to interject themselves into what we do, without the understanding that what we do is take care of them. Check out Cory Booker. I'm pretty sure he represents absolutely nobody in production agriculture, yet somehow he's become a voice for agriculture on the Senate floor. These people will continue to be a voice, and they will be able to say whatever they want that benefits them, whether it's true or false, as long as the public is not educated. Throughout my life, I've been asked multiple times, how do we promote our product? How do we promote agriculture? My answer is we absolutely have to start educating the 98.2%. We already have people using social media for good, but the problem is the general public has no real base knowledge. If we gave them this base knowledge through school, they would be able to intuitively find the truth, and more importantly, not let those who want to manipulate situations in their favor take advantage of them. This base knowledge would relieve our industry of the stresses that producer-consumer disconnect places on us and all of our consumers. Thank you.
Luke, did you find that funny, her talking about common sense and lobbying in Washington all in the same sentence? Isn't that cool? All right, so Luke is in Washington, D.C., working for a lobbying firm after just having left the Capitol. And so this is a terribly relevant topic. And so you talk about we have to educate. I loved it. We have to educate the 98.2%. And then I'm waiting. How are we going to do it? How are we going to do it? How are you going to do it? Is my question to you.
Okay, so I want to implement a class or curriculum in school, like it would be a requirement to graduate high school, you have to take this class that's about the basics of agriculture. So people know where their food comes from, they know how it got to their table. And then they would be able to decide what is truth when people are saying stuff about production agriculture that isn't true. So it needs to be done through school.
Emma, fantastic job, and your passion for the truth is really refreshing, and I really want to compliment you on that. So let's take it outside the classroom and say that you're going to be the teacher and you're going to deliver the truth. How could you do that to the people, the consumers of the United States, without doing it in the classroom? What would be your way that you think, and it can happen, and I know that you're sharp enough probably to pick some ways to do it.
So, as I said earlier, I don't think that social media is effective because of everything that's on there. And there's so many contradicting things. I don't think social media is the way to go. I think that, like, going and advocating in person, just walking around places like here, just fairs, and having, like, information, just little quick facts posted everywhere, that helps. But I think the best way to do it would be through a school.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Super job, Emma. Okay, let's go to McKinley Corbin from Sanger FFA.
The commercial steer contest isn't just about feeding and taking care of your livestock. What I've learned is it's the opportunity to learn real-world scenarios, finding ways to stretch your money, meet your break-even point, and most importantly, learn about the cattle and agriculture industry. When I feed my steers, I often think about the opportunities they create for human beings. However, some consumers do not see the impact the same way I do. Whether it be environmental concerns surrounding greenhouse gases, dietary apprehensions, or worries about animal welfare, there are a lot of questions our industry has to answer. So I wanted to ask, are my cattle a part of the problem or the solution? Hello, my name is McKinley Corbin with the Sanger FFA chapter, and this is my first year in the commercial steer contest. Let's take a look at both the positive and negative things we hear about the cattle industry and our sustainability footprint. First, let's talk about the negative things we hear in the industry. As cattle digest plants such as grass, they release methane, which is known as a greenhouse gas. Greenhouse gases absorb heat and trap it into the atmosphere, causing temperatures to increase in both ground surface and water temperatures. According to the Food and Animal Organizations for the United Nations, each year approximately 14.5% of global greenhouse gases come from the livestock industry. As cattle make up 65% of the industry, their carbon footprint isn't comparatively huge. Corn is a major contributor to the industry's overall greenhouse gas fraction, with a major component of their diet being fed corn, which typically accounts for about 40% of total domestic corn use. Feed use is closely related to the total number of animals on feed, including cattle, hogs, and poultry. While cattle are known to produce a high amount of greenhouse gas and consume more than half the United States produced corn and grain, they're also known to take up millions of acres across the United States. Now for the positive points. Protein is a necessary and luxury food source for humans worldwide. 12.2% of people around the globe suffer from a lack of protein. Beef is a positive contributor to human protein sources, and unlike protein supplements, beef contributes to global food supplies. According to the United Nations, animal products contribute up to 37% of total global protein. Let's take a look at the facts. What would the world look like without beef? A world without beef is a world with a higher prevalence of deficiencies that relies on expensive supplements to achieve a complete nutritional profile. Additionally, the world and agriculture economy would lose an important profit margin from beef exports and sales. And most importantly, could you imagine a world without steak? The United States is known to have the greatest beef sustainability footprint and continues the daily progression to take the steps needed to improve and produce high-quality, sustainable beef. I believe it is our mission as beef producers and agriculturalists to discuss the positive and negative impacts of the livestock industry, both transparently and accurately. As a beef producer, I have gained a better understanding of the livestock industry and am excited to contribute my project as a personal way to help feed the world. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna take you back to that part of your speech where you talked about greenhouse gases and methane and sustainability and all of those things. You hear that discussion when you hear people arguing, or maybe discussing, I should say, amongst the industry, grass-finished beef versus grain-finished beef, and the two processes' impact on the environment. Tell me what you think about that.
Okay, so those are obviously two different types of feed outs. So grass-finished beef is obviously gonna produce more greenhouse gases because you're turning up the soil, you're releasing the carbon, whereas grain feed, you're not doing that. Yes, you do get some greenhouse gases from the grain, but you do not get as much as you do from the grass-fed beef. So therefore, I would do, if you're looking to be more sustainable, I would definitely go with the feedlot beef.
Kinley, you're doing great. This is your first time to give this speech?
Yes, sir.
That's impressive. Okay. Hey, I'm going to challenge you a little bit more with what you're talking about because you're partially true, but partially there's a little more perspective to it. So if we stop using fossil fuels, then altogether, then we could quit carbon dioxide emissions and maybe just be carbon neutral. We'd keep the same amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, right? And so whatever global warming we're experiencing, we're going to continue to experience that because we're not reducing them. We're just taking away further production. Cattle, there's actually research that shows, some of it by my friend Dr. Roundtree up in Michigan State, that cattle can be managed for a carbon negative system. Like we can be the answer to global warming, not the problem like everybody makes it out to be. Can you speculate on how that's possible? How can we actually reduce carbon emissions through cattle?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let me lead you just a little bit more. How do we sequester carbon? Have you ever heard that term, sequester? No?
No, sir.
Okay. Like plants, are they carbon users or do they generate carbon dioxide?
They generate.
They use carbon dioxide, right? Plants?
Yes.
So we're exhaling carbon dioxide and plants are taking that carbon dioxide and using it in photosynthesis. And so they're able to sequester it. They're able to use that carbon dioxide and remove it from the atmosphere. And so, I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling. But that's how, in a grazing system like you're talking about, you're partially right, but depending on how you manage it, cattle can be effective, ruminants can be effective in the right practices, of grazing strategy-wise, of actually sequestering more carbon in total because of what they do to that plant, its impacts on the plant than what they do to the entire production system. So, yeah, look that up, research it. It's pretty cool stuff, but I think we can go on offense with that type of propaganda. So, nice job. I was really impressed with your speech.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Jacob McMullen from Splendora FFA.
Hi, my name is Jacob McMullen. I am part of the Splendora FFA chapter, and I have two ring steers that shoot right behind me. There they are, right there. Alright, these are ring steers, and they have a lot of Angus influences on them, which is a good thing because that means that, well, I hope that they would have tons of marbling, good marbling specifically. But I also have a little bit of brown in them too because of they can tolerate the Texas heat. So they won't get stressed while they're eating and all that, and they'll still gain pounds. So when I first got into them, I was given pre-mixed ration that had 2% protein in them, and then I slowly increased it by getting them finisher that had 3% protein in them. And I was getting 50 pounds a day, twice a day actually. So they're getting about 100 pounds a day. So the conversion is 7.33. That means that they have converted 7.33 pounds into 8 pounds. and I got that by dividing about 5,640 pounds with 789.80 to get 7.33, which is my feeding version. I made sure that they had healthy water. I made sure that they were good quality steers. I also had an active deworming schedule for them that I never faulted. Okay, that I never faulted on. But I had a little bit of help from my brothers. We planted a hormone in them December that will increase their ADG. So it went from 1.9 to 2.59 pounds a day. But thank you very much for listening. My name is Jacob Mom, and hope in the future I have better success as cattleman in Texas. Thank you.
Nice job. Okay, I didn't even need to look at your record book because you got all the figures right there in your head and how to calculate them. Good job. All right. I want you to talk to me about something that you are going to do differently next year in terms of any part of the contest. How you're going to pick your cattle, how you're going to feed your cattle, where you're going to keep your cattle, something that you've decided you think you might want to change. Talk to me about that.
All right, so over at my little pasture that I got, there's a lot of mud because of all the rain that we got. So it's pretty muddy, so we need to get a little better environment, a little more drier, and maybe we should probably give them a little bit more corn, maybe a little bit of protein for them. Thanks, sir.
Jacob, outstanding. You did a great job on your speech, and I think that if you were going to tell me about the quality of your cattle, so they're Brahman cross cattle, what would you quality grade your two steers?
My opinion, steer B probably has more fat, more marbling compared to steer A. I would say that steer A probably has a lot of muscle and all that, probably a little more bigger than steer B, but steer B has good marbling and all that, good fat. And I know that everybody likes their fat on their steaks and all that, so do I. That's a good thing.
Great job.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Jacob. Okay, let's do Ryan Yannick from Lavaca County 4-H.
Salt, pepper, garlic. 3 key ingredients to making a tasty steak. But what are the ingredients that go into making that steak go from pasture to your plate? Minerals, of course, otherwise known as maximizes immunity and nutrition, effectively reducing and lowering spending. In the cattle industry, to be at the top and finish with the best end product, you must have a sound feeding program that includes adequate mineral supplementation. If you do, you can expect to see higher average daily gains, better feed efficiencies, and overall herd health. Howdy, my name is Ryan Yannick. I'm a freshman and a member of the Livestock County 4-H. This is my first year in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. All cattle can substantially benefit from minerals when targeted usage is needed. The 2 types of minerals are macro and micro. Macro minerals are fed at higher concentrations, while micro minerals are fed at lower concentrations due to the fact that they can be more potent. When it comes to giving cattle minerals, it starts from the base up, literally. Calcium and phosphorus are by far 2 of the most important minerals to give your cattle. They are key for better average daily gains and better feed efficiencies like many other minerals. They are also key for the growth and sustainment of the muscular, nervous, and skeletal system. They are also extremely important for quantity and quality of milk in your cattle. Another mineral, potassium,
is important to supplement during the winter time when most forages were generally lacking. Sodium chloride, better known as salt, is important to supplement as well as potassium for water retention and osmotic pressure. Salt is especially key to supplement whenever cattle are grazing lush green patches high in water content. Potassium is important to supplement to feeder cattle because it helps with acid-base balance to prevent bouts of acidosis. Another important mineral for feeder cattle is cobalt because it has B12 vitamins that are synthesized by the rumen for bacteria. Zinc and selenium are also important to give to your cattle because they help in reproduction and immunity. However, you must take caution with selenium because when overdosed, it can be lethal. A good feeding program isn't just turning them out on a patch or giving them hay or a bucket of feed. There is an overall element to feeding vitamins and minerals to your cattle. If you do, you will see the better average daily gains, better feed efficiencies, and overall health. And if you are able to supplement a program that fits your budget and your cattle's needs, you will find over the course of their lifetime maximize profits and secure and implement and make sure that at the end of the day, steak will be waiting on the table. Thank you.
Well, you answered all my questions about minerals in that speech, didn't you? Good night. Okay, I've been looking at these record books all day, as you've seen me doing, and I've referenced them. I did not look at yours because it's still in that room in there. But I keep seeing this word preconditioning in all of the record books, and a lot of, not all of them, but a lot of the record books. Cattle were preconditioned. I don't know what that is. Can you explain to me what preconditioned is? And then I want you to tell me whether or not mineral supplements have anything to do with the preconditioning.
Yes, sir. Okay, so a preconditioning program is basically before they are sold to the feed yard. Normally about 45 days is a good amount. The cattle are introduced to feed, they're vaccinated, also given minerals, and then they're also weaned. And so, yes, it is important to give your cattle minerals during the preconditioning program. Especially during these stressful times is important. I know I gave my cattle Multi-Min 90 to help with the stress of weaning.
All right, Ryan, I'm gonna totally switch gears. I noticed one of your calves weighed 1585. Compliments on getting them heavy. And one problem with getting cattle too heavy is some of our branded programs like CAB have a limit. They say that the ribeye area can't be bigger than 16 square inches. And as we get those cattle bigger, their ribeye area generally gets bigger as well. At the restaurant level, why do they not want a ribeye bigger than 16 inches? What's the problem with serving steaks at a restaurant that are from an animal that's that big?
Okay, so one problem with that is, I know one thing, people, they normally have an ideal amount. They want an 8 ounce ribeye. And so if you start getting these 10 ounce ribeyes or 12 ounce or 14 ounces or these bigger amounts, then they won't maybe eat all of it, and it'll discourage them from buying that expensive steak if they know they're not going to eat all of it.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Great job.
Okay, let's take a quick break.
need my bag.
Ladies, I have a little turquoise ring on my finger that was found in the ladies' bathroom. Not by me, I didn't find it in there, but it was given to me by someone that found it in there. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little turquoise stones on it, and it barely fits on the end of my little finger. So if it's yours, come get it.
I gotta go stretch my legs a little bit.
Okay, folks, let's start getting back to our spots. Anybody want this ring on my finger? Little turquoise ring. Found in the ladies' bathroom. I bet you. Hey, before we get started, I want to tell you about a book I'm holding. We just did this book in Sunday school and studied it at church for a series of about a month or so. It's a book by Lance Witt. It's called Your One Life. And in the very opening paragraph of this book, he has it in all caps. Your period, one period, life period. And the point of the book is that we just get one chance to do this. One chance to do this. And you don't do it right without focusing on it. I'm going to read the back of it to you. This is your one life right now, today. You don't get a second chance to get it right. There's no mulligans, no do-overs, and no one has ever drifted into a rich and meaningful life. But here's the good news. As a Christ follower, you have every resource you need to live the rich and satisfying life Jesus promised. Your one life is a roadmap to the life you long to live. Sharing from decades of life experience and wisdom, Lance Witt helps you to craft the life you want and to do life with God, not just for God, and practice in the presence of people. This book has had quite an impact on me. I wish I had had it 30 years ago as I was starting my career. I wish I had had it as my life began to control me and all of the good things that I was doing began to kind of overwhelm me. And at some point you look up and 30 years has gone by and you can look back and say, I wish I'd have done things a little differently. So today, I'm going to hand this book to our good friend, Mr. Luke Hale, as a big thank you to him for being with us. This is the second year in a row this alumni of our competition has flown from Washington, D.C. to spend these 2 days with you and for you, giving back to you. And he is at the point in life where life can overtake him. You can either have control of your life, you can either have control of your calendar, or it can have control of you. And as a thank you, Luke, I hope you'll read this and know every time you see it that we all love you and we appreciate your contribution to our life. Okay, we're going to get started back with Macy Puska from Hallettsville.
$1.3 million. What if I told you that number was pounds of steer feed, and it was fed all in one day, each and every day? That's a lot of feed. Howdy, I'm Macy Puska, a sophomore Hallettsville FFA member, and this is my second year raising commercial steers. This year, during my Christmas break, I had the amazing opportunity to travel to Dalhart, Texas, and to tour Nortex feeders. I was given a first-hand look at the day-to-day operations of their feedlot. Nortex works to produce the highest quality beef in the most efficient way possible by emphasizing consistency and a stress-free environment for their cattle. When cattle are first received into the feedlot, they are ear tagged, vaccinated, and given a growth implant. This is all done in a fully enclosed, climate-controlled building. Nortex has a computer system that can be programmed to sort the cattle based on weights. After the cattle have been processed, the system automatically weighs and sorts the cattle into the correct pen and opens the corresponding gate down the alley. Cattle are typically divided into lots of 100 to 125 head, depending on the cattle's weight. After the cattle have been processed, the real work begins with the daily feedings. Nortex mixes its own feed rations on-site daily at each feeding, which ensures quality, freshness, and minimal nutrient loss. The ration consists of 65% corn. The corn goes through an intense steaming, pressure, and crimping process, which allows for maximum starch digestibility to improve weight gain. The steam-flaked corn, dry distiller grain, and a corn or milo-based silage is then loaded into one of the two 40,000-pound mixing bins where micronutrients are then added. After the feed is mixed, it is then augured to an elevated silo where bobtail tractor trucks can drive under and load. The entire feed system is monitored and controlled by a highly computerized system. This system has multiple pressure, temperature, moisture, and weight transmitters. These transmitters send signals to computers in a control room where it is carefully monitored and adjusted by operators. The feed is then delivered to the proper cattle feed bunk. Each animal in the lot is allowed 9 to 12 inches of feed bunk space and will typically return to the same spot to eat at each feeding. Nortex feeds 43,000 head of cattle 3 times daily, totaling 1.3 million pounds of feed. Water troughs are cleaned regularly and have continuous flow systems preventing them from freezing. Pen riders work daily, checking the pens and looking for any sick or unhealthy calves. The sick calves are then pushed to designated pens where they can be carefully monitored, evaluated, and given proper treatment by a veterinarian. The animal will then receive a second ear tag, which follows documentation of any medications given and withdrawal times. After the cattle have finished out the feeding period, which can range anywhere from 90 to 300 days, they are moved to the loadout pens. Their ear tags and weights are documented, and they are calmly loaded onto semi-trucks bound for the Tyson Processing Plant in Amarillo, Texas. Touring the feedlot allowed me to gain a whole new understanding of the phrase pasture to plate. I was amazed at the technology and management systems that I saw in place, and I realized that this is an important part of the beef supply chain process. Thank you.
Good job. I was intrigued by you talking about the enclosed, climate-controlled room where they work cows. Basically work cows. I guess they might not call it that, huh? They give vaccinations there, I would expect. In your study guide, there's a whole bunch of information about vaccines that I was looking at. I don't understand the difference between non-infectious vaccines and infectious vaccines. And if you could talk about those, the different types of vaccines, and then do you know which of those Nortex use?
So I'm not exactly sure what vaccines that Nortex uses. I do know that they do give their animals vaccines just to prevent diseases and later causing problems. What did you say on the 2 that I'm describing?
Yeah, what are the different types of vaccines? I'm looking at non-infectious and infectious. I don't know what any of that means. Which Would you tell me, please, dear?
Yes, sir. So there's non-infectious and there's infectious. There's also killed and modified live. Depending on what your cattle have, if they already have the disease, if they do not already have the disease, if you're just trying to prevent the disease, or if you're trying to get rid of the disease, that tells you what type of vaccination or treatment you need to use.
Macy, great job. I was going to ask you a question about vaccinations. There was a big stir in our U.S. and around the world about vaccinating ourselves over a virus that was running around, and the same thing happens in cattle, right? And so when you give an injection, whether it's a vaccine or an antibiotic, where's the recommended location that we should give that and why?
So the recommended location to give a vaccine or antibiotic is in the triangle of the neck. And you want to give it there because it is the correct spot to give it, and you don't want to give it in a certain muscle that could cause the muscle to harden and cause your meat to get infected.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Okay, let's go to Kaylin Johnson from Bellevue FFA.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Johnson. I am from Bellevue, Texas, and I am in 3rd grade. This is my first year at San Antonio Commercial Beer Steer Show. My older sister did this show last year, and it looked like a lot of fun. So I wanted to do it this year. The 2 steers I picked are Beefmasters that I purchased from my aunt and uncle. Our family raises Beefmasters. We like them because they do well in Texas heat. They are very gentle. My steers are very gentle, and that was done by low stress handling. I be able to rub all over them while they eat. High stress handling can lead to tough meat, but I don't know about y'all, but I don't like tough steak. Same thing goes with my Beefmaster show heifer Pumpkin, trying to keep her calm during halter breaking. Walking is just as important. I found my 2 Beefmaster steers a local feed ration, and I know whoever gets to eat this meat will enjoy it, and I even bet it will be so tender.
Miss Johnson, I have a question for you. I'm over here, baby. What's your favorite thing to put on fajita tacos?
I don't know.
I saw you putting popcorn on it, didn't I? I mean, popcorn on beef fajitas?
No, I did put popcorn on it. I was just eating it, and then after I took that bite,
I mean, some people put pico on their fajitas. She puts popcorn.
No, I don't.
All right, I want you to tell us what your favorite part about this program is. I know it's your first time. You've never done one of these before. What was your favorite part? Is it getting up at 4:30 in the morning to go out and feed your steers? Or is it standing up in front of all your friends and talking? What was your favorite part?
It was doing my speech.
Good. Well, I'm proud of you. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Kaylin, I want to tell me about what you feed these cattle.
I feed them, so what's in the feed, I feed them Beefmaster, and what's in the feed, it is molasses, corn, and cotton.
Awesome. Great job.
Thank you.
No popcorn?
No!
Okay, let's go to Anna Harbert from Boys Ranch FFA.
Growing your own beef from conception to consumption. Now, I know most of you folks in here know the pros and cons of breeding your own beef from the moment that the offspring is butchered through the actual birthing process, which could cause a decrease in your check and or herd. There can be be many more hardships, from waking up early mornings to feed them, to obeying all safety guidelines to be able to sell to the general public. Hi, my name is Anna Harvard from the Boys Ranch FFA, and today I'm here to talk to you about our own cattle feeding program that we tend to start at Boys Ranch. For those of y'all who do not know what Boys Ranch is, it is a residential community open to at-risk children ages 5 to 18. Now, I'm sure many of y'all know the price of beef can be pretty expensive, especially when when some residential homes are buying it to feed 12 kids for one meal at a time. This is why we, the Boys Ranch FFA, are trying to build a sustainable program large enough to produce for the whole ranch, starting with this commercial steer program. The other 2 kids I came with and I are testing these waters with what breeds and feed would be best to produce high quality beef to produce for our ranch. My steers are an Angus and an Angus cross. We first received September 7th and started our feeding program. Our feeding program consists of an AM feeding of a 70-30 mix of cracked corn, hay mix, and ground alfalfa dressed with a high-pro beef finisher. We have vaccinated them with 7-way and ivermectin. Now, our goal is to not only build this program, but to also educate the younger growing population. Many kids come to Boys Ranch have previously experienced the hardship of not even knowing where their next meal will come from. Through the education and experience in the beef and cattle program, our goal as the FFA is to ensure not only where the food comes from, but that these kids will never have to worry again. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Great job. You also mentioned, I know that y'all are probably getting tired of me talking about sustainable, but it's such a buzzword in our industry these days, and you just used it again in your speech. You said y'all are trying to build a sustainable ranching operation at Boys Ranch. Tell me what that actually means. Everybody uses the term, but I want to know what actual practices y'all are looking at doing or have done that you would call sustainable.
Well, for me, our sustainable program for Boys Ranch is just having that reliable source of beef throughout the ranch. These kids have come from places where there hasn't been a reliable source of anything, but that's just what sustainable means to me.
Anna, with your experience at Boys Ranch in this beef program that's developing, what would your dream job be if you were able to go into the beef industry and your experience you've had so far? What would you like to do if you could go into the beef industry?
Honestly, growing up in the FFA, I know I'm not the best public speaker, as we've seen today.
I thought you were really good.
Well, thank you. But honestly, educating the younger growing population, that's where it really comes into play, especially in today's generation, when people are growing up not even knowing where their meat is coming from. Like, yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and that's a great answer. We could use communicators like you. Thanks.
Nice job, and hey, this is the first year that Boys Ranch has been here, and we hope you guys will come back from now on. Thank you for being here. Okay, let's go to Luke Abner from Taylor County 4-H.
Hello, I'm Luke Abner from Merkel, Texas, and in Taylor County 4-H. What are your cattle to you? Pets? A hobby? A tax write-off? A way of life? What about an employee? I know, it may sound strange to some, but I believe my cattle should work for me. And it's with that thought that I'd like to share an employment contract between me and my cattle. The parties to this employment contract are the rancher and our cattle. As the employer, I agree to treat cattle with respect, provide all resources for cattle to perform their duties, and to hold myself accountable to execute this contract and uphold a higher standard for this company by using proper management techniques and practices, as well as new and updated technologies. As far as the employees' expectations, they can be divided by classification, starting with mama cows. Produce a calf every 11 months, calf without any assistance, weaning calves 60% of her body weight or better and of a higher quality than themselves. Behave in a ladylike manner. Maintain a healthy body condition in order to breed back successfully. You need to do this on as few resources as possible. Do not leave your calf unattended for an extended amount of time, and please do not show aggression or jump fences. Now for the bulls. Breed cows, you big dummy. You have the best job in production agriculture. Do not take it for granted. Do not injure your penis. It is your only tool. Take care of it. Do not leave our ranch to pursue other females. Ours are good enough. If you do not like them, you can be replaced. Do not fight and hurt each other. Do not tear up any equipment or property belonging to this company, including, but definitely not limited to, vehicles, other animals, fencing, facilities, hay-rings, etc. And finally, test well on your yearly breeding soundness exam and trick test. The no pass, no play rule is in effect. Bulls have a zero tolerance policy, so at any time, if any of these expectations are not met or rules are broke, you will be sent to Lone Star Beef Processing in San Angelo, Texas, where that company will deal with you however they see fit. As for my calves, I expect you to not get sick too often, have a high feed conversion and average daily gain, mind your manners and behave like young ladies and gentlemen. Do not fall into bad habits regardless of any poor influences. They will be terminated. Perform better than your parents, whether your career path is as a replacement heifer or a feeder stiff. Cattle that do not perform their duties or meet any of these expectations will no longer be employed by this ranch. This contract was created to keep emotion out of management decisions and to hold myself accountable as well as the cattle in my care. And to keep this ranch profitable for years to come. Thank you.
Hey, Luke, good job. And I was just looking at your record book. You've got some really good values on your cattle. Looks like they performed well, at least on paper from right here. I can't see them from behind my banner there, but then I flipped to your cost of animal health, and you got $0. You didn't spend anything on medicine. Tell me how you managed to do those things.
Well, I made sure they had clean water, clean feed, made sure I cleaned the water troughs out often so no bad bacteria or bugs got into them. They were in a clean environment and they didn't really get sick too often.
Did your steers ever get vaccinated, or did they ever have any implants?
Yes, sir. When we first purchased, they were preconditioned. They already had implants, and then we ear tagged them when we bought them, and then we gave them another implant.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Luke, I like your cowboy hat. You did a nice job talking there, bud. At the beginning of your speech, you said tax write-off. You're pretty sharp. You got any idea what that is?
It's like when somebody has a very good stable job that they make a lot of income, they might use livestock or agriculture as a tax write-off. So maybe it's a weight that lifts up some of the taxes they have to pay.
Atta boy, you might be a CPA one day, huh? Nice job. I didn't think you'd get into it.
Okay, let's go to Jesse Whitley, Hallettsville.
Imagine if your steer was born with the head the size of a basketball or an extra leg coming off its neck. Hello, my name is Jesse Whitley. I'm a freshman and a member of Hallettsville FFA. And today, I would like to talk to you about genetic mutations in Angus cattle. First, let me give you a little background on what a genetic mutation is. A A genetic mutation is a change in one or more genes that can cause disorders or illnesses. When cattle ranchers were breeding for the perfect cattle breed, they crossed different breeds to get the most desirable qualities, but in doing so, got undesirable ones. The first genetic mutation I will be talking about is neurological hydrocephalus, also known as waterhead. Cows born with waterhead will be born dead with an enlarged cranium. The bones will be loosely arranged and the head filled with fluid with no recognizable brain or spinal tissue. Because waterhead is a recessive gene, cattle that are homozygous to this mutation will exhibit it. The second genetic mutation I will talk about is developmental duplication, also known as polymelia. Polymelia was once thought to be caused by conjoined twins or other abnormalities during fetal development, but was recently discovered in 2013 to be caused by a recessive gene mutation in certain lines of Angus cattle. If you have a calf born with polymelia, this means that both the dame and the sire have this recessive gene. Calves born with polymelia can be born with an extra limb or part of an extra limb, most commonly on the side of the neck. The last genetic mutation I will be talking about is arthrogryposis multiplex, also known as curly cow syndrome. Calves born with curly cow syndrome will be born dead or die shortly after birth. The spine and legs will be twisted, and the spine and legs will be twisted, and the joints often fixed in position. They will be born very small because of no muscle development. Because all these mutations are from recessive genes, carriers of these mutations often look perfectly normal. This is why genetic testing can be done to determine if your animal is a possible carrier. The best way to protect your animals from these mutations is to get them tested if you suspect they are possible carriers. Thank you.
All three of those things are pretty scary to me, especially
Yes,
that waterhead thing. I kind of looked at Luke and said, that's creepy. Tell me, I've not seen those things, but I do now want to get my cattle genetically tested and make sure that we don't have any danger of that.
Yes, sir.
How do I do that?
So what you can do is you can take a cow or whatever you think is, you suspect that is a possible carrier. You can take them into your vet and they can do either a saliva sample or a blood sample and send it in. And they will do a molecular test and look at all the genes to see if they have a change, like the change in one or more genes, to determine if they're a carrier of these mutations.
And if they are a carrier of one of those three, let's just say you took one of yours and they were a carrier, the animal was a carrier, what would you do with it?
So you can still use it for breeding purposes. So what you would do is you would breed it to a non-carrier. So if you breed it to another carrier, then you'll have the genetic defect. If you just breed it to a non-carrier, the offspring will be perfectly fine.
Jesse, you just answered the question we were going to ask you, so great job, and so
Thank you.
thorough in your presentation, your speech, your knowledge in this area. You're going to be a geneticist, we can tell.
Thank
So
you.
one thing we want to do is just expand on that a little bit. If you just use practical animal breeding, and you were to have a herd and you were going to line breed those and inbreed them, so you'd mate fathers to daughters and
Yes, sir.
brothers to sisters, what's the value in that, in exposing these genetic defects that might be in recessive form that you would never know is there?
Well, I'm not too sure, but if, like, some of them are perfectly fine, like developmental duplication, they will, once they are born, they will be fine. They will just have either like a leg hanging off their neck or, and like dwarfism, that one, they will be perfectly fine. They'll just be smaller. So some of them, they will be born okay, just like neurological hydrocephalus, or arthrogryposis multiplex. Those are some you really wouldn't want because all of your offspring would be born dead.
Jesse, thank you. Great job. Really
Good job. Let's go to Zeke Harkey from Hansford County 4-H.
Did you know the United States produces 21% of the entire world's beef supply? I didn't. I just assumed all cattle were American. This impressive stat is due to the process the beef cattle industry has perfected in the years past. This is even more impressive than when you consider the average beef cow is only expected to live 18 to 24 months. I bet my mom would say those mama cows have it pretty dang easy. She has to put up with me for 18 years. Hi, my name is Zeke Harkey from Hansford County 4-H, and today I'll be examining the life cycle of a beef cow. While there are many noticeable differences between beef cows and humans, there are also some similarities that may surprise you. The time beef cattle spend in their mama's tummies is only 3 days longer than humans. However, these cattle are weaned from their mamas usually between 3 to 9 months. Our moms are stuck getting us out of trouble for at least 2 dozen times that. And let's be honest, mine will probably be having to get me out of trouble for a lot longer. Beef cows' diets consist of grass, wheat, maize, various seeds, and of course corn when it's time to put on some real weight. Humans, on the other hand, rely on various fruits, vegetables, starches, proteins to maintain a healthy being. While beef cows' main goal in life is to pack on weight, at least 9 out of 10 Americans have tried to lose weight at some point in their lives. And my dad is not one of them. I like to think of these as the college years of the cow. They leave mom, head off on their own, and put on the freshman 15. And after they graduate, I imagine them sitting around the watering hole like humans in their office job, talking about how they should have been a breeding bull instead of a packing calf. If you've never been around cattle, you might think they don't experience emotion. But you would know that is far from true if you've ever heard the cry of a mama cow when it's time for her to leave her young. What really surprised me, though, was to learn that this isn't where the emotional aptitude of the cow stops. They can experience more than just simple emotions, much like humans can. Excitement, happiness, sadness, and fear. The only difference is humans can experience these emotions simultaneously. Just look at my mom over there. This is my second year doing this project. And what I've learned is that we aren't that different from cattle. We all run through fences. We all make poor decisions. But we all have something to offer. Thank you for your time.
Nice job. Well, I mean, if these kids don't turn out to be cattle producers, we could darn sure entertain the nation with it. I mean, for goodness sakes. All right, so funny about mom and dad, funny. But I want you to be serious for a minute about our sponsors. Okay, I want you to take just a second. If you want to turn around and look at that bale of hay for just a second, you're welcome to do it. And then I want you to turn and I want you to talk to all of our sponsors, and I want you to give them a big thank you for all of the support that they are in enabling you to have this opportunity to come up here and do that. Would you do that for me?
All the sponsors that do put in the time and effort to help us and make it possible for all of us young kids to be able to learn how to public speak better and learn more about the cattle industry. I just want to thank you all for doing that.
Zeke, you did a great job, buddy. Did you write that speech?
No.
You're like the president. You got a speech writer?
Yes, sir.
Well, you delivered the fire at it. I loved it. Hey, do you want a real tough question or you want a real easy question?
Easy.
Oh, you want easy? Okay. I thought you were going to tell me tough.
No.
Hey, what age should a heifer be, or a cow, when she has her first calf? What should be our goal when that female has her very first calf in life? Because you're talking about the life cycle of a cow. How old would she be when she has her very first calf?
Like, wouldn't it be something around 8?
-6.
12 months? 1 year?
2 years. You did good, Daisy. I'm proud of you, buddy. Great speech today.
Okay, Noah McMullen's next. Splendora FFA. Come on up, Nora.
Hello, my name is Noah McMullen, and this is my first year in FFA, and this is my first project ever, and I learned a lot while doing this, and when it comes to raising cattle, keeping their water clean is one of my biggest jobs. And so every single Saturday, I would completely empty their water tank, scrub it really good, and get them fresh water again. And one time when the flies were getting really bad, I had to treat the area for flies and clean out their feed trough and scrub it real good before I fed them again. And then every month I had to remember to use the pond dewormer and treat my cattle well. And so they wouldn't get liver flukes. And one month I used an injection to make sure I was treating for that. And I want to provide healthy meat to the consumers, and yeah.
Hey, congratulations. You know, you said something that struck me early on in your speech when you said, this is my first time. I mean, we've heard that 30 times today, right? 30 times today we've heard, this is my first time to participate at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Project. That's not all you said, though. This is his very first stock show project. I mean, my girls had this little bitty sweet sheep, you know? Little bitty sweet sheep was our first stock show project. Congratulations on picking the biggest, baddest competition you could possibly pick to get in for your very first stock show, okay? All right, so now I want you to tell me about the changes in your cattle's behavior from the time that you got them until you brought them here today, okay?
Well, so the first time that I got them at my house, they were all calm, but they didn't know me very much, so they wanted to kind of back away from me and stay far away. But I tried to stay as much as time as I could with them, and they were getting better with me, and now they don't care if I get really close to them. And yeah, but now that they're here, Steer B, he's really good here, but Steer A, he's rough. Yeah, he's not used to here, but Steer B is very calm.
Good deal. Well, thank you for coming, Noah. Good job.
Noah, thanks a lot. It sounds like Steer B would be one of your better buddies. When you go and you order a steak, or you tell your dad or your mom to cook it, maybe you cook the steaks in your house on a night or day when you get to eat steak. What is your favorite degree of doneness?
Can you explain it better?
Yeah, do you like rare? Do you like medium? Do you like well done?
Well, I like medium, but I also want to try rare, but I never picked rare for some reason.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. Great job.
Okay, let's go to Case Martin, Young County 4-H.
Hello, my name is Case Martin, and I'm from Young County 4-H. I'm here to explain how spending a little bit more on something you may not even think about can improve your cattle's overall production and increase your profit. This year, the decision was made to move my steers to my home for better monitoring, care, and convenience. However, where I live, the soil conditions are not ideal for cattle confinement in a small area due to soil composition. That makes drainage a problem. But after playing baseball in both Florida and Alabama over the last 3 summers, we knew exactly what needed to be done. We noticed the baseball fields in both these states were able to handle large amounts of rain, yet remain playable within a few hours. And after my dad questioned the ground crew, we found out why. Their fields were a mix of approximately 70% sand and 30% dirt. And as I researched if sand was a viable option for beef cattle, I was pleased to find out not only that it was, but quality bedding produces a long list of benefits for the animal producer and consumer. Some of your typical bedding materials used are straw, corn stalks or stover, low quality hay, sawdust or shavings, and sand. Most people choose what is readily available and cost efficient, but a cattleman must also consider the comfort, bacterial or fungal growth potential, and moisture holding capacity of the bedding. Good bedding can provide cushion that protects the animal's joints, but most importantly, bedding absorbs urine, manure, and mud to keep off the animal's hide to provide a healthy environment for the cattle. Bacteria on the hide can be transmitted to the meat during harvest, and when you cut the hide, you're just contaminating your meat. So a cleaner hide equals a safer product. We all know feeding in the winter weather isn't for the faint of heart, especially in the frigid temperatures found in the northern states. And combine this with wind, snow, and ice, and these circumstances can really test every aspect of animal husbandry. Providing bedding is one of the time-tested strategies for dealing with the winter weather. Research done by North Dakota State University Extension Service found the value of bedding to cattle performance outweighed the cost of the bedding. Dr. Zach Smith studied bedding on efficiency during the winter weather conditions. He compared no bedding versus putting sufficient wheat straw so that each steer would have a dry place to lay down. Research shows that during the first 36 days of the experiment, bedding had a dramatic effect on cattle performance. The bedded steers gained 1.08 pounds per day faster on the same feed ration, resulting in a 49% improvement in feed efficiency. And the steers that were not bedded required 35 more days on feed to reach a similar fat endpoint as the bedded steers. This research clearly shows that bedded cattle perform significantly better in the extreme winter conditions than cattle with no bedding. So not only are we offering a safer product when we provide quality bedding, we are potentially increasing our profit margins. And if increasing your profit matters as much to you as it does to me, I hope you too will consider adding quality bedding to your operation. Thank you.
Okay. Congratulations. In 24 years, you are the very first speaker that has ever talked about that topic. I had no idea, and now I'm going home to make beds for my cattle. Nice speech, nice topic.
Thanks, sir.
I was looking through your record book, and I see that you gave something called Revelar. I want you to tell us, what is a withdrawal period? What is that medicine? And tell us what the withdrawal period on that medicine is.
So I'm pretty sure the withdrawal period on Revlor XS is 26 days, if I'm correct.
What's that mean?
Like that the animal can't be slaughtered within 26 days, or like it's not safe to eat necessarily.
Case, last week I spent all night in the truck sleeping, waiting to get our heifer on these fairgrounds.
and I was asked, if you could only have one possession in this world, what would it be? And I said a mattress, and your speech confirmed that. I got a question for you. What's the difference between a vaccine and an antibiotic, or are they the same thing?
I don't know.
All right, different question. What's a choice select spread? What does that mean?
I know it's select is worse than choice.
Okay, very good. You did a great job with your speech. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Heck yeah, good job, Kate. All right, let's go to Nate Kaliki from Boys Ranch FFA.
The U.S. produces roughly a quarter of the world's beef, with only 10% of its beef income. So, as the population of the world increases, we're going to have to find better ways to create more high-quality beefs at a reduced price, with reduced land, too. So, residual feed intake is the key to this. A study done in Texas showed that steers and heifers with a low RFI consume 20% less feed than those with a higher RFI. So residual feed intake is the amount of the feed efficiency independent of growth performance. So how much can I feed them? Can I feed them less while they still gain the same amount? In my steers here, with 20% less RFI, or feed intake, it would have saved me $1.81 a day, which isn't that much for me, but on a feedlot that has 75,000 head, that's upwards of $100,000 a day that they can save on feed. So this matched with land stewardship, which is the key to successful ranching, we can create better, higher quality beefs for the world on less land and while spending less money.
Thanks, Nate. All right, so there's a pretty good difference between your two steers here. I want you to tell us how you selected them, what was the process that you used of selecting them, and then if you would describe how each of them performed differently for us.
So, first selection, it was just out of a pen of steers, we just selected the ones that looked best. And for how they performed, the Angus cross had much better marbling than the Charolais did, and he had a bigger ribeye.
Nate, great job. I love your steers, Dr. Rathman, and I really enjoyed evaluating them, and you did an amazing job of feeding them to the proper endpoint. If we look at the entire industry and we were going to feed cattle to the endpoint that would maximize the value of their carcass, what would the quality grade be? What's our target on quality?
The 1 to 5.
Yeah, so what would if we wanted to maximize the value on quality grade, what would the quality grade be?
1.
Yep, that would be the yield grade, would be a 1. Quality grade would be prime, that's right. And you had one of those in your two steers. Congratulations.
Okay, let's go to Levi Gola from New Braunfels FFA.
What does Buophilus, Babesia, and Cochleomyia hominivorix all have in common? They are all threats the cattle industry has overcome. Buophilus was the cattle fever tick that destroyed American cattle populations. It carried the deadly protozoa Babesia and was eradicated by dipping cattle with insecticide. Cochleomyia hominivorix is the screwworm fly and was eradicated by releasing sterile males to breed with the female flies. But the threats do not stop here. We have had to overcome the droughts of the 1950s and 80s, the E. coli 015787 outbreak in the 80s and 90s, mad cow disease in 1996, and even won the war of chicken and became the #1 priced meat in the world. The beef industry has been attacked from many different threats: parasites, natural disasters, food safety infections, and other competing industries. Even today, fake meats have tried to take away our market share. But with recent stock activity and production trends that continue, we are beating the plant protein meat back. Look no further than Beyond Meat's stock. That has dropped from $234 in 2019 to a mere $12 today, while beef prices are at an all-time high. But there is a bigger threat, and it is the lack of labor. The U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics report that today's labor participation rate is less than 62%. That is the lowest it has been since the 1970s. The beef industry is not the only industry short of labor. Labor shortages are being felt across the economy. Recently, Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus told the Financial Times that socialism is to blame for creating a lack of motivation to work. Now, I do not know whether his comments about socialism are appropriate or not, but this highlights labor as a major issue. We must have labor to produce beef. Fortunately, the timing to fix our labor shortages cannot be better as today. We're experiencing the largest migration to this country since the 1980s. Not all of them are coming to work. Some of them are like these steers, looking for a handout. But most will need jobs. We must attract, train, and retain workers. NBC News reported that 2.76 million migrants crossed into the U.S. in 2022, a record by 1 million people. So, the supply of labor is coming here. Can we motivate them to work? One challenge is that people migrating to the U.S. are more diverse than ever. U.S. border officials report that the majority of migrants are coming from other countries, not just Mexico, such as Guatemala, Honduras, Cuba, Venezuela, China, India, and Vietnam. This much diversity is challenging, and we must adapt. Translating beef quality assurance programs into other languages besides Spanish will be important. Relying on artificial intelligence and cell phone technologies to communicate with multiple languages in different cultures is essential. Today's threat is our need of capable labor. Ranches, feedlots, and packing plants cannot produce beef without it. History has proven we can overcome disease. We know how to beat our competition, and we have adapted to produce a wholesome, safe, and most desirable product. But with changing attitudes toward work in this country, will we be able to fill the job positions we now desperately need? I think so. But we must utilize new technologies and recruit the new labor arriving today. Now, let's get to work.
Pretty good, son, pretty good. You have identified a problem that is prevalent across not just the cattle industry, it is across all industries, okay? And this labor problem that we have, the corona thing has not helped that one little bit. But there's a whole lot of people my age that say that there's a whole lot of people that are your age that are just not gonna work, okay? They're just not gonna work. And there's a whole lot of people that are a little bit older than you that are proving that because they're now out of school and they're not wanting to work. How can you help us change that? I'm not worried about migrants coming in. That problem is going to be there, or that solution is going to be there regardless of what we in this room do. What can you do to help us with your generation? And do you even perceive that there is that problem that I'm talking about?
Well, the things that I can do is, you can post on social media to influence people to try to come and work for them. You can also raise up your prices for how much they get paid per hour. And what was the other question?
I just want to know how can we, and maybe we're just wrong about it. Maybe our perception is wrong about the younger generation's work ethic. But I know that we don't have that problem with you kids in this room. It's your peers that are back in school that we need to communicate with. Can you do that with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, Levi, you're talking about immigration. So I've been hearing here amongst the medical professionals in this area that one of the challenges that they're starting to see across these hospitals is that they're dealing with diseases, whether it be minor or major, that they really haven't seen before with, our immigrant crisis and more people coming into this country that aren't, native to this region. Can you draw some comparisons to that in the same challenges that a feedlot faces when they source cattle from a multitude of auction barns across the countryside?
Can you repeat the question, please? All along.
That's fine. All right, let's cut out the whole first half of that. And tell me, what kind of challenges does a feed yard face when they buy calves from different auction barns that come from different ranches across the countryside, and then they commingle them together there in the feed yard?
Okay, so the challenges they face are different types of diseases that they don't see normally in the U.S. So some of those diseases could be like brucellosis or tuberculosis, and others.
You're doing good. You did a great job on your speech. I'm proud of you.
Great speech, Levi. Thank you very much. Let's go to Jet Long from Hallettsville.
Beef is not a hog, or more accurately, a water hog. Have you seen the social media campaign, Meatless Mondays, claiming it takes 10 bathtubs of water to produce a quarter-pound hamburger? Howdy, my name is Jet Long from the Household FFA, and let me be your fact checker as we drain the tub on false information regarding beef production and water consumption. Time to drain the dirty bathwater. The false and misleading infographics, advertising infographics, claim that the majority of water comes from natural from runoff. Well, this isn't true at all. You see, the cattle production uses natural rainfall coming from the sky or in other forms of precipitation, like in snow. When conducting a water input analysis, it is critical to differentiate the sources of water. According to the Water Footprint Network, there are 3 sources of water: green water, blue water, and gray water. Green water is naturally occurring precipitation like I talked about earlier. Blue water is fresh water found in naturally occurring places like lakes, rivers, and aquifers. Gray water is fresh water that has been used in some manufacturing or processing practice. When conducting an input analysis, it is critical to determine where this form of water comes from. 94% of the water used in typical beef production and 97% of the water used in grass-fed production comes from green water, which is naturally occurring rainfall. So when we talk about water, we're trying to figure out why it comes this way and where these false infographics come from. And that is just because we need to get out and teach these people more about where it comes from. Consider this. California agriculture uses 80% of the total water available in their state, but only contributes about 2% to the state's revenue. When using a water input analysis, we can tell where this water is coming from. And it is far greater than all the nut production that they have going on in California as compared to our natural beef production. When we see what is really happening, it really opens our eyes to what is going on. Thank you for all the fun times I had, and thank you for letting this be my senior year. Mr. Blair, I'm all yours.
Yeah, good job. Okay, so you get a big boy question. We've talked about quality grades. Dr. Miller and Dr. Rathman have asked several questions about quality grades. And the only thing you ever hear about quality grades is marbling. But there's another component to figuring a quality grade, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is that other component?
So my great uncle actually used to be president of the Red Angus Board. And one of his biggest things is maturity. And that is the 2 most important factors when we have these quality grades, marbling and maturity. The older a cow is, the more mature and the more fine muscling we're gonna have in that ribeye area. Yes, there are some concerns when it comes to maturity, like as older a cow gets, the more cod fat we're gonna have and the more KPH we're gonna have. Also, the older a cow gets, then naturally the heavier it gets. So we're really trying to push forth heavier cattle, and when trying to produce heavier cattle, we have to consider frame size. Thank you.
Jet, that was a good answer. Thanks for having that maturity part of your knowledge base. And I really think water is an overlooked, important issue for beef production. And so thanks for bringing that here today and put it on the table. Where do you think that we are using most of that water? So we have, you said how much water there is in a quarter pound of beef. Where do you think we utilize where do we, where's most of the water used that is in that bathtub?
So where that 94% water comes from and 97% when grass-fed beef is pasture land. Most of the cows, or most of my steers' lives were spent on pasture ground. And obviously the way that we water our pasture is through irrigation, which is blue water, or green water, which is naturally occurring rainfall. And in grass-fed, obviously we're not going to put them in a feedlot, and they're going to be back on pasture, so we're going to require more water there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice job, Jeff. Real good. All right, we're going to take our last break for the day, and Charles Echo has decided that he would like to feed you guys again. So we're going to have snacks up here on my table for you to come get. Kiddos, y'all come help yourselves. Okay, exhibitors, if you have little brothers or sisters that are not in the competition and would like one of these snack bags, you can either send them up here or get them one. We still have several left.
You should have said, like, who's even worried about?
Kiddos, y'all head back to the table.
Mama.
Okay, exhibitors, everybody back? I know it's hard, but let's keep seated for, we've just got 5 more. Let's everybody just stay in your seats until we're finished. All right, Jet just finished, right? All right, so let's go to Groveton, the FFA. Hannah Jo Page.
Umami. Now before you get upset, I'm not telling you a mama joke. Umami is one of the many reasons beef tastes so good and part of what makes it good for the economy. Howdy, my name is Hannah Page and I intend to explain the economic and health benefits of beef and the beef industry in general. In the U.S., beef is a large portion of our trade, providing a lot of money for the economy. Most of our beef that is exported is grain-fed beef because grain can help cattle gain more efficiently than other food sources. The U.S. is the 3rd largest exporter of beef in the world, right after Brazil and Australia, exporting around 2 billion pounds of beef every year. The U.S. is also a large producer and exporter of corn, with around 90 million acres of corn utilized with around 90 million acres of farmland utilized for corn production. All of this requires a lot of work to maintain. Beef production provides jobs for around 800,000 people every year. Some of the jobs required to run a beef operation include feedlot operator, livestock hauler, and feed caller. A feedlot operator gives knowledge and support for nutrition and marketing. Livestock haulers safely haul livestock to a desired location, and feed callers go around the feedlot making sure that there is enough feed in the bunks. Beef is also a great source of food. Beef has been consumed by people for over 10,000 years. Although it may have looked different 10,000 years ago, it still has the same great taste and is still a great source of vitamins and minerals. Nutrients contained in beef, such as iron and protein, can provide your body with the strength to thrive. A lot of people do not consume enough iron, causing anemia, which can be solved by eating beef. Protein, which is contained in beef, can also rebuild and add muscle tissue. I think everyone knows that taste is very much a benefit of eating beef. But why? There are many factors contributing to the tastiness of a good steak, such as fat, smell, and umami. A well-marbled steak has that delicious fat flavor sprinkled throughout. It is said that we eat not just our mouth, but also our eyes. And lastly is something called umami. Japanese for savory taste, umami is considered the 5th basic taste, indescribable by the word savory alone. Umami or not, every reason is a great reason to eat beef. To conclude, the beef industry is a huge part of our lives, whether we know it or not. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Hannah, would you spell that word that you keep saying? Umami?
U-M-
John Mack spells it O-O-M-O-M-M-Y. Umami. That's how he spells it.
Umami is spelled U-M-A-M-I.
Okay. What language is that?
Japanese.
And what does it mean?
Savory taste.
Savory taste. All right. You got that? Okay. All right, now, here's your real question. You were talking about all the beef that we export. Do we also import beef? And if we import beef, why do we do both?
Yes, sir. We import beef also because some of the beef from other countries may have, well, the cattle have better genetics. That's why we would import the cattle. And then their beef may be better, so we can have a taste of their beef, so we can make our beef taste like that.
Hannah, let's go down that trail just a nickel more. So we're the largest consumers of beef and the largest producers of beef, but this import and export market is so very critical to maximizing the value of the cattle that we produce. And so when it comes to the export market, what types of products do we like to sell other countries? And can you give me any references on the countries that we sell the most to?
Well, we like to sell other countries, well, steaks, ground beef, any cut of meat.
What about byproducts?
Well, I know Egypt is a large consumer of liver.
That's right.
And some countries also eat the brain, and I think some eat parts of the stomach.
Yep. So if we pulled all the contestants here and we asked them, have you ever ate cattle tongue, brain, or tried cattle stomach? I bet you. Has anybody done that? Can y'all raise your hand if anybody's eaten those parts? Okay, we got a few adults in the back, but most of the kids, oh, we got one over here. But see, that's why we got to export, right? It's because most of us don't like those parts. And so we've got to find a customer base that does demand that, and that way we can get the most money for those products. So great job today, good speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Okay, let's go back to Boys Ranch. Mercedes Vargas.
Unlike many of y'all here, I have not been around cattle my entire life, so my speech might be a little untraditional, but I'm an untraditional ag student. Hello, my name is Mercedes Vargas, and I'm with the Boys Ranch Oakland chapter, and this is my first year competing at San Antonio. Boys Ranch is a non-profit organization that gives struggling kids a second chance at a normal life. Most of us have never had a consistent source of food, let alone know where our food came from. Now Boys Ranch has given us that opportunity. Now more than ever, consumers want to know the story of their food. Where did it come from? How was it fed? How was it cared for? This 2.5-year-long journey can lead to lots of questions. We started feeding our steers September 7th of 2022. We fed them a ratio of 70-30 of cracked corn and grounded hay. Now, I know that commonly animals are fed natural products and feedstuff, just like corn. It is important to know the process of beef because one carcass alone is enough to reach 540 people. That means 540 individuals can be affected by one singular bad beef. This can damage our trust consumers have in our industry. So how do we manage this risk? We can prevent this by switching out our needles between each use to prevent cross-contamination and broken tips, using beef quality assurance, recording everything we have done, and even using recommendations on medication labels. Also doing research where the beef head came from and where the steer was fed beforehand. Consumers care about traceability. Can we track that 2.5-year life cycle of that beef? Challenging for sure, but not impossible. Luckily for me, my steer came from the Gento side of Boys Ranch and was given with, and we were blessed with the records of the vaccination programs they were on prior. In all, Boys Ranch has given me the opportunity to figure out where my beef was and answer my question, where did my beef come from? The beef industry strives to provide a product that consumers can trust and has a story that markets beef production and energy, who cares about our cattle's family, customers, and life. Thank you.
Is this your first project having anything to do with cattle? With beef cattle?
Yes.
It is. So the consumers that you're talking about, they don't have any more idea about what this project consists of, or the stewardship. You know what stewardship means?
Yes, sir.
Stewardship means taking care of the resources that God has given us and taking care of the cattle. They have no idea about what goes into this kind of a project. And I've always believed that instead of trying to cram down their throats that beef's just as healthy as chicken, or beef's got all these nutrients, and beef's got all these things, because as consumers that disagree with us, they have a response to all of those things. And the reason they always want to come up with a response is because they don't understand our lifestyle. They don't understand what we do. So now that you do, now that you have seen the inside, would you pretend that this room is full of consumers, okay? And I want you to tell them your favorite part about this experience that you have been through and your first cattle project and what it has meant to you to be a part of it.
It is meant to me. It's like a great thing because now I know I'm not just eating the beef. I know what goes through the process of doing the beef, and it's not just shoving my mouth full of beef. I know where it's coming from, and I know the process to get there, and know it's a difficult process and a long process.
Mercedes, you deliver and carry your speech extremely well. You have a presence about you that really exudes a lot of confidence and knowledge, and so compliments to you and putting that together. Also, you fed your cattle really, really well and got them to the highest level. I guess one of the things I would ask you, because you said you're a non-traditional ag student, you're really not grown up in the industry or on a ranch, what do you think was your biggest challenge in this project that you carried out, and what was your biggest learning experience?
It was definitely venturing out of my comfort zone because I'm just, my New Year's resolution was to do something outside of my comfort zone, and then I think this was the perfect opportunity to be able to do that.
Well, it's great that you did that. Thank you for stepping outside of your comfort zone, and I think that you'll be a great advocate for the beef industry, and we really appreciate it. Great job.
Good job, Mercedes. Thank you. Okay, exhibitor number 76, Lillian Dudick from Penelope FFA.
show and with pigs. My dad calls me a hog farmer because I show pigs. The year after COVID, I saw this event here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. My dad, who knows I want to be a banker when I get older, so I thought this would be a great experience for my future because of all the math. But I didn't know what I was doing. I had to relate animal husbandry and handling for my pigs to commercial cattle. Animal husbandry is virtual to the proper care of all animals. Once I picked my groom, like with any animal, had to provide them the basic necessities: food, water, and shelter. Before my steers and my pigs came to the barn, I got the pens ready for them. We set up a water trough and I water them daily. It is important to make sure the water is clean, so we empty the trough weekly. The most important thing to do with the animals is to feed them. The steers have different food types than the pigs. I measure feed for both my pigs and my steers twice a day. When feeding them, I am able to observe all feeding patterns. When I see a difference in feeding patterns, it rises in a flag and I have to fix it. I still have to make sure they are healthy. If they are sick, we give them medicine. Every once in a while, I weigh my pigs and the steers. The number one thing in handling is you cannot force them. Neither pig nor cattle will listen if you try to force them. Maybe you can overpower them, but I cannot. So I have to use my position to move them. You must stay off the side of the animal around their flank. Being off the side allows them to see me. Touch is an easy way to move them. I use a whip to move my pigs and my hands to move my steers. If they get out, both steers and pigs return to where they've been. Sound is the last resort. I never yell when handling my animal. Just like with swine showmanship, I will need more practice and patience to perfect my stockmanship skills.
Good job. Okay, you talked about raising pigs too, right? And you show those pigs in county shows and other kind of pig shows? All right, so we used to do that too, so I know a little bit about that. I'm glad that we used to do that and we don't still do that, but that's not your question, okay? So what I want you to talk about is, I just want you to tell the audience, well, let's pretend that it's a bunch of people that don't know about our industry. Tell them the difference between the market pig show and how you show in the market shows with your pigs versus this commercial steer show, and the different kind of things that you had to focus on in order to try to do your best in both of them.
In a pig show, I have to use a whip and I have to walk the pigs and I have to make sure I look at the judge and when I show my steers, I present a speech and I do tests.
Good job. And what's your favorite part about this program?
Doing the speech.
Lillian, you're doing great. Hey, we already sent your two calves out, but they were two red Angus steers, and as soon as they came in, they hit me as two calves that kind of looked like bodybuilders. They were ripped down their backs like a pig, and they had all kinds of shape. So I wanted to know what you did to try to get your cattle to look so muscular here today. Was it just feed, or did you use other technologies?
I use cottonseed and corn and
Maxigain, what's that?
It's a mixture with cottonseed and corn and soybeans.
Excellent. Great job today.
Okay, let's go back to Hallettsville, Miss Holly Ressler.
Imagine this. You go out to feed your steers one morning. As they are eating, you get a glance at the side of one steer's neck where you see what looks like a size 4 soccer ball. What is this? Well, that's exactly what happened to me one day early in this feeding season. So I ran to get my dad to find out exactly what was going on. Hi, my name is Holly Ressler, and I'm from the Hallsville Junior FFA, and this is my 3rd year at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest. When I got my dad to look at my steer, he said it had an abscess, and because of its size, we would have to take it to the vet to treat. So what exactly is an abscess? An abscess is an accumulation of pus-forming bacteria that can happen anywhere on the body. In my case, it most likely happened in an injection site in the neck. We loaded up my steers and took them to the veterinarian, where the vet opened and drained the abscess, then treated my steer with antibiotics while leaving the drain site open to heal. Luckily, he healed up with no issue and continued the growing season well. Abscesses can happen, but doing things to help prevent them is your best option for the future. When administering vaccinations, you should always clean and disinfect equipment. Also, vaccinations should always be given into clean, dry skin of well-restrained animals with a sharp, small-gauge needle. You should also regularly change needles every 10 to 20 animals. Using these management procedures can help minimize the amount of bacteria entering under the skin and abscesses forming in the future. I hope you have learned a little bit more about abscesses, and thank you for your time.
Holly, I didn't get to go to the back yesterday while Casey was doing the ultrasound. And so I want you to tell me, what were the measurements that he was taking with his little wand, and what was he looking for?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, what's the purpose of the ultrasound? When he was putting that wand on your cattle's back and measuring them at what rib? Where does he measure? Where does he put his little wand?
He put it at the 12th and 13th rib.
Okay, what's he looking for? Why is he trying to look inside your cattle?
To see the marbling and see how big the rib.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Holly, thank you, and awesome job. So let's go along with what Trey said and ask, what do you think that your 2 steers would quality grade? So when they're looking for that marbling, they're looking for how much there is, and it relates to a quality grade. So what do you think your steers would quality grade?
I would think they would be around choice or prime.
Thank you very much. That's a great answer. Good job.
Thank you, Holly. Wait, we just got one more? Who is it? Miss Hope Gleghorn from Randall County 4-H.
Hi, my name is Hope Gleghorn, and I'm a 16-year-old junior at Canyon High School in Canyon, Texas, and a proud member of Randall County 4-H. In 1984, Clara Peller introduced us to a saying that caught like wildfire. And while I wasn't around to hear this saying, I'm sure everyone in this room over 45 remembers. Where's the beef? The catchphrase was designed to focus America's attention on inferior beef patties and was wildly successful for Wendy's. Fast forward nearly 40 years as I stand here today and ask you a slightly different question. Where's the beef going to come from? Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm not talking about that nasty, lab-grown stuff. I'm talking about real beef from real cattle like these guys standing behind me. But first, we have to understand why a short cattle supply is important. We have unprecedented, strong beef demand. We're producing a highly marbled, more palatable product in the past 3 years than ever before. So, why is marbling important? Quite simply, without marbling, the odds of producing a high-quality eating experience for the consumer is low. In 2015, Dr. Daryl Tatum of Colorado State University described how beef's 3 positive traits, Flavor, tenderness, and juiciness cannot easily be determined prior to consumption. We have to rely on indicators from the consumer to predict how well our product is liked. And the best way to predict ultimate eating experience is through quality grade. As quality increases, flavor, tenderness, and juiciness also increase. So, here's the data. A USDA prime carcass has a 97% chance of creating a positive eating experience for the consumer, whereas a USDA select carcass has a 66% chance. Now, I'm no gambling man, but 66% odds don't seem that good to me. Since 2018, heifers have become an increasing contributor to our beef supply. But how many are actually being retained and becoming cows? Cattle Facts reports that in September of 2013, heifers accounted for nearly 41% of total fed cattle shipped in the United States. This eclipses the previous high water mark of September of 2013 at 40.98%. I believe that number right there is important because the September 2013 data point marks the end of the last drought-induced herd liquidation. Now, I know where we're at in Texas, and I know we are nowhere near the end of our drought. And because of that, we will likely see heifers continue to come to town and eventually make their way into our feed yards. Rabobank estimates that we will continue to see herd liquidation well through the year 2023 and won't see any signs of herd rebuilding until the calendar year 2025. But regardless of that, our industry has momentum. The consumer has shown their willingness to buy our products at various price points, whether it be $7.20 per pound as the average of this week, or $7.40 per pound as the average of last year. We will continue to see our herd size get smaller and then rebuild. But in the meantime, we have to focus our attention on those steers and heifers that have the ability to keep a high-quality protein source at the middle of our dinner plate. We all know the odds of a positive eating experience with chicken has to be 0. Thank you.
Okay, I got to the end of your study guide, and it was talking about all sorts of ways that we market cattle. And I might have run out of steam when I got to the grid versus the slide versus the on and on and on. I don't know what this slide thing is. Using a slide in beef cattle marketing, all right? And I want you to turn to the group and pretend that no one else out there knows what a slide is. And you can feel free to talk about the other kinds of marketing and the differences if you would like to, but I especially would like for you to teach me about that.
All right, so I'm by no means an expert on slides either, but before I start with that, the 3 other ways that we typically see cattle being marketed are live, which is the weight that walks across the scale, in the beef, which gives you premiums and discounts based on how your cattle grade, and then on a carcass basis, which is basically paying for hot carcass weight. And then when you use a slide, basically what the slide is doing, it's used a lot more in fed cattle than it is in fat cattle. And you're basically setting a set price for what you think your cattle are going to weigh when you sell them to the next stage of the industry. So if the cattle come in over the slide, then you're going to move the slide down and you're going to get a reduction on your price. Versus if the cattle come in bigger, then you're going to get versus the cattle come in bigger, you're going to move the slide up and get an increase in your price. And then if they come down, you're going to get a decrease in the price.
Hope, do you have a nickname?
Not that I've heard of. I'm sure there's plenty.
All right, I'm going to call you the closer, okay? The manner in which you have delivered this speech today has just put an exclamation point on all the marvelous speeches we've heard throughout the day. It was very, very impressive.
Thank you.
All right, so you answered that question awesome. I'm going to give you another one. My question is simply, what drives